Trust me on this, every child in the Draegar family faces a brutal final test called pancration. A savage battle with absolutely zero rules, where students face crippling injuries or even death. Instructors pick the matchups, and for years our boy Zeke always ends up facing his worst bully, Leon Conrad. Leon steps into the arena laughing, remembering how he used to beat Zeke until he begged for mercy. Everyone expects the exact same humiliation today. Even Zeke's own cousins mock him from the stands, calling him useless for showing up again. But this time, something is completely different. When Leon smugly pats Zeke's head and calls him trash, Zeke immediately counters with a devastating strike to the mouth, sending him crashing down before the match even officially starts. The instructor tries to yell, but Zeke unleashes a terrifying wave of bloodlust, warning everyone to always be ready on the battlefield. This sends a cold shiver down the instructor's spine, while Leon struggles to stand, clutching his broken face. The instructor officially starts the match, and Leon immediately charges forward, desperate to close the gap. Zeke tries to counter, but Leon slips past, lunges for his legs, and tries a quick mixed martial arts takedown. Now watch closely, because this is where Leon makes the biggest mistake of his entire life. The referee cannot believe his eyes. Leon tried to slam him, but Zeke launched a lightning-fast knee strike to break free instantly. He wonders if this is even the same kid. Meanwhile, Leon is totally disoriented, and Zeke wastes zero time, delivering a brutal Muay Thai kick. Leon tries to grit his teeth and swing back, but Zeke anticipates it perfectly, catches his arm, and slams him into the dirt. As the dust clears, Zeke pins him down like a ruthless predator and finishes the fight. How did he get this incredibly strong? Well, here is the secret. In his past life, the Draegar family cast him out as a useless failed awakener before hunting him down and ending his life. Right before his death, an ancient relic, activated from his pure will to survive. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in his room staring at a strange system screen. Staring at the glowing panel, he discovers he has received the ancient dragon's blessing and is magically registered as a healer. To test if the system was actually true, he tries casting his skill and it instantly works. He recalls that in his previous timeline, he did not unlock his healing abilities until his 20s, right after his ether hall opened. Hoping to confirm this wild hunch, he checks his internal ether hall and finds it is already fully unlocked. You and I both know healers usually stay back, but Zeke kept his memories and combat skills, easily crushing his old bully. Glaring at his other tormentors in the crowd, he dares them to step down to the arena if they have a problem. Talk about infinite aura. Furious at his arrogance, another cousin, Jaqen Vartok, steps up to challenge Zeke as his next opponent. Zeke accepts the challenge, but casually drops that a simple one-on-one fight would be way too boring for him. He confidently points at Jaqen's bodyguard, Liam Stone, telling him he is completely free to join his master. An outraged Jaqen asks if Zeke is deliberately insulting him, and Zeke happily rubs salt in the wound by saying yes. Jaqen storms into the ring with Liam right behind him. The referee tries to restore order, shouting at them to wait for the signal. But deep down, Zeke is just incredibly thrilled to cross paths with Liam Stone once again. You see, in his previous life, Liam became the legendary mercenary king. Back then, he never received noble privileges because he was only Jaqen's distant relative. Though he begged to enter Valhalla, the elite academy, he was rejected, eventually joining the knights of a small country called Baranyan. When Baranyan eventually fell, he was forced to become a mercenary, rising to the rank of Red Knight and founding his own stone mercenary group. Liam eventually united the three biggest sellsword groups, earning his title as the absolute mercenary king. Once the Empire hired his mercenaries, Liam was dragged into the massive continental wars, and since Zeke fought for the North, they were forced to clash on the battlefield. But this time around, Zeke believes he can change their tragic destinies. The instructor officially starts the round, and Jaqen charges forward only for Zeke to effortlessly catch his fist mid-air. Zeke completely halts the attack, reminding him that he already suggested both master and servant strike together to stand a chance. Jaqen still thinks Zeke is playing around and throws a kick, but Zeke easily blocks the strike. It turns out he blocked it with his bare elbow, causing a massive amount of agonizing pain in Jaqen's leg. While he desperately tries to recover from the shock, Zeke instantly closes the distance. Jaqen raises his guard to block the incoming punch, but it turns out to be a clever feint. With his focus completely baited, Zeke sweeps his leg, and before he can recover his balance, punches him in the chest so hard he spits blood. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump in as Zeke looks like the devil reincarnate, telling Jaqen he's simply not enough. So he basically dares him to bring his servant into the fight too. Jaqen collapses in agony, immediately screaming at Liam to slaughter Zeke on the spot. Liam looks way past his years with a massive, terrifying reach, but he finally steps in. Zeke knows his advantage is gone if he lets this giant make the first move. So Zeke charges straight at him, immediately activating his signature/skill. This lets him unleash a rapid storm of attacks, while completely blocking his opponent's vision. The watching students gasp in absolute shock, since they've never seen anything like this before. Zeke knows the instructor is getting suspicious. Using a northern fist technique in a region dominated by swordsmanship? That's bound to raise major questions. But the backlash from using that skill kicks in, proving how weak his younger body really is. On top of that, he's got to deal with the mountain of a man standing right in front of him. Yet Liam doesn't even flinch, taking every single punch Zeke throws. The giant just stands his ground, taking the beating like a good little boy. With Liam strictly on the defensive, Zeke realizes he must break through his guard right now, before his own body completely gives out. Zeke winds up a massive, devastating strike and throws it. But just as it's about to land, Liam shocks everyone by dodging. Now pay attention here, because this is absolutely insane. Liam is not supposed to see anything, meaning his other senses are completely godly. Before Zeke can react, Liam grabs him, but our main character refuses to be tossed around like some rag doll. Contorting his body, he triggers his heightened sense skill, wrapping himself around Liam's neck like a venomous snake. Zeke locks in a brutal chokehold, desperately trying to cut off the oxygen to Liam's brain. He's certain that no matter how tough the giant is, he'll eventually pass out from the pressure. But Liam retaliates with crushing force of his own, making Zeke cough up blood in shock. Zeke can't believe he's going head-to-head with such a complete monster. But at the same time, he's incredibly hyped to see who'll walk away victorious. A brutal war of attrition begins. The students look on in absolute panic, waiting to see which of them will drop first. You and I both saw that coming, right? Liam finally passes out, leaving Zeke standing as the ultimate victor. Watching from the sidelines, a highly eccentric girl gets thrilled by Zeke's victory, eagerly imagining how spectacular their own future clash will be. A bit later, Decker visits Zeke in his room to check his condition, but Zeke quickly assures him he's doing fine. Decker then asks to check his pulse. Zeke immediately sees right through him. The man is checking if he's awakened his aura. Zeke hesitates for a second before offering his arm, playing along with this so-called pulse check. But Zeke is stunned by how incredibly thorough Decker is. The sheer control shows he's at least a legendary Blue Knight. Flowing your own aura into someone else is incredibly difficult, yet Decker makes it look like child's play. Now, knights aren't all created equal. They're strictly ranked based on their martial prowess and how well they manipulate their aura. White swordsmen are basically novices, while yellow swordsmen are those who have successfully awakened their aura and opened up their dantian. Essentially, every single trainee in the cradle reaches yellow status once they receive the blessing. And those who can freely command their internal energy are immediately granted the official title of knight. As for the purple knights, they can coat their weapons in aura, while blue knights can actually manifest a solid blade of pure energy. But there is an elite level that completely transcends all standard human limits. This was the exact realm that Liam and Zeke reached in their past lives, known as the Red Knight, and even the mythical Black Knight. Even though only a handful of them exist across the entire continent, with blue knights being incredibly rare, Zeke wonders why someone so powerful is serving as his mere attendant. Still, Zeke is absolutely sure Decker won't be able to detect his hidden ether, mainly because only 2 people in the whole world can actually utilize it. After finishing his check, Decker looks deeply serious and asks if Zeke is keeping secrets. Zeke immediately gets defensive, flipping the question back at his attendant before turning to walk away, laughing it off as a simple joke. Decker then asks why he's changed so much lately, but Zeke counters with a better question. Why did it take so long? And trust me, things are about to change even more as everything falls into its rightful place. Come along, as he orders Decker and the others to follow. This catches Decker completely off guard, and he quickly assures Zeke that he understands the situation. Decker then reports that the requested training room is fully prepared, and Zeke praises him for always working so hard. But deep down, Zeke already knows someone ordered Decker to keep tabs on him. That is exactly why he keeps him close, aiming to extract some useful information out of him instead. Still, the major question remains, who actually ordered Decker to watch him? Zeke is at least pretty confident that the mastermind does not come from his mother's side. Instead, he suspects the culprit is one of his own siblings. Later, Zeke heads down to the private training area Decker set up, and he is genuinely impressed by how top-tier the equipment is. Before starting his workout, he decides to review his system. Opening the status screen, he notices that his signature/skill is way more powerful than it used to be. He realizes the skill grows stronger the more he uses it. Since it triggered based on his physical movements, he must have possessed this ability before his regression. Now watch closely here. He wonders if simply learning something new will automatically add it to his system's skill list. Then it hits him. He still does not know the difference between a normal skill and a class skill, since they trigger the same way. As he scrolls further, he notices his draconian skill is locked, and acquiring the necessary karma points to unlock it requires him to slay monsters. That is not really an issue, since dungeons are crawling with beasts anyway. But there is a catch. He has to reach the Purple Knight rank just to enter those dungeons. Honestly, Zeke is far more worried about why he regressed and what this mysterious system even is, given how little info he has. Even so, he will abuse this system if it makes him stronger. No matter how he looks at it, one absolute truth remains. And that is the existence of two main forces in this fantasy world: the aura of martial knights and the mana of spellcasting mages. Knights refine their aura while mages channel mana using circles. Essentially, these two primary powers are complete opposites. Awakening one locks you out of the other. I know what you are thinking, but Zeke was not even lucky enough to unlock either. Cast aside by his noble family as trash, he spent his days wandering aimlessly until he met his master. His master taught him countless survival skills, but her most precious lessons involved mystical healing and harnessing the power of the Ether Hall. Ultimately, he and his master became the only two individuals capable of wielding ether in the entire world. 2 hours into his intense training, Zeke is gasping for air, completely drained and out of energy, leaving him no option but to trigger his healing and vigor recovery skills. Healing is so rare, Zeke did not even know it existed before meeting his master. If he ever cast it in public, people would immediately brand him an irregular. That is exactly why he avoided using it during his clash with Liam, forcing him to rush back to his chambers to mend his wounds. With his body fully recovered, Zeke dives right back into his regime, stopping only when dinner is served. 1 week after this, wild rumors are spreading everywhere about Zeke, stating that he has somehow become a completely different person. Many refuse to believe this transformation is real, while others suspect he has dabbled in forbidden black magic. Meanwhile, some are secretly praying he keeps growing stronger, hoping he will put those arrogant bullies in their place. Zeke's snobbish cousins, including the stern lady, Rhina Tehran, are spotted sharing a meal together to prepare for the upcoming family swordsmanship duel. One of them, Owen Simmons, mockingly tells Leon he needs to eat more, instantly triggering the guy's anger. Owen claims he is just trying to be helpful, but Leon's massive inferiority complex is clearly clouding his judgment. Leon snaps, leaping to his feet as if ready to throw hands, but one sharp glare from Reyna freezes him solid. The conversation quickly shifts back to Zeke and how they plan to handle him. Reyna acknowledges that Zeke put on a show during the pancration, but she is confident he will struggle with a sword. Owen sneers, laughing that Zeke will be utterly useless, because he can barely even lift a standard blade. Leon agrees, calling Zeke a pathetic weakling who had to order a custom lightweight sword because the standard knight blades were too heavy for him. He insists that Zeke only defeated him through sheer dumb luck, but an irritated Reyna suddenly cuts him off, telling him he has no right to be a Draegar knight if he truly believes that. Trust me, you and I cannot miss this upcoming duel. Alright? Stick with me, because she angrily storms out of the room right now to avoid dealing with these absolute fools. Next up, the deadly sword duels. They use real swords here, making this specific trial the absolute deadliest event in the entire Cradle. This is where the massive gap in cadet skills is brutally exposed, just 1 month before the big blessing rite begins. That blessing rite is the exact moment Draegars finally awaken their powerful aura. On duel day, the instructor calls Zeke up, and he confidently struts onto the stage, resting a massive sword right on his shoulder. The crowd immediately starts trash-talking, thinking Zeke is just showing off by carrying such a ridiculously giant blade. But get this, his opponent is none other than Reyna, and Zeke is actually thrilled to face her. Reyna is totally stunned seeing Zeke lift that massive sword so effortlessly. And that is when it finally hits her. This is not the weak boy she used to know. Now pay attention here. She starts questioning his crazy confidence, only to realize she is already totally intimidated by him. She desperately tries to shake off the creeping fear, reminding herself that she was the one who initiated this challenge. Still, Zeke is staying sharp. He remembers that in her past life, Reina was famously known as the Lightning Knight. She was a legendary warrior who made a massive name for herself during the Continental Wars, widely recognized as one of the absolute greatest prodigies of the next generation. The main reason for her legendary status? She actually managed to awaken her aura before even taking the blessing rite. Zeke already knows her secret aura has been active for years, but she hid it in the cradle under the excuse of wanting to master her basic skills first. Right on cue, the instructor signals the start, and Reina instantly lunges forward to strike first. Her opening swing is so incredibly fierce that Zeke has to leap backward to avoid getting skewered. Zeke silently admits she is talented, but he is completely unbothered as she keeps pressing her attack, leaving spectators to believe she is just playing with him. The crowd yells at her to finish Zeke off, but Owen is smart enough to realize Reina is actually fighting with everything she has. Even with her insanely sharp senses designed to spot and exploit the tiniest gaps, she cannot land a single hit because no matter how she angles her blade, Zeke is always right there waiting. Reina slowly realizes Zeke is effortlessly moving around her as if he is patronizing her. He deliberately leaves open spaces, turning this life-or-death battle into a humiliating personal training lesson just for her. You and I can see the toll this is taking. She keeps chasing him, her heavy sweat proving she is totally running on empty. Looking at her current cradle-level fighting style, Zeke is honestly not impressed at all. Her swordsmanship is honest enough, but he expected way more from someone so obsessed with mastering the absolute basics. In reality, those very basics are what is holding her back, so Zeke decides to forcefully help her shatter the tight shell she is trapped inside. Zeke suddenly drops into an incredibly low stance, making Reina realize he is about to close the distance in one explosive leap. She remains confident she can block him, firmly believing her own speed is more than enough to match his. But that confidence completely shatters when Zeke instantly closes the gap, sending an icy wave of terror straight through her body. Only her insane flexibility allows her to barely dodge his lightning-fast strike. Leaping backward, she convinces herself she can still react to his attacks as long as she maintains some distance between them. But Zeke pulls a dirty move using his blade to fling a shower of pebbles right at her. The rocks pelt her face, allowing Zeke to instantly close the distance while she is still reeling from the sudden pain. Opening her eyes, she finds Zeke's sword resting right against her throat. Realizing she is utterly defeated, she is forced to do something incredibly desperate. In a flash, Reina parries his sword away, causing the clueless students to instantly cheer, thinking she just secured the win. But the instructor is left completely stunned, because absolutely none of the cadets realized what actually just happened. Right as Zeke's attack was about to land, she was forced to secretly tap into a tiny, almost invisible trace of her aura. She had sworn never to rely on her aura until entering the academy, but Zeke just forced her to break that vow. Reina knows exactly what she did. And while she is still frozen in shock, Zeke rushes forward and punches her straight in the throat, making her cough up blood. She drops, clutching her throat, and trust me, you and I are about to watch the crowd explode. Let's dive right into a crowd furious at Zeke for using his bare fists in a sword duel. These students are talking major trash, claiming Zeke is totally unworthy of being a knight since he threw away his blade. But Zeke does not care about their whining. He won, and in the end that is all that matters. Reina struggles back onto her feet, and Zeke casually asks if she actually wants to keep going. Inside her head, Racin is desperately trying to convince herself that Zeke only landed that hit because she let her guard down. But reality hits her fast. These are just pathetic excuses. If Zeke had been holding a real dagger instead of a fist, she would be dead right now. Admitting this cold truth, Reina has no choice but to accept that she completely lost. The surrounding students are left in utter shock and disappointment, unable to process the news. The guy who was known as absolute trash just days ago just defeated one of the most talented prodigies in the entire cradle. Meanwhile, word of Zeke beating Reina quickly reaches his powerful siblings, William and Abel. William is totally panicking, refusing to believe it, but Abel calmly tells him to keep his cool. Abel asks when the blessing ceremony takes place, and William tells him they have exactly 1 month. Hearing this makes Abel smile, deciding it is finally time to pay the family a visit. William is absolutely stunned, but Abel reveals that Zeke has already caught his attention. And because of that, he wants to see exactly what kind of power Zeke will awaken. Now watch closely. While the cradle is in shock, Zeke is already back in the training room. And just like that, an entire month flies by. On the morning of the blessing ceremony, we find Zeke still pushing his limits and training hard. drenched in sweat. He wonders how on earth his past self reached the legendary rank of Red Knight with such a weak body. Zeke pulls up his status window, noticing his skill mastery has gone up. A few have upgraded from E rank to D rank, and he knows they will only keep climbing as he trains harder. He is especially happy to see progress in swift steps, the crucial skill he picked up during his duel with Reyna. Suddenly, he senses a presence nearby and realizes it is Decker. Zeke immediately demands to know what he wants, and Decker warns him they must set off in 2 hours. Zeke nods, telling Decker to prepare everything, while he finishes up and joins him shortly. Not long after, Zeke pulls up to the massive Draegar estate in a carriage. This estate sits deep within the Duchy of Troy, even though the family's primary home is located in the very heart of the continent. Still, the blessing ceremony is always hosted here, the sacred place where the legend of the Dragon Slayer first began. Zeke is surrounded by all the other recent graduates from the cradle, and the entire estate is completely packed. And it is not just students, crowds of eager spectators are filling up the grand corridors. You and I can easily guess why all these famous nobles are gathered here, and Zeke is absolutely certain his family has sent hidden spies to keep a close eye on him. He figures that whichever spy is watching, they will immediately lose interest once they see him fail the awakening ritual. Suddenly he spots Abel standing in the crowd, instantly making Zeke's blood boil. They lock eyes in a tense stare-down, the fierce hatred between them clear to everyone. But Zeke manages to calm his racing thoughts, because he stands no chance against Abel right now. He knows Abel never attended this ceremony in his past life, leaving him deeply worried that his actions have altered the future. Since that is the case, Zeke decides to make the most of this opportunity. Once the preparations wrap up, they declare the blessing ceremony open. A student named Aaron is the very first to be called up. He steps forward, dipping his hand into the water and piercing his palm on the needle at the bottom of the tank. Instantly, the water reacts wildly, glowing with a bright blue light. Essentially, this ritual allows descendants of the bloodline to unlock their sealed aura before leaving the cradle. It is a shortcut, unlike normal knights who can only awaken their aura after age 20. But in extremely rare cases, some candidates might awaken a trait called mana inhibition. If the water glows red, it proves they will at least reach the strength of a yellow knight. Trust me, you'll want to see this, because some geniuses awaken pure blood to rival red and black knights, just like Reyna, whose awakening makes the water glow deep red, prompting the shocked instructor to immediately call for the special gloves. Apparently. Stick with me. We're about to see why these special gloves are vital for anyone undergoing mana inhibition to live normally. Turns out, the prestigious Draegar name only goes to those who prove their pureblood lineage. Do that, and you secure massive family backing and tons of insane benefits. Once everyone else finishes going through the process, it is finally Zeke's turn to step up for the blessing rite, leaving everyone wondering what his awakening will look like. Zeke walks up to the massive statue. The last time he stood here, he was left in complete and utter shame. But this time, things are totally different, because he can heal his wounds and even manipulate ether. With everything he has already endured so far, Zeke leaves his fate to the ancient statue, praying he walks away with something real. Zeke dips his hand into the water, full of hope, but the statue suddenly freezes, something that has never happened before. The entire crowd is left whispering while Abel watches with his eyes peeled. Zeke slowly pulls his hand out of the water, looking totally crushed because absolutely nothing changed. Zeke is furious at himself for getting so confident, especially with Abel watching him in the room. The crowd immediately starts murmuring, calling Zeke pure trash after his failed rite, even though he carries the blood of the family head. Some waste no time claiming that he only managed to beat Reyna by using a dirty trick. Zeke is disappointed, but he lifts his own spirits knowing he can still get stronger without a stupid awakening. Just as he starts to walk off the stage, a sudden notification pops up on his status screen. The system actually apologizes, explaining that a sudden processing error caused the massive delay. As Zeke stands there totally confused, the system informs him that it has recovered the missing data and has forced his class information through using its own authority. With that resolved, the system officially identifies Zeke's core talent as a healer. Right then, the system alerts him that he has successfully unlocked an incredibly rare hidden class. Zeke is stunned as crimson light suddenly floods the room, meaning it's a pure-blood awakening. Now, pay attention because the crowd is losing their minds watching him rise to the very top. The system keeps feeding him alerts, letting Zeke know that the main terminal has finally established a solid connection. And because of that, The legendary dragon's blessing sealed deep inside his soul has finally been activated. Zeke's body begins to glow as the system announces that the blood of the fighter has officially awakened. On top of that, his awakened talents are fusing together. Because of this rare combination, an entirely new custom class is being generated. Zeke watches in pure shock as the system grants him a unique class called Immortal. You and I both know this is wild, but the statue's light suddenly turns golden. Still, the crowd counts it as a pure blood awakening due to the faint red light lingering around. Zeke already expects people to have their serious doubts about this, but at the same time, speaking up right now might only make things worse for him. While the crowd is muttering in confusion, Abel steps in to ask why they are all so tense when they should be celebrating having 2 pure blood awakenings in a single batch. The moment those words leave his mouth, the crowd quickly agrees. Abel then orders the instructor to bring his brother his special gloves, and once Zeke puts them on, he feels just how heavy they are. Deep down, Zeke hates the idea of being forced to accept help from his trash brother. Once the sacred rites finally conclude, the host announces a massive celebration party. Naturally, Zeke has zero interest in partying and would rather sweat it out inside a quiet training room. He slips away from the crowded hall to search for a training room, but his brother suddenly appears behind him, calling his name. This shocks Zeke, who never expected Abel to follow him. Abel asks why he's wandering off instead of celebrating his awakening, stretching his hand out for a handshake. Zeke hesitates, knowing that if he refuses the handshake, it will make his intense hatred for his brother completely obvious. So he decides to play along for now. But right as he reaches out, he remembers something incredibly irritating and pulls his hand straight back. Abel looks completely surprised. Even though it is a risky move, Zeke just cannot bring himself to shake his hand. Abel lets it go, happy just seeing his face. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch an epic rivalry start. Abel pats Zeke, promising they will meet again, while Zeke burns with pure fury. While the rest of the crowd celebrates the awakening, Zeke slips away quietly to his room. He is completely puzzled by his success, since a pure blood awakening typically forces a mana inhibition drawback. This specific penalty is a sign of being in direct conflict with dragons, the source of mana. Because everyday tech runs on mana, a pure blood must wear special neutralizing gloves given by the family. Zeke pulls his glove off right now, but he does not feel anything weird. This makes no sense because if he were truly a pure blood, something should have glitched out. Zeke pops open his status screen, and that is when he spots a massive change in his stats. Instead of inhibition, he actually has mana reflection. He sits down on the edge of his bed to study this shocker. The mana reflection ability creates a distorted field, completely shutting down all surrounding energy. Now pay attention here. Zeke realizes this reflection is actually an active skill, which explains why the room lamps did not explode. He remembers being a basic healer before the ritual, but now he has transitioned into a unique class, an Immortal. Then it hits him. Every single graduate except Reina got a standard blue aura awakening. While his own aura started out bright red just like hers, it eventually transformed into pure gold. He recalls the system warning him that the terminal had lost some of its database. He deduces the ancient statue is the terminal itself, which only flashed red after his system injected the missing data. It finally clicks that the red light does not just show if a person awakened. It actually reveals their exact class tier. Red means a rare class while gold is for unique. This ancient statue is a relic from way before their current era. Since modern people do not understand classes, they only used the relic to see if someone awakened. They basically mistook the red light of a rare class for a pure blood awakening this whole time. These nobles are so oblivious that not one family head noticed. Zeke then spots some karma points he earned from the blessing rite. Let's see what happens next. He spends 10 points of his 100 total to reveal what his draconian skills actually are. The interface unseals 3 skills, Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour, though they all remain locked for now. Might of the Dragon uses his aura to force any nearby enemy into submission. This costs 30 points. Meanwhile, Dragon Eyes lets him view deeply detailed data about anyone, costing 20 points to unlock. Finally, the Devour skill apparently allows him to eat and digest absolutely anything. Unlocking this costs 50 points, but the weird description leaves Zeke completely baffled. He can't tell what it actually does from the text, or why it demands 50 points. Unwilling to gamble his hard-earned points, he opts for the more straightforward skills. Zeke instantly spends 50 points to unlock both Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon. Since the Dragon's Might seems far too destructive to activate indoors, Zeke decides to test out his dragon eyes first. He triggers them but sees no immediate change, leaving him deeply disappointed. But everything changes the second he walks over to the window to look outside. A distant statue stands far off in the garden, yet through these eyes it looks incredibly close. As Zeke marvels at this, a prompt asks if he wants to scan its detailed data. Zeke agrees and is blown away when the skill dissects every secret about the object. Suddenly, extreme fatigue hits him, forcing him backward into his chair. These draconian powers consume way too much energy, making them almost useless if they leave him this wiped out. Out of nowhere, his healing and recovery passive triggers, shocking him since he did not cast it. Checking his system, he is stunned to find that all his class skills are now automatic passives. Thanks to this healing factor, his body automatically mends itself. And trust me, you and I both know how absolutely broken this makes him. Let's dive into a world where standard healing is heavily limited and can never be spammed. But Zeke's passive healing factor is on a whole different level. It's infinite, and he is eager to test it. He slices his arm open with a sharp knife, and instantly his new passive skill seals the wound completely. Staring at his spotless skin, Zeke realizes he has just hit the absolute jackpot. He confidently vows to quickly graduate from the academy, a grueling process that normally takes 5 long years. Shortly after, Zeke arrives at Draegar Academy, the ultimate dream destination for every aspiring knight in the kingdom. The upperclassmen here are trained to absolute perfection, carrying themselves with the deadly poise of fully grown adults. But to Zeke, they are still just spoiled kids from prestigious noble houses. He can't help but feel utterly disgusted by how rotten these powerful noble families truly are. Basically, 3 massive houses prop up the legendary Draegar family, wielding unmatched influence across the entire realm. First is the Turin family, legendary for their overwhelming physical strength. Then you have the wise Zimmons family, and finally the Vardek clan, who are famous for their endless mountains of gold. Now watch closely as Zeke makes his way to the elite dormitory inside the Platinum Mansion. Zeke is thrilled about his pureblood status and the perks it brings, including a state-of-the-art training hall, a massive private library, and luxury facilities reserved strictly for the Academy's top-tier students. Regular elites can't even get close to this place, but purebloods enjoy the exclusive service of a floor master. They claim the entire platinum floor for themselves, and currently Zeke and Reyna are the only purebloods in their class. As he steps inside, Zeke is greeted by a polite attendant who offers to guide him directly to his private floor. He is stunned to find a whole line of students waiting to welcome him, feeling it's a bit excessive. The guide then informs him that Decker is already waiting inside his private room. Zeke steps inside and asks Decker what he wants, only for Decker to reveal he has a special delivery. Decker hands over a pair of custom-made gloves, beautifully embroidered with the prestigious Draken insignia. Pleased with his new custom gear, Zeke realizes that scoring a brand new sword should be his next move. Don't blink, because the neighboring mountains of the Troy Duchy are famous for premium iron and master blacksmiths. Decker offers to scout out a skilled craftsman, but Zeke turns him down since he already has someone specific in mind. Since he wants to meet this blacksmith face-to-face, Zeke instructs Decker to go ahead and schedule an official meeting. Zeke names the blacksmith as Galleon Halbert, which completely shocks Decker since he has never heard of him, though he promises to reach out immediately. Before heading out, Decker warns him that academy classes kick off tomorrow morning, urging Zeke to study his materials. Once alone, Zeke sits down to analyze his current situation at school, realizing that living on the exclusive platinum floor gives him massive freedom to do whatever he wants. Just as he is enjoying the quiet, a sudden knock echoes at his door, and he tells the visitor to come inside. A maid enters, carrying an unexpected dinner invitation sent directly from Reyna herself. Zeke is genuinely surprised, but his burning curiosity wins out, and he asks the maid to lead the way. When Zeke arrives, he is annoyed to find Reyna surrounded by a flock of her loyal bodyguards. Reyna greets him, and sensing his irritation, she dismisses her guards so they can speak in private. She suggests talking business over food, but as they sit, Zeke is completely transfixed by how she seamlessly channels her aura through her core. Even with her massive ambitions, Zeke feels her actual swordsmanship is incredibly weak. Soon they finish a massive feast and finally get down to business. Reyna cuts straight to the chase, urging him to accept the powerful Turin family's backing. Zeke quickly shuts her down, reminding her that they are both elite purebloods. But Reyna fires back, listing all the incredible resources and political backing that comes with having a great house supporting his name. She even points out that Abel gets massive funding from his mother's side, the Simmons clan. And as we leave off, Zeke gets absolutely zero support from his mother's side. Rough start, right? Stick with me, we are diving right into a crazy moment where Reina, completely clueless, sternly demands that Zeke accept the massive backing of the powerful Turan family. Without even hesitating, Zeke flatly rejects her. As he gets up to leave, a shocked Reina asks why he would turn down such immense backing, but he calmly points out that she has got it all wrong. He holds no grudge against her house, but as a pure-blood awakener, he already has everything he could ever want. As he walks away, he decides to give her a single piece of crucial advice as thanks for the free meal. He explains that she is putting way too much raw power into her sword, likely because she is constantly trying to prove herself to the men around her. Instead, he tells her that her true strength lies in the natural fluid movements of her incredibly flexible body. He warns her to stop blocking heavy strikes head-on just to prove she can overpower her opponents. True fluidity creates the perfect opening, allowing her to deliver a single, incredibly precise and lethal blow. If she can master this one key shift, she will become far stronger than she is today. With his piece said, he turns and leaves. An irritated Reina slams her hand on the table, remembering that her family crest stands for absolute power. She is furious because she was only trying to honor her family tradition. But then, it hits her that he might actually be right. She has been completely obsessed with forcing herself to look worthy of the prestigious Turan name. That heavy pressure was subconsciously bleeding right into the way she wields her sword. Let that sink in for a second. She is absolutely stunned. He saw right through her. Ever since childhood, everyone praised her as a prodigy, but not a single soul ever gave her any real honest feedback. Yet this guy just shattered her illusions, forcing her to face the exact truth she had been running from. The next day, Zeke feels completely energized despite pulling an all-nighter, all thanks to his incredible infinite stamina skill. It is a broken ability that instantly wipes away any trace of exhaustion. His past life at the academy was pure misery, but now he is thoroughly enjoying his second chance. Still, he has to admit that cash and raw power dictate this world. He is just minding his own business in the hallway when Owen and his annoying lackeys block his path. Owen is the arrogant third son of the prestigious Simmons clan, one of the three great families ruling the land. He used to torment Zeke back in the old days, always using cowardly proxies to do his dirty work and protect his clean reputation. Now he confronts Zeke directly, demanding to know why his exclusive dinner invitation from last night went completely unanswered. Zeke just smirks, dryly reminding him that he has absolutely no obligation to reply to every piece of trash mail he receives. That totally crushes Owen's ego, forcing his giant bodyguard to step in. Amused, Zeke asks this brainless lackey who he thinks he is, comparing him to a dog off his leash. The heavy tries to act tough, but Zeke has zero patience for this. He tells him he can play the loyal protector for his master all he wants. But trust me, he needs to remember who he is speaking to. Enraged, the brute charges, but our hero easily sidesteps the attack. The giant finally introduces himself as Durbin Roswell, boasting that people call him the mighty Durbin. Durbin declares he is going to beat some manners into Zeke for showing such blatant disrespect to his young master. Zeke literally bursts out laughing at the ridiculous name and self-proclaimed title, mocking the guy for acting like a legendary knight when he is barely a student. Zeke suddenly closes the distance, and before Durbin can even react, a devastating punch sends the giant flying backward. Durbin is left utterly cratered in the dirt from that single blow, and Zeke coldly looks around, asking if anyone else is brave enough to step up. He dares Owen to send another challenger, but the cowardly noble stays completely frozen. Owen weakly bluffs that Zeke is getting way too cocky, but Zeke just walks right past him. Meanwhile, we learn that Draegar Academy divides its students into two distinct classes. First is the regular class, where untalented kids are fed the lie that hard work can overcome any lack of natural ability. Then there is the elite special class, where students can freely choose their own advanced courses. Naturally, only the true geniuses gather here, which is why Zeke was actually looking forward to joining them. But his excitement instantly dies when he walks in and realizes the classroom is filled with the exact same fools from the cradle. To him, this is not a special elite class, it is just a kindergarten class. Suddenly, the teacher enters the room and announces they have a very special guest joining them today. The legendary war commander from 20 years ago. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Let's dive into the story of a legendary hero who supposedly stopped an entire empire's invasion, Dean Howard Draegar. Howard shows up waving to a crowd of excited students who treat him like an absolute war hero. They practically worship him as a brilliant tactical genius. But our main character Zeke knows the ugly truth behind his fame. Turns out he leaked top-secret info to the enemy just to survive, accidentally throwing their entire army into total chaos. To Zeke, he is just a lucky traitor. Even worse, this is the very man who got Zeke expelled from the academy in his past life. Because of that betrayal, Zeke lost everything he ever cared about, wandering the Duchy of Troy before being snatched by ruthless slave traders and sold directly to the notorious Southern cartel. Remembering his past misery, Zeke swears to make Howard pay dearly. Once Howard finishes his speech, the instructor orders everyone to grab their swords and march straight to the training arena. Entering the indoor arena, Zeke is completely annoyed that a supposedly elite class is learning elementary dragon slaying techniques. In his previous life, it took Zeke 2 years to learn basic skills that took others just 2 months, simply because he lacked aura. And to make matters worse, his classmates constantly used him as a punching bag. Their new instructor finally steps up, introducing himself as Draegar, the man who will teach them basic dragon slaying. Now pay attention here, because while the other students are shocked by how young Andre is, Zeke knows his legendary identity. In Zeke's past timeline, despite not being a pureblood, Andre managed to graduate early from the prestigious academy, finishing at the very top of his class. He is a once-in-a-century combat genius who was officially granted the prestigious Draegar family name. Andre immediately asserts his dominance, cold-eyed commanding the noisy cadets to shut their mouths. Once silence falls, Andre commands everyone to draw their weapons. That is when Zeke's oversized greatsword catches his eye, prompting a harsh question. Zeke calmly responds that the massive sword fits him perfectly, so Andre challenges him to step up. Andre asks if he even understands the basics of choosing a weapon that matches his physical build. Zeke completely anticipated this lecture, which is exactly why he drew his massive blade so strangely. Deciding to exploit this moment, Zeke boldly claims he can actually defeat the instructor with this weapon. Instead of wasting breath on an argument, Zeke figures a live demonstration will prove his point much better. When the system detects Andre trying to crush Zeke with pure bloodlust, it instantly deploys an indomitable mental shield. And just like that, we watch as Andre falls right into Zeke's trap. He declares that if Zeke can land even a single graze, he will bypass his punishment and earn a permanent free pass from this class. Andre tells him not to be scared, promising he won't use his powerful aura against a mere cadet. Zeke secretly smiles because the reward for this little duel is incredibly sweet. Plus, he is totally confident in his victory since he already knows the instructor's hidden weakness. However, he must avoid standing out too much since Abel's spies are definitely watching him. So his plan is simple: land a tiny graze to secure the pass, then lose the fight intentionally. Zeke lunges forward with a sudden strike, but Andre effortlessly deflecting it is exactly what you would expect from an elite blue knight. Even so, Zeke quickly realizes that pulling off a win might actually require a bit more effort than anticipated. Before long, Andre forces Zeke to his knees, making the classmates immediately start whispering about his godlike combat skills. Minutes pass, and despite Zeke's non-stop attacks, he still cannot break through Andre's defense. But soon Andre starts panicking internally, unable to believe that a mere cadet is making him sweat this much. Even without using his powerful aura, no regular student should possess the stamina to withstand his pressure. It actually makes him realize that the legendary purebloods truly exist on a completely different level. Zeke, however, is fully aware of Andre's horrible stamina. Since Andre is holding back his mana, this duel is turning into absolute hell. See, a knight's aura is constantly flowing, maintained naturally through day-to-day life, just like regular breathing. In short, Andre is literally holding his breath while desperately fighting against Zeke. Unsatisfied with winning against someone holding back their true strength, Zeke decides to forcefully drag his opponent's aura out. He keeps pressing the attack, aiming to trigger an instinctual aura response. Stick with me for what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Zeke trigger an extreme crisis just to activate his swift step skill. Andre is absolutely stunned. He never expected a mere academy cadet to pull off a high-level skill like this. Zeke moves like a complete speedster, forcing the instructor to push his limits. They trade fierce sword strikes for several minutes until Zeke slips behind Andre and triggers his deadly critical strike skill. Fearing he is about to get sliced, Andre instinctively unleashes Chapter 1 of the legendary dragon-slaying arts. With the first verse, Sky Slice, Andre blasts Zeke backward with overwhelming force, completely shattering his offensive attempt. Zeke's sword snaps in half from the pure impact, and his entire body absorbs the devastating shockwave. His healing factor kicks in instantly, but since Zeke got exactly what he wanted, he collapses to play dead. Medics rush onto the field to check the boy while Andre sheathes his blade and exempts Zeke from class. Left completely irritated by the clash, Andre dares the rest of the class to step up if they want an exemption. But watch closely, because after seeing that clash, the other cadets know they stand zero chance. So of course, nobody steps forward to challenge him, leaving the instructor to mock them for lacking the courage to die. Having successfully terrorized the cadets, he orders them into formation. Meanwhile, resting in the infirmary, Zeke is busy congratulating himself on a spectacular performance. He didn't even scratch Andre's uniform, but he forced the master to break his promise, use aura, and finally acknowledge his insane talent. Ultimately, Andre looked bad while Zeke secured his precious free time, a perfect victory. Zeke recalls that final Sky Slice attack, the absolute base level of the dragon-slaying arts. Yet because a legendary Blue Knight unleashed it, the sheer pressure was terrifying. Still, he believes he can defeat a Blue Knight in the future, relying on his boundless stamina and cheat-like healing factor to outlast them. But Zeke refuses to settle for average, aiming instead for an ultimate absolute power that will free him from ever taking orders again. He is lost in thought when a mysterious redhead clutching a bottle of alcohol suddenly materializes next to his bed. "I know what you're thinking, who is this guy?" And he instantly terrifies Zeke by calling him Arthur's youngest son. Zeke is shocked that he failed to sense this man's approach, especially with the heavy, pungent smell of alcohol around him. Even crazier, this random drunkard is talking about the powerful patriarch Arthur, as if he is just some regular guy. Zeke demands to know his identity, but the stranger ignores him, demanding to know how Zeke pulled off his stunt earlier. Our main character plays completely dumb, pretending he has absolutely no idea. The drunkard sees right through the act, pointing out that Zeke's internal injuries vanished instantly during his duel with Andre. Hearing those words right there, cold, paralyzing fear grips Zeke as he realizes this mysterious stranger actually caught onto his hidden healing factor. Fortunately, the system detects his rising panic and triggers indomitable mental defense to stabilize his mind. With his head clear, Zeke reasons that absolutely no one in this academy should possess any knowledge about physical healing. So he continues to play completely clueless. But realizing Zeke will not slip up, the redhead suddenly unleashes a deadly strike, aiming to slice his head right off his shoulders. Zeke's sharp reflexes kick in, allowing him to barely dodge the lethal strike. He leaps off the mattress, convinced this lunatic is a high-level assassin sent to eliminate him. Zeke snatches a nearby sword and flings the heavy bedsheet forward to completely blind his attacker. The crimson-haired man just laughs, genuinely amused by the kid's quick combat thinking. With his life on the line, Zeke's adrenaline spikes, and the system rapidly triggers every skill required for survival. Activating Precise Stab, his sharpened senses warn him that failing to eliminate this target means his own demise. Zeke slices straight through the fabric, aiming for a sudden lethal surprise attack. But Zeke is the one left shocked when the man catches the bare blade effortlessly, smiling and praising his battlefield adaptability. He says Zeke fights exactly like a seasoned mercenary. Suddenly, countless questions start racing through Zeke's mind. He leaps backward, abandoning his weapon in the man's grip while desperately trying to analyze him. It hits him hard. This intruder just used the word mercenary. And that leaves us wondering, does this mysterious stranger actually know about his past life? The man tosses the weapon back with a smirk, reminding him that a true Draegar must never throw away his blade. Let's dive right into this scene where this strange guy tells Zeke he is better suited to be a mercenary. Zeke lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness the guy was just guessing, and did not actually know his true identity as a Draegar. But suddenly Zeke feels an overwhelming pressure, a terrifying sensation he has not felt since fighting his own master. Zeke knows this man could easily end his life in a single heartbeat, simply because the power gap between them is massive. This level of overwhelming strength means the guy is at least a Red Knight. The stranger then asks why he is carrying such a massive sword, giving him a rare compliment. Those simple words are enough to make Zeke realize this man is far stronger than he initially suspected. Right then, the door swings open and Andre walks in. He freezes in absolute shock at the sight of the redhead, but quickly recovers, respectfully calling the man garden keeper Dexter. Zeke is completely dumbfounded that a warrior this powerful is just a simple garden keeper. Dexter casually asks Andre how he knew he was resting in the infirmary. and Andre says he felt his immense presence in the training room earlier. Without wasting any time, Andre tells Zeke he is free to go since his treatment is already finished. Just as Zeke gets up to walk out, Dexter offers him an invitation, telling him to stop by the greenhouse sometime because he is willing to teach him a few useful tricks. True to form, Zeke immediately declines, causing Dexter to snap angrily, muttering that Zeke is just as incredibly arrogant as a fart. Once outside, we instantly realize along with Zeke that Dexter's humble gardener act is a complete and total joke. Since this man casually calls the current patriarch by his first name without a care, Zeke realizes he is Andre's legendary master. This gardener is actually the famous Duke Draegar, the unstoppable Gale Knight. He is one of the elite Black Knights, boasting enough sheer destructive power to take down an entire kingdom alone. His sudden disappearance threw the world into a panic, so Zeke is shocked that such a monster is living peacefully at the academy. Zeke quickly pieces things together, realizing Andre must have come to this academy specifically for the Duke. In fact, the Duke is so ridiculously strong he supposedly earned his Black Knight title simply because he loved the color black. While it is obvious the Duke has taken a massive interest in him, Zeke is not about to beg for lessons just because of a little curiosity. No, Zeke wants the Duke's absolute best technique, if he is going to learn anything at all, and he plans to turn the man's mild curiosity into an obsession. Later on, we find Zeke sitting in a magic theory class taught by Professor Fenon. And let's be honest, while the stressed-out teacher lectures, literally every student besides Zeke is fast asleep. Fenon eventually asks a question, and since everyone is checked out, he does not expect a single reply. But out of nowhere, Zeke actually answers the question. Fenon is absolutely thrilled by this, admitting it is the first time anyone has ever answered him. He passionately explains everything about mana transfer to Zeke. But the moment class ends, the sleeping students instantly wake up and head straight for the exit. They do not care at all about sleeping through it, believing that studying magic theory at a night academy is totally useless. Zeke, however, is quite impressed by Fenon's clear teaching style, which made the entire lesson surprisingly easy to grasp. Zeke turns to leave, but Fenon quickly runs after him to stop him. When Zeke asks what is wrong, Fenon enthusiastically explains how happy he is to have had a real class for once. Because of that, he tells Zeke he is welcome to visit his private research lab whenever he has any questions on his mind. Fenon proudly mentions he graduated on a full scholarship from the prestigious Delphoa Magic University, meaning his knowledge is vast. Zeke is genuinely surprised to hear this, knowing that a graduate from that elite institution is definitely no ordinary mage. That place is the birthplace of all modern magic. Zeke gladly accepts the invite, knowing it is highly useful to befriend an elite mage. Since wizards are logical thinkers, Zeke figures they make much better allies than a bunch of stubborn, hard-headed knights. Walking through the hallway, Zeke suddenly notices Duke lazily lounging stretched out on one of the school benches. He is stunned to see him here, but it only proves the legendary knight is far more impatient than he estimated. Zeke had only been dodging him for a single week, yet the old man has already tracked him down. Zeke asks him what he is doing here, while Duke demands to know why Zeke never visited the greenhouse. He reminds Zeke of his offer to teach him, but Zeke gives him the cold shoulder, stating he is not interested. This makes Duke explode, furiously demanding to know why Zeke could possibly have no interest. Zeke admits Duke is strong but claims he is busy training alone, and trust me, this chase is about to get wild. Alright, you and I are about to see that Duke is not a man who takes no for an answer, snatching Zeke before he can even blink. A swift chop to the neck puts Zeke right out, and when his eyes flutter open, he is trapped inside a massive greenhouse. He is stunned that Duke actually knocked him cold over a 1-week wait, but before he can finish scanning the room, the man appears right in front of him. When Zeke demands to know if this is a kidnapping, Duke casually agrees, explaining that he is just too fascinated by him to resist. Zeke is absolutely speechless at how openly impatient this guy is, not even bothering to hide his real motives. But for Zeke, it is simply not time for this yet. Triggering his swift step skill, Zeke bolts, but Duke closes the gap effortlessly. Zeke tries a second time, only to get blocked again. Realizing Duke is just treating this like a game, Zeke knows he needs to pull out something big to force him to get serious. Zeke asks what makes him so interesting, and Duke admits he wants to know how Zeke healed his internal injuries in a single instant. Suddenly, everything clicks, and Zeke finally understands why this guy has been stalking him. Now pay attention here. Zeke decides to spice things up, telling Duke to prove his curiosity by making him answer. In a flash, Duke completely vanishes, leaving Zeke looking around and wondering where he went. When Duke finally shows up again, he is holding Zeke's weapon. Tossing the sword over, he proposes an exciting bet to keep things interesting. Duke promises to grant him a single wish on one condition: Zeke just has to graze his clothing. But if Zeke wants to back out of the duel, there is a catch. He must reveal every single secret he is keeping. Cut to 3 hours later and Zeke is still moving, leaving Duke completely stunned. Duke realizes that Zeke does not just possess insane, endless stamina, but he seems virtually immortal because his recovery power is limitless. Meanwhile, Zeke knows he can dodge like this forever, but purely running away is never going to win him this high-stakes bet. That is when he remembers his draconian ability, the Might of the Dragon. He kept it sealed because of how incredibly dangerous it is, but facing a legendary Black Knight, he has to go all out. Zeke decides it is worth the risk. He completely shifts his stance, and when Duke catches that wild glare in his eyes, he gets even more excited. Using swift steps, Zeke charges straight ahead, but Duke cleanly parries the incoming strike. Still, Zeke keeps pressing forward with the same pattern. Duke admits his speed is impressive, but notes he is still leagues behind Reina. Even so, deeply admires his sheer grit. And watch closely, because the moment Zeke finally unleashes his legendary dragon might, an incredibly overwhelming force hits Duke, making him freeze in shock for a split second. Capitalizing on this sudden opening, Zeke kicks up a blinding cloud of dust to obscure Duke's sight. But Duke remains completely unfazed, knowing the thick haze makes it just as difficult for Zeke to land a blow. Suddenly, Zeke teleports right behind him, triggering the dragon's eyes to pinpoint the exact vulnerabilities in his defense. He swings with absolutely everything he has, but to his sheer shock, Duke vanishes into thin air. That is when he realizes Duke just unleashed his signature move, proving exactly why they call him the Gale Knight. Before Zeke can even register what is happening, Duke reappears right in his face, leaving zero room to react. By the time Zeke spots him, his fate is already sealed. Zeke can only watch as Duke drives a devastating blow into his chest, calling the match a draw right before knocking him cold. Zeke is sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently into a stone wall. The system alerts him that his fatigue levels have broken past the safe limit due to overusing his draconian ability. It warns him that his system will now forcefully shut down his consciousness to guarantee his survival. Zeke desperately tries to fight the darkness, but his body gives out completely. When he finally wakes up, he finds himself back inside his bedroom. Baffled by this sudden teleportation, he starts wondering if Duke was actually the one who carried him all the way back. He sighs with frustration at coming so close, but deep down he knew a Black Knight would never be easy. Zeke accepts that he threw absolutely everything he had at him, but against Duke it just was not enough. His plan was to lull Duke into a false sense of security with repetitive strikes, then use the dragon's might to find an opening. He even activated the dragon's eyes to pinpoint his target, but it was still useless. Zeke knows that final technique Duke pulled was definitely his legendary secret move. Despite passing out from pushing his draconian abilities to the absolute limit, Zeke is just glad he forced Duke to reveal his ultimate trump card. So what do you and I take from this? Even with incredibly weak stamina, Andrew climbed to Red Knight status using that exact secret skill. You and I are jumping back in as Zeke misses the Duke's secret move, but still finds this fight totally worth it. Witnessing that legendary dragon power firsthand, he realizes any ordinary knight below the black level would have surrendered on the spot. Right then, a sudden system notification alerts him to an unopened message. It turns out his swift step skill just got a sweet upgrade, jumping all the way from D rank to C rank. On top of that, his sheer willpower has literally evolved his soul. Thanks to this deep spiritual upgrade, his locked system functions have finally been fully activated. Now the system points out that he can activate these next tier functions by spending his hard-earned karma points. Immediately, a whole list of cool options pops up. First is a mini-map, which is a useful tool that lays out all the surrounding terrain features in a visual map format. Then there is the classic inventory screen to store items, though both choices require 20 points each to unlock. Now pay attention to this third option, a beginner quest book designed to help low-ranking administrators like him level up super fast. Since Zeke only has 40 karma points on hand, he decides to buy the inventory first. Once unlocked, the system confirms he can now store any item he chooses inside. To pull his stored gear back out, all he has to do is picture its shape or call its name. Plus, the amount of slot space an item takes up is directly based on its actual size and weight. Luckily, he can always expand his storage capacity later by spending more karma points. Super eager to test this out, Zeke grabs his sword and focuses entirely on sending it to storage. He simply wills the weapon to disappear, and poof, it vanishes instantly into thin air. Opening up his status window, he notices the blade occupies exactly 2 of his 28 total inventory slots. Now he truly gets why the system said that weight and size dictate how much space an object consumes. Since getting it back is as simple as imagining its shape, he decides to test that part next. The very second he visualizes the weapon, it flashes right back into his hand. This is way better than standard pocket dimensions. Let's pause for a second. If a low-rank administrator gets this, imagine the kind of broken cheat powers he will wield once he actually ranks up. But since karma points are so ridiculously hard to earn, he knows it would be stupid to waste them. Right on cue, Decker knocks on his door, asking to enter. Zeke lets him in, and Decker immediately delivers the news that a letter has arrived for him. Decker mentions the sender called himself the garden keeper Dexter, which instantly brings a knowing smirk to Zeke's face as he takes the mail. Reading it, he realizes the duel wasn't a total loss. The Duke has openly invited him back for a rematch whenever he feels ready. Now Zeke finally understands why the Duke called their intense battle a draw. He is thrilled to still have a real shot at winning what he truly wants from the Duke. But Decker is not done yet, adding that he has one more critical update to share. It is about that master blacksmith they talked about. Decker actually tracked him down, prompting an incredibly excited Zeke to ask when their appointment is. However, Decker drops some bad news. The stubborn blacksmith flat out rejected the meeting request. Zeke is left completely stunned, especially when Decker explains the blacksmith has given up forging weapons entirely. Refusing to take no for an answer, Zeke decides to go in person. Walking into the forge, he fondly remembers the incredible sword Galleon once crafted for him. That weapon was named Graham, and it was easily the finest blade Zeke had ever wielded. It was so incredibly potent that it could seamlessly channel ether instead of standard aura. But stepping inside, Zeke is deeply disappointed to find his former master blacksmith completely wasted, drowned in alcohol. A bleary-eyed Galleon is startled by a kid entering his forge, gruffly shouting at him to get out because this place is no playground. This sloppy, angry version of Galleon shocks Zeke, since he remembers him being much calmer. Clearly some tragic event went down in this timeline before they met. So Zeke takes matters into his own hands, grabbing a freezing bucket of water and dumping it right over Galleon to sober him up. With the blacksmith gasping and finally awake, Zeke steps closer to ask him directly why he rejected the job offer. Dripping wet and completely confused, Galleon just stares back, until his eyes lock onto the prominent Draegar insignia stamped right on Zeke's glove. Recognizing the crest, he bows down, and trust me, you do not want to miss our next chapter. Alright, let's jump in as Galleon admits he stopped taking orders because he cannot even forge his own dream gear, let alone make something for someone else. That is when Zeke realizes that even the legendary Galleon once hit rock bottom. Zeke remembers that when they first met, Galleon was already hailed as the continent's greatest blacksmith, but he never spoke of his early days. Zeke now realizes that Galleon hid his painful past simply because it was too humiliating to share. Still, Zeke knows he cannot just sit around and wait for the man to recover. Now pay attention, because here is where Zeke asks to see the very weapons Galleon calls total failures. Galleon leads him to the back where dozens of discarded blades are piled up, but Zeke immediately compliments how incredible they actually look. Zeke picks one up, and Galleon quickly warns him to be careful. They might be complete failures, but they are still lethally sharp. Zeke inspects the blades and realizes that what the old man calls rubbish is actually top-tier gear, matching the quality of his own work back when he was crowned the #1 blacksmith. But to be absolutely sure, Zeke activates his special draconian skill, the Dragon Eyes, and instantly spots the fatal flaw hidden deep within the metal. He straight up asks Galleon if there is something wrong with his forge, completely catching the blacksmith off guard. The stunned man demands to know how he figured that out, but Zeke coldly cuts him off and demands an answer first. Zeke explains that Galleon is combining multiple metals to create a lighter, more refined material, but it is sacrificing too much durability. This happens because tiny impurities are left behind even after the intense heat treatment. Galleon is completely left speechless by the fact that Zeke identified his unique smelting method and easily analyzed the exact defect and its cause. Suddenly, the blacksmith realizes he has finally found his savior, so he brings Zeke into his private room to share a secret design. Honestly, you and I would be just as stunned as Zeke looking at this legendary blueprint, which is actually a map for a magic forge. Galleon explains that he has absolutely nothing to hide from the young man who just gave him a spark of hope. An excited Zeke promises Galleon that with this specialized forge, his advanced smelting method would work perfectly without any issues. But then Zeke asks the obvious question, why has he not built it yet if he has the full plans? Galleon sighs and explains that while the design is ready, the magic tower is demanding a whopping 10,000 gold pieces just to activate the core mana system. Zeke nearly chokes on his spit. A normal family lives on just 10 gold a month, making this fee 1,000 times higher. It finally clicks for Zeke that this insane price is why it took Galleon 10 whole years to gather the funds. Galleon admits the cost is pure madness, but he promises that if Zeke can help him get this forge running, as a legendary Draegar, he will forge whatever Zeke desires for free, with no conditions attached for the rest of his life. While that offer is incredibly tempting, Zeke knows raising 10,000 gold is virtually impossible, even with his newly awakened status as a pureblood. At the exact same time, he absolutely cannot give up on acquiring Graham the legendary Sword of Radiance. As he racks his brain for a solution, he suddenly realizes that Galleon's only real obstacle is the mana energy loss. With a plan forming, Zeke immediately accepts the request and packs up the blueprints to take with him. He reassures the blacksmith that he knows a powerful mage who owes him a favor, promising to return once he gets a solid answer. Turning around to tell the old man to cut back on the alcohol, Zeke instead finds Galleon sobbing on the floor in absolute gratitude. Back at the academy, Zeke wastes no time and heads straight toward Fallon's office. Along the way, he can't help but wonder why the mage tower demands such a massive fee when the magical structure looks incredibly simple. His thoughts are suddenly cut short when he spots some commotion in a nearby alley. Looking closer, he sees Leon bullying a helpless student, a sight that instantly triggers dark memories of his own past torment. Zeke initially decides to mind his own business, until he hears Leon loudmouthing and talking trash about him to his victim. In his delusion, Leon claims that Zeke only managed to defeat him by sheer dumb luck. Leon is enjoying his little power trip until Zeke steps out of the shadows, coldly giving the entire gang exactly 3 seconds to bury their faces in the dirt. Leon is completely stunned to hear such bold words from Zeke, bursting into a loud laugh and mocking him for getting arrogant ever since his pureblood awakening. He continues to spew garbage, but Zeke shuts him up, repeating his deadly countdown with an even heavier, suffocating pressure. Trust me, you and I can't wait to see this monstrous aura crush them. Alright, you and I are starting with Leon, who cannot fathom why he is shaking in Zeke's presence, when just months ago Zeke was crawling at his feet. Snapping out of his fear, Leon orders his men to attack. They charge, but Zeke stays dead calm, effortlessly dropping them one by one. With slick, precise moves, Zeke lands devastating blows, putting them down like they are completely helpless amateurs. In seconds, Zeke demolishes the entire squad, leaving a horrified Leon to witness the aftermath alone. Absolute terror grips Leon as he struggles to believe this is the same guy he used to know. After totally wiping the floor with the squad, Zeke slowly approaches Leon, telling him there is no need to be scared since he already knows what happens next. Panicked, Leon unsheathes his sword, which ends up being the biggest mistake of his life. The second Zeke sees him drawing his weapon, he instantly reminds him of the rules, since drawing swords in the training area is strictly forbidden. Zeke coldly notes that since Leon drew his sword first, he has to face the deadly intent coming his way. So now Zeke has no choice but to draw his own. Zeke slowly unsheathes his blade, claiming he is simply acting in self-defense to protect his honor. Now pay attention here. Zeke declares that this fight only ends when one of them is dead, as they both share the blame. He looks over at the bullied Liam Stone, telling him he is now a witness to everything. With a terrifying tone and a heavy aura, Zeke tells Leon it is time to continue. Leon knows he stands zero chance. Shaking, he instantly drops his sword to the floor. Using the most formal language possible, he desperately begs Zeke to spare his life. Down on his knees, Leon begs Zeke to spare him, bringing up their past relationship. Zeke decides against killing him but slices off Leon's ear as payment instead. Leon screams in absolute agony, clutching his bleeding ear, while Zeke issues a chilling warning. He does not want to see that ear reattached the next time they meet, or he will literally kill him. With a final slam, Zeke crushes Leon's face into the dirt before casually walking away. Before he can leave, Liam calls out, asking Zeke why he stepped in to save him. With a smirk, Zeke responds that he only did it for his own selfish reasons. Now let's follow Zeke to Fallon's office, where he presents the blueprint to see if this design is actually possible. Fallon agrees that the design could work, and a hyped-up Zeke immediately leaves the blueprints in his hands. But Fallon tells him to chill out and listen to the catch first. While the overall build is simple, The real nightmare lies in the power output core. The core acts as the machine's heart, but the circuit comes with some seriously tight restrictions. It might look small, but it requires serious energy, and they need a way to adjust the output with zero delay. Totally lost in the technical jargon, Zeke just asks him straight, is it possible or not? Fallon points out two options, suggesting they could tweak the layout based on the core's state. But doing that means redoing the core design entirely, which takes at least a decade. Actually, scratch that, Fallon corrects himself, saying it will take around 15 years. Zeke nearly loses his absolute mind when he hears about that 15-year timeline. Luckily, Fallon mentions a second option to skip the 15-year wait by using an alternative material. But there is a catch. They need a rare high-compression monostone for it. Zeke screams in pure shock because a high-compression monostone is an ancient relic that modern technology cannot replicate. Fallon agrees, noting that these ancient relics are incredibly rare. Finding them hidden deep within old ruins is borderline impossible. And if they decide to buy one outright, they are looking at a price tag of 3,000 gold. Zeke breaks out in a cold sweat. He simply does not have that kind of cash. And waiting 15 years is out of the question, since he will get kicked out of the academy if they discover he cannot use aura. Despite these massive hurdles, Zeke refuses to give up on Graham, though he is deeply frustrated by his inability to channel aura. Ether is incredibly tough for humans to control, which is why most stick to using basic aura instead. Apparently, the only technique Zeke can actually use is the spirit of the soul. Taught by his master, it lets him reinforce his physical body. And trust me, that is why he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Let us dive right into the massive problem of how Zeke is supposed to get his hands on a compression mana stone, while Fallon praises the brilliant design, calling it impressive because recreating it would be tough even with Golden Age relics. The second Fallon mentions the Golden Age, Zeke finally realizes there is an obvious solution right in front of him that he completely overlooked. Zeke immediately stands up, ordering Fallon to hide the blueprint until he returns, leaving the confused old blacksmith to ask if Zeke seriously expects him to spend 15 years on this design. Zeke just grins, promising he will bring back a high-compression mana stone they can actually use. Now, this Golden Age refers to the Great Liberation War fought to break free from the absolute rule of dragons, which ended when the evil dragon, Bahamut, was slain by none other than Terracon Draegar, securing a century of peace for humanity. During this golden era, the ancient relics excavated from the dragon's lair were remnants from the age of the Hero King, the absolute peak of magic. Among these legendary treasures was the high-compression mana stone, which is capable of powering an entire village on its own. To find it, Zeke heads straight for the Academy's central library. Watch closely, because this library is constantly undergoing maintenance, even though barely anyone ever uses it because it was allegedly built by Terracon himself. During a recent records room expansion, priceless relics from the Golden Age were suddenly discovered underground, bringing in the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, a member of the three great families, to oversee the massive excavation. Over the next few months, many ancient relics surfaced, and the shocking news spread across the entire continent. Technically, these events are not supposed to happen for another 10 years, but Zeke already knows everything. Now, standing inside the library's record room, Zeke knows that searching blindly day and night would be useless, since absolutely nobody has discovered the chamber yet. To speed things up, he activates his Dragon Eye skill, walking around the room until he locks onto the exact spot he needs to investigate. There is a specific floor tile that acts as the secret entrance. Using the Soul of the Spirit skill, he cleanly slices right through the thick floor. He actually learned this skill from his master, and since ether materializes the user's will, he can apply a sharp cutting property for various situations. However, this advanced skill has a huge drawback, demanding a massive amount of ether with every single action. Sure enough, Zeke instantly gets a massive wave of dizziness. After dropping down into the freshly cut opening, Zeke carefully slides the stone floor back into place to hide it. Looking down, Zeke is completely shocked by how incredibly deep this hidden underground chamber really is. You and I both know these ruins are supposed to be empty, so why is something moving in the dark right now? Peering into the shadows, he is stunned to see actual skeletons wandering around. The two undead are holding shovels and pickaxes, with absolutely no trace of a lich controlling them from the dark. Realizing they are completely safe to fight, Zeke instantly activates his critical strike skill and charges at them. With one clean swing, he completely shatters both monsters, and a shocking system notification pops up to show he just gained 2 karma points. Zeke suddenly remembers he can farm points by defeating monsters, a detail he totally forgot while focusing on the artifact. Immediately, the glorious idea of grinding for points fills his mind, and he begins hunting skeletons all over the ruins. After racking up 20 points, he decides it is finally time to unlock a brand new system function. He carefully compares the quest book, the minimap, and other locked options on his screen before choosing the minimap, since it is his only affordable choice. The second he unlocks the map, a glowing map pops up in front of him, and he is easily able to toggle the display from basic 2D to detailed 3D, which is navigating these ruins absolute child's play. Suddenly, he spots a mysterious room on the interface glowing in bright red, and his curiosity instantly drives him to lock it in as his very next destination. Realizing the room is actually a storage vault, Zeke commands the system to guide him directly there. The system immediately maps out the absolute fastest path, presenting Zeke with a detailed layout that leaves him completely speechless. With this level of detail, trust me, we are in for a wild ride. Alright, you and I are about to watch Zeke track down some legendary loot as he reaches the storage room. But standing at the entrance is a massive door, leaving him wondering how to even get inside. Using his big brain, Zeke decides that simply pushing the giant slab aside is his best bet. But the moment he touches it with his left hand, a strange reaction triggers, revealing a powerful security spell on the entrance. Now he knows why the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana got dragged into this whole mess in the first place. If he wasn't wearing his special gloves, his entire hand would have been completely shattered right then. With no physical way to force his way through, he turns to the system for some backup. The system replies that since it received the administrator's request, it will override the security. Zeke watches in absolute shock as the system begins bypass operations on the door, and that's when it finally hits him. The system is literally listening and responding to his actual voice. Confirming his suspicion, the system politely asks if he has any other requests he wants to make. Realizing he can actually talk with this thing, Zeke decides to get some answers to big questions. He demands to know why it forced him back into the past, but the system informs him that it cannot answer. He then asks what this whole administrator system even is, but he gets the exact same rejection as before. Zeke asks who created this entire system, but it flatly refuses to give him an answer. Giving up on getting any real answers, Zeke just tells it to open the door. The system overrides the lock, swinging the massive door open and giving him a free pass inside. The moment he steps inside, Zeke is completely blown away by the endless rows of treasure chests. Honestly, you and I would lose our minds too, seeing that much legendary loot just sitting there, and we are talking powerful ancient relics. Zeke eagerly searches through the piles, grabbing 1 or 2 treasures before finally spotting the mana compression stone he originally came for. But it gets even better. There are actually 4 compression stones sitting right there, but his inventory is already completely full. He decides to expand his inventory by spending 1 karma point. Even with the upgrade, he still doesn't have enough carrying space for everything. So he reluctantly dumps the other treasures he grabbed, promising himself he'll come back for them later. Once he's packed up and ready to head out, a heavy, sinister vibe suddenly fills the chamber. Before he can even process what's going on, Zeke is engulfed in a flash of red light and vanishes. When he finally opens his eyes, he's in a strange chamber, and we are just as confused as he is when he asks where he's been sent. The system informs him that he is currently standing inside the home of the Dragon Slayer. This completely puzzles him, because the official records of these ruins never mentioned a room packed with coffins. Pulling up his minimap, his suspicions are confirmed. There is absolutely no recorded pathway leading into this secret chamber. It hits him right then that he has stumbled into a hidden area that has never been discovered. Fueled by curiosity, Zeke slides open the coffin lid, revealing a sleek suit of knight armor. The system immediately alerts him that he's found the Dragon Slayer's exclusive gear. Zeke inspects the armor and notices a strange slot inside it. And based on the unique shape, he realizes some kind of matching core needs to be slotted directly into it. Grinning, he pulls out a high-grade mana stone and slots it straight into the armor, and the system chimes to confirm he has successfully loaded a mana battery, fully activating the ancient suit. The armor starts glowing like a robot on steroids, but Zeke soon notices that something is seriously wrong. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the entire chamber, burying everything under a thick cloud of dark smoke. Only then does the system alert him that a dangerous detonation is imminent, And Zeke can't believe he's only getting a warning now, after almost being blown to absolute smithereens. The system quickly apologizes for the lag, while Zeke wonders what kind of insanely advanced armor requires a whole mana stone just to boot up. Still thoroughly confused by the whole situation, he decides to put it away and ask Fallon about it later. Continuing his search, Zeke sweeps through the chambers until he reaches the very last one, expecting it to be totally empty, until he spots something completely unbelievable waiting right in the center. Resting there is the legendary heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, left behind by none other than Terracon. Zeke is absolutely stunned that his legendary ancestor would leave the actual heart of the dragon he defeated as a gift. No wonder we felt that terrifying sinister energy the second he walked into the storage room. Alright, you and I are about to watch Zeke get hit by a massive system alert. The dragon heart is reacting, and its insane aura is totally overwhelming him. Within seconds, his right eye is completely taken over, turning a terrifying pitch black. Dark, sinister voices invade his mind, whispering endless demands to slaughter absolutely everything. Right before he snaps, the system triggers his mental defenses, buying him a few desperate seconds to process what is happening. Zeke looks down to see a suffocating dark aura wrapping around his body as he slips away. Panicking, he screams at the system, demanding to know what is happening. A red alert flashes. An urgent quest forces him to conquer the powerful curse of the dragon heart. There is a massive reward if he somehow survives, but when the system tries to boot up mental shields, the curse instantly shatters them to pieces. Zeke collapses straight to his knees, hit by the brutal reality that he is entirely on his own. Bahamut's voice roars inside his head, fiercely demanding that the boy surrender and accept him. The dragon promises him absolute freedom if he submits, but Zeke breaks the trance, telling the beast to shut up because he is incredibly annoying. He snaps that Bahamut cannot give him freedom, because freedom is earned. Now pay attention here. Zeke stomps his foot, unleashing his iron will to show Bahamut he wants no part of his fake freedom. With that sheer willpower, he defeats the curse, and the system chimes to confirm his urgent quest is complete. As his reward, he gains full ownership of the dragon heart, Terracon's final dying gift to him. Zeke sighs in relief, glad things worked out because that could have ended horribly. He had no clue a system skill could fail so close to death, proving just how terrifying this ancient power really is. But as exhaustion takes over, his healing factor and stamina recovery skills kick in. Then the system announces that the absorption of Bahamut's heart has officially begun. Before Zeke can even process what that means, the raw essence of the heart surges directly into his body. Zeke screams in absolute agony as the overwhelming energy tears through his veins. He quickly realizes he is absorbing a massive, highly concentrated pool of mana, but he has no magic circles to store it. If all this wild energy has nowhere to go, it will literally blow his body to pieces. You and I know he won't go down without a fight, so he scrambles for a solution. Zeke triggers his Spirit of the Soul skill, activating the sealing option to wrap the mana in protective ether. His goal is to lock the energy inside an ether hole, and after a brutal, agonizing struggle, he miraculously pulls it off. But the sheer strain leaves him completely drained, gasping for air on the floor. Still, he is just glad to be alive after that torture, and when he finally looks up, the dragon heart is completely gone. He stumbles over to examine the stone pedestal where the relic once rested, only to catch a glimpse of a strange marking on his chest in a nearby mirror. Shocked, he wonders if this mark appeared while sealing Bahamut's mana. To clear up his confusion, the system chimed to explain that he has fully integrated Bahamut's heart. It adds that the absorbed mana has completely reshaped his biology, upgrading his physical constitution into a divine body. The system also detects force he cannot control, meaning 95% of that power has been compressed and sealed away. Additionally, the beginner quest book is now unlocked, giving him a tutorial for low-level administrator access. It is a massive info dump, and his brain is about to melt from the sheer overload. Zeke just tells the system to hold on to all of it until he has time to review it. Right before the status screen vanishes, something catches his eye. He grins and the system prompts him to unlock Terracon's second dying gift. With a quick nod of approval, Zeke opens the mysterious box and is absolutely stunned by what is waiting inside. Later back in his dorm, Zeke hides the epic loot inside his closet before opening his status menu to see the damage. To his shock, he has unlocked legendary draconian skills like incantation and authority. The incantation skill infuses his words with absolute authority, but it is locked due to his lack of experience. However, the authority skill grants him absolute command over dragonkind. This means he can summon legendary dragons, and you and I both know they must obey him. Let's dive right in as he unlocks a legendary divine body. His stats are now completely broken, maximizing his combat learning speed and letting energy flow through him like absolute lightning. But even with this insane power-up, Zeke is still totally confused. Then he spots a weird screen tied to Terracon, but it is definitely not his second dying gift. He orders the system to open it, only to get hit with a prompt saying he needs an information update first. To get that update, the system demands he travel to a very specific location. When it offers to ping the coordinates on his minimap, Zeke is already totally stressed out about having to go on a journey. He tells the system to show him anyway, only to freeze when he sees the target destination is Valhalla. It is the absolute top academy for training legendary knights, completely off limits to anyone who is not a high-ranking administrator. Zeke had zero interest in entering Valhalla, but since Terracon's secrets are buried there, he has to reconsider. He realizes he cannot abandon his family just yet. Suddenly, a rookie quest book flashes open, warning him that the low-level administrator tutorial is about to begin. Once this test ends, he will get a real growth quest. Zeke figures it is basically like taking on a standard adventurer or mercenary guild mission. Watch closely, because the entire tutorial finally kicks off right now. In an instant, the scenery shifts, and Zeke wonders if he was just teleported to another dimension again. But this feels totally different because the entire area has completely morphed around him. Suddenly, a pack of orcs spawns in the distance. The system orders him to slaughter these beasts within a time limit using at least 2 different skills. His prize bonus points and unlocking the legendary system store. Zeke quickly realizes this tutorial is just a crash course to teach him how to use his cheat abilities. Before he can blink, the orcs surround him. Zeke instantly triggers 2 skills, Swift Steps and Continuous Slash. He charges forward, tearing through the monsters left and right. As he slaughters the beasts, he notices his massive greatsword feels light as a feather. That is when he realizes his divine body is doing the heavy lifting. With physical stats this insane, Zeke knows he could easily crush a high-ranking purple knight in battle. With the entire orc horde wiped out, the system screen pops up to announce his victory, instantly snapping him right back into his bedroom. He realizes that whole deadly battle was just a hyper-realistic illusion. Suddenly, notifications flood his vision, screaming that he just scored a massive critical bonus. He grabs a sweet time bonus, earning 40 points and full access to the system shop as a reward. I know what you're thinking, a literal cheat shop? Zeke is absolutely blown away. The store is stocked with overpowered gear and legendary relics that would normally cost an absolute fortune. Zeke immediately wonders if he can make a quick fortune by reselling these items to the public. To sell things, the system instructs him to place his items inside a designated inventory slot. Zeke immediately tries to sell his own sword, but the system rejects it. It turns out he can only sell rare ancient relics. He tosses in an elven dagger, but the system values it at a measly 4 points. Zeke is pissed, since that blade could easily fetch 100 gold coins at an auction. He decides he will only sell his precious loot when he is desperate for points. With his shopping spree done, Zeke heads to bed. The next morning, he walks straight into Fallon's office. Fallon's jaw drops when Zeke casually produces a high-tier compression mana stone after just 1 single day. When Fallon demands to know how he got his hands on it, Zeke just says it is a little too complicated to explain. Zeke tells him to ignore the details and focus on how long the process will actually take. To his surprise, Fallon reveals that everything is already finished. Zeke is seriously impressed, but Fallon admits he is far more shocked that a rare compression stone was found in under 24 hours. Zeke instantly realizes that the older man is highly suspicious of him. You see, high-grade mana stones are highly regulated and tracked by the authorities. A quick scan of the serial number reveals exactly where, when, and by whom the stone was originally harvested. But after scanning the official catalogs, Fallon discovers that Zeke's stone has absolutely no registry record. But Zeke is not worried, and honestly, you and I can't wait to see how he plays this off. You and I are jumping right back in as Zeke asks Fallon if they can leave after confirming the registration number. Fallon is completely stunned, shocked that Zeke actually knew what he was doing. They head over to Galleon's forge, and after piecing everything together, the entire place roars to life exactly as dreamed. Galleon's face lights up with joy, but the second Fallon realizes the forge is actually working. He quickly excuses himself to attend a lecture. Once Fallon is gone, Galleon thanks Zeke for helping him finally achieve his lifetime dream. But Zeke tells him to save his thanks, reminding the blacksmith about their little deal. Galleon quickly promises he is still totally on board. Galleon swears he will do absolutely anything Zeke needs. All our main character has to do is say the word. Right then, Zeke pops open a small box telling the blacksmith to forge the item inside into an epic new sword. Galleon's jaw literally hits the floor when he realizes he is staring at a real dragon's fang. Turns out this is Bahamut's absolute sharpest fang, a legendary second dying gift from Terracon. Galleon is dying of curiosity, begging to know how Zeke found it, but Zeke just says it is a little complicated. Now watch closely here. Galleon goes into total hyper mode, thanking Zeke for the forge and this rare chance to work on a dragon fang. Overjoyed by these incredible opportunities, the blacksmith promises Zeke that he is going to absolutely smash his wildest expectations. He solemnly swears to forge a masterpiece worthy of Zeke, even if the intense process ends up costing him his very life. Zeke isn't shocked by this dramatic vow. This is exactly how he remembers the legendary blacksmith from his past life. Zeke is thrilled that everything is falling into place, and he soon heads out, telling Galleon that he is fully counting on him. He walks out of the forge with a massive grin, totally hyped to see what kind of insane weapon gets created this time around. A week after getting Duke's letter inviting him to drop by whenever, Zeke starts getting a nagging feeling that the man is going to hunt him down instead. And right on cue, Duke bursts through his door, looking absolutely furious, as he demands to know why Zeke never showed up. Zeke tries to laugh it off, but Duke's terrifying tone makes it clear one wrong word and he is a dead man. Playing it cool, Zeke points out that Duke was the one who told him to come back if he wanted another challenge. Before Zeke can even finish his sentence, Duke suddenly grabs him tight, demanding the real truth. When Zeke stays dead silent, Duke loses it and literally flings him straight out the window. You and I would be panicking too. Zeke realizes that falling from this insane height means certain death. Zeke manages to grab the ledge, but Duke snatches him right back. He holds him high, ready to let go if he doesn't get a straight answer. Duke makes it clear that he doesn't buy Zeke having any real intention of challenging him again. He points out that he has invited him twice now and both times Zeke completely refused to show up. Duke is no fool, and he is convinced that Zeke is basically just trying to irritate him on purpose. By now Zeke realizes that Duke is definitely not messing around. Duke gives him 5 seconds to spill the truth. Zeke just smiles, pointing out that Duke hasn't even revealed his own true identity yet, still pretending to be some simple garden keeper named Dexter. Duke lets out a wild smile hearing this, and immediately chucks Zeke back into the room. He walks right up to him, confessing he was once a legendary Black Knight, finally revealing his real name. Zeke instantly plays along, acting like he has absolutely no clue. He bows low, deeply apologizing for disrespecting a noble Black Knight. Duke can barely believe his eyes, mostly because Zeke is a laughably terrible actor. Still, Duke has zero interest in all these silly formalities. Sure, he was a Black Knight once, but those days are long gone. Zeke plays dumb, acting like he has never even heard of someone dropping down in the ranks before. Duke quickly suggests they just forget about all the ranking nonsense. Zeke agrees and tells Duke that since he was honest, he is finally ready to reveal his own true motives. Duke asks him straight up if all of this was just to become his official disciple, and Zeke openly admits it. Duke is actually pretty impressed. Without any argument, he tells Zeke that he is officially accepting him as his new apprentice. Zeke is totally shocked by how incredibly easy that was, and figures he better lock this in before Duke has a change of heart. Zeke immediately recites the sacred apprentice vow on the spot, impressing Duke even more. Once the formalities are finally out of the way, Zeke asks if he can raise a question, and Duke tells him to shoot. Zeke asks Duke why he made him a disciple, and trust me, things are getting interesting. Let us jump right in because Zeke knows Duke never takes apprentices except for that legendary genius Andre. It makes no sense. Andre had to beg for years to get that spot, so Zeke literally cannot believe Duke accepted him this easily. Still, Zeke has his own theory. He figures Duke saw his raw potential during their duel and realized he has what it takes to totally surpass Andre. But then Duke throws the question right back, daring him to guess the real reason behind it. Zeke just jokes around, claiming it is because he is the family genius. Duke sighs in frustration. The kid's confidence is honestly on another level. Duke instantly claps back, saying he would have chosen Reina if he actually wanted a genius. Instead, Duke admits he loves Zeke's sheer grit, because raw talent is not the only thing needed to reach the absolute top. He believes gifted prodigies break under real pressure, because they never had to struggle on their way up. Zeke actually agrees with him, knowing most of those hyped prodigies end up hitting a wall and stopping at the Blue Knight level. Duke suggests they wrap up the chit-chat and head out for his very first lesson. Zeke excitedly follows him, soon arriving at the western greenhouse, which looks absolutely breathtaking. He is completely blown away because he never knew a massive gym existed right beneath it. Once inside, Duke tells Zeke to start running laps around the arena. After doing this for a while, Zeke starts wondering what Duke's ultimate plan is, since running is literally all he has done since they arrived. Pay attention here. After Zeke runs laps for 3 straight hours without breaking a sweat, Duke finally tells him to stop. Duke then mentions there is something he wants to ask. Zeke casually shrugs, saying he is totally open to answering anything. Out of nowhere, Duke lunges forward and tries to grab his hand, but Zeke quickly pulls back to dodge. This reaction instantly tells Duke that Zeke has a serious issue with having his pulse checked. Duke explains he already suspected something was off. During their fights in the healing room and the greenhouse, he could not sense even a single drop of aura coming from Zeke. And Zeke stopping him from checking his pulse right now? That just confirms everything he suspected. I know what you are thinking, is he caught? Duke straight up asks if he lacks aura. He adds that he saw the glowing statue and the light, which is exactly why everyone is gossiping about him. Duke steps closer, demanding to know why he won't let his pulse be checked. That is when Zeke realizes Duke is just intensely curious, not actually acting out of suspicion. Zeke is incredibly relieved it is only Duke he is dealing with. He just hopes he can find Graham soon to put an end to all this suspicion about his missing aura. Still, he has to play his cards carefully until that day comes. Zeke realizes he doesn't have to spin a web of lies like in his past life, so he slowly slips off his glove, admits Duke is right, and secretly activates his mana reflection skill. He explains that he possesses mana reflection, which proves his pureblood status, but for some weird reason he can't access aura. This half-truth? Zeke is confident it will perfectly up his real secrets. He fake apologizes, acting absolutely terrified of what might happen if the world discovered a proud Draegar like him cannot wield aura. He even squeezes out some fake tears, putting on a flawless performance to make sure Duke totally buys it. After checking Zeke's pulse again, Duke confirms there is indeed zero trace of aura, despite a successful awakening. But deep down, Zeke is smugly confident his mentor will never uncover the real truth. Now Duke starts cooking up his own theory. Honestly, Zeke expected this, since a Draegar will always find some wild way to deny what is right in front of them. Duke concludes that Zeke must be an irregular. This misunderstanding works out so incredibly well in Zeke's favor. Since Duke has absolutely no concept of game classes, there is no way he could ever understand what is actually going on. Playing along perfectly, Zeke wide-eyedly asks him what that term even means. Duke explains it refers to people with highly anomalous abilities, like those rare individuals who can wield both mana and aura at the same time, or even mythical talents, such as having the power to peer directly into the future. Because of these abnormal powers, irregulars are rarely treated well, so Duke urgently warns Zeke never to tell a soul about this. Zeke then asks why he fits that label, and Duke points to his absolutely unreal level of stamina and almost instant physical recovery. He adds that normal internal injuries take weeks to heal, but Zeke is somehow patching himself up in the blink of an eye. Duke is convinced that a powerful ability like this must drain massive energy, and he is absolutely sure that energy is aura. So Duke assumes his aura is constantly consumed for healing, and that is where we leave things. Alright, you and I are jumping into the moment. Duke comes up with the only logical conclusion that actually makes sense. Naturally, Zeke is thrilled to hear Duke say that. So he decides to play along, teasing Duke that because he can never use aura, he might fail to meet those high expectations. Duke just laughs it off, telling Zeke not to sweat it because his signature technique, Gale Arts, does not even require aura. He explains that a special art is a unique technique crafted exclusively by a high-ranking knight who has reached peak mastery. He admits these skills usually branch from dragon slaying, which is why most people rely heavily on aura. But Duke's Gale Arts relies entirely on physical conditioning, and he decides to show Zeke a quick demonstration of his power. Duke dashes forward, executing several rapid maneuvers across the arena before instantly snapping back to his starting position. He asks if Zeke caught his movements, and Zeke confidently offers to retrace every single step. Duke checks if he really does not need to see it again, and Zeke gives a firm nod. Amused by his massive confidence, Duke smiles and tells the kid to show him what he has got. Zeke drops into his stance, pausing to survey the ground and carefully map out every single footprint Duke left behind. Watch closely now. As Zeke retraces those precise footsteps, he starts seeing all the hidden details he was completely blind to before. He realizes the footwork was patterned as if Duke were actively sparring against a real opponent. It was a sequence of strikes, dodges, and spacing adjustments. Zeke is stunned to find a clear, lethal purpose behind every single step. Meanwhile, Duke stands frozen in pure shock because Zeke is shattering his expectations, moving infinitely better than he did just 1 week ago. Impressed beyond belief, Duke cannot help but grin, realizing that this kid is nothing short of absolute perfection. The moment Zeke finishes the routine, he smugly asks if his performance was worthy of a black rank. Duke sighs, thinking Zeke would be flawless if not for his sheer arrogance. After some light-hearted teasing, the two finally head out of the training hall. 1 month later, Zeke is enjoying a meal in the dining hall when Andre approaches, asking if he can spare a quick minute. Zeke tells him he is quite busy, but says they can chat right here in the hall since it is his only free time. Andre decides to pour his heart out right then and there, asking Zeke how on earth he managed to convince Duke to take him in as his disciple. Zeke is surprised that the guy is not even bothering to hide his bitter jealousy. He realizes Duke has not accepted Andre yet, and the news of Zeke's apprenticeship must have made him feel incredibly anxious and insecure. Chewing casually on a massive steak, Zeke tells Andre that he did absolutely nothing special. He explains that he was simply minding his own business when Duke approached him out of nowhere. Refusing to believe that, Andre bitter talks himself into thinking Duke only chose him because of his pure bloodline. I know what you're thinking. Andre is seriously drowning in an inferiority complex, and Zeke is completely done with it. Andre snaps, asking if he is finished, but Zeke quickly fires back that he still has plenty of things to get off his chest. He demands to know if Andre honestly believes a legendary man like Duke would choose a disciple for such a shallow reason. Zeke declares his apprenticeship is a direct result of his own exceptional skills, brutally telling Andre to go work on himself instead of crying like a salty loser. Left completely shattered by those words, Andre cannot even argue because he knows deep down that Zeke is telling the absolute truth. Later that night, Zeke heads to the training hall only to find Andre running brutal laps around the arena, looking completely dead. Zeke asks Duke what in the world is going on, but even the master admits he is completely in the dark. Duke explains that Andre just showed up out of the blue, begging to serve as his mere servant if it meant staying by his side. So Duke ordered him to run 300 laps with absolutely no aura, which explains why he's about to pass out. Duke has to admit the guy has serious grit. Even Zeke is quietly impressed that Andre chose brutal hard work over letting his fragile, talented ego get the better of him. A few days later, the entire academy gathers in nervous anticipation of the Grand Patriarch's arrival. The second Arthur reaches the gates, a loud announcement rings out across the courtyard, signaling the Patriarch's official entrance. Guards pull open the heavy doors, and Arthur finally steps out of his luxurious carriage. Howard bows deeply to welcome the Patriarch, and the entire crowd quickly follows suit to greet the Lord of the Draegars. And trust me, you and I can feel that absolute god-tier pressure the second he slowly pulls his hand out of his pocket. Alright, you and I are diving right back in as Arthur pats Howard's shoulder, praising his hard work, while Howard humbly says his efforts are nothing compared to the boss. Arthur gladly takes the praise, casually noting that Howard is the only person who truly gets how things work. Howard starts to suggest they head indoors, but before he can even finish the sentence, Arthur abruptly cuts him off. Arthur floats up into the sky to give a speech to the cadets, mostly just to show off his insane aura. With his flexing done, Arthur says they can head inside. Later, he calls Zeke to his room and Zeke greets him with a perfect traditional bow. Arthur is actually thrilled to see this, since absolutely nobody respects the old-school greetings anymore. Arthur offers him a seat, mentioning that since he heard a rumor about Zeke loving fine tea, he personally brewed a cup. Zeke thanks him, but deep down he is sweating because he realizes his every move is being watched and reported. See? There is an old saying that while the Emperor might miss a few things, the Lord of the Draegars knows absolutely everything. Arthur drops the bomb, saying he knows Duke took Zeke as his direct disciple. Zeke is stunned by how direct he is, but he keeps his cool. Zeke plays along, admitting that Duke did him a massive favor by making him an apprentice. Arthur eyes him closely, confessing he still does not know his true goals. So Zeke boldly reveals his dream of becoming the strongest warrior on the land, aiming for total freedom just like Arthur. Now watch closely because the vibe instantly shifts as Arthur asks him if he plans on surpassing him too. Zeke instantly begins to suffocate under Arthur's pressure, the legendary astral sword. This godlike power grants dominion over every living thing nearby. marking the absolute peak of energy control that only elite Black Knights can ever master. Yet even under this crushing weight, Zeke somehow finds the strength to brace himself, defiantly declaring that he will surpass him. Arthur suddenly pulls back his presence, laughing that this is the most entertaining response he has heard in years. Still, Zeke is left completely breathless, finally witnessing the terrifying reality of what it means to lead the Draegar clan. Arthur explains that he only visited the academy to show direct support for Zeke and the school. But while the patriarch speaks, Zeke is totally locked in his own thoughts. He always knew Duke was powerful, but Arthur is operating on an entirely different dimensional level. Arthur suddenly presents a sleek black card, offering it as a gift for securing Duke's mentorship. I know what you are thinking, and yes, Zeke is totally stunned, because he knows exactly what that card represents. It is a legendary card reserved only for the world's topmost elite, offering mind-blowing perks and, best of all, absolutely zero spending limits, something Zeke never expected to hold in his hands. Arthur promises to register the account under both of their names so Zeke can spend without restrictions. Zeke quickly expresses his gratitude, promising that he will only swipe it when absolutely necessary. Deep down, however, Zeke knows this gift is not out of pure kindness, but rather a clever way to monitor his movements, since every single purchase leaves a paper trail. Even so, he is relieved Arthur chose financial tracking over sending the lethal Black Marshal Squad, proving the Patriarch does not view him as a real threat just yet. Handing over the card, Arthur dismisses him, saying he will not waste the time of a boy training to rule the continent. Zeke bows in respect and promptly exits the private study. Once he is gone, Duke steps out from the shadows, immediately lecturing Arthur for being a terrible father. Duke is furious that Arthur abandoned the boy during childhood, only to suddenly pop up acting like a caring parent. Arthur jokes that Duke is defaming his character, but Duke clearly does not give a damn. Arthur sighs, admitting that Duke is the single person he can actually talk to without keeping his guard up. He pulls out a bottle of alcohol, suggesting they share a glass while catching up on things. Duke's mood instantly brightens the second he spots that incredibly premium bottle of liquor. While sipping their drinks, Arthur asks if he is aware of the chaos spreading across the continent, but Duke plays dumb, claiming he is just holed up at school. Arthur obviously does not buy that excuse, knowing Duke has active informants in every corner. Duke snaps back, telling him that asking questions he already knows the answer to is just plain stupid. Arthur explains that the Emperor has gone completely mad searching for eternal life, turning the entire continent upside down. So what do you and I think? Will the Emperor actually find his ultimate prize? Alright, let us jump in. Duke laughs off the idea, claiming magic can restore youth but true immortality is completely impossible. Arthur agrees with him, but drops a bombshell. The Emperor is actually hunting a relic tied directly to the Elder Dragon. Hearing this sends a wave of pure shock through Duke. It shows just how absolutely insane the situation is. Outside the door, Zeke is lurking in secret. He activates an enhanced hearing skill to eavesdrop on their private talk. Duke asks Arthur if he honestly thinks the Emperor has already seized the relic, and Arthur admits that it is very possible. The Black Knight Order reported that the ancient artifact is likely hidden somewhere within the cold northern continent. The Emperor has not received this report yet, but Arthur knows it is only a matter of time before he does. This situation reminds Arthur of how the ruthless Emperor launched a massive unification war the moment he ascended the throne. That bloody conflict only stopped once the Empire had successfully conquered over half of the vast central continent. Duke thought the Emperor had finally abandoned those grand dreams, but now he has no idea what to believe. If there is even a slight chance that one of these artifacts can actually grant eternal life, Arthur warns that the entire land will burn once more. Because of this massive threat, Arthur is heading north himself. Duke is stunned that Arthur would leave his post vacant when the unpredictable Emperor could launch an attack at any second. Arthur smiles and reveals that this dangerous situation is exactly why he came to see Duke. Duke finally gets the plan, and they raise a glass together. Meanwhile, Zeke starts suffering from the intense strain of his hearing skill. He collapses to his knees, deeply frustrated that these brutal side effects still haunt him even after absorbing the legendary Heart of Bahamut. Breathing heavily, Zeke pieces together the conversation he just overheard. And trust me, this is where it gets crazy. Zeke realizes that Relic is the exact same one he stole before his regression. He was the one who swiped the ultimate prize the Emperor needed to make his selfish dream a reality. He had been so focused on raw vengeance that he completely overlooked this massive detail. But now he realizes that his cheat system is actually connected to the Elder Dragon's artifact. Still, who created this system and why? As their meeting ends, Duke bids farewell and leaves Arthur's private room. Once Duke is gone, Arthur senses an unusual presence and walks straight toward the room where Zeke is hiding. Luckily, Zeke detects him first. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes before the Lord can catch him. Later at the training grounds, Decker approaches Zeke with news of a sudden student visitor waiting outside. Zeke is genuinely baffled because he does not recall making a single actual friend since enrolling at this elite academy. Curious to see who could possibly want him, Zeke signals Decker to let the visitor inside. He is stunned when Liam walks in, immediately dropping to his knees and begging Zeke to take him in. We both know this feeling. Zeke is just stunned, wishing he had ignored this annoying guy from the start. Totally confused by this dramatic entrance, Zeke asks if the boy is seriously begging to become his subordinate. Liam eagerly nods, swearing his absolute loyalty. When Zeke asks about his previous master, Liam confesses that he was abandoned. Liam weeps about his desperate dream of reaching Valhalla, making Zeke realize the guy has not changed one bit. Zeke cuts off his endless begging, pointing out that he should go to the Turan or Zimmons families instead. Zeke reminds him that he does not run some charity family, so he cannot help him achieve his Valhalla dreams. And besides, Zeke has absolutely no reason to trust him since he could easily be a spy sent by his old masters. Knowing Zeke raises a fair point, Liam decides to prove his absolute sincerity by whipping out a sharp dagger. Without hesitating, Liam slices his own ear right off, yelling that he will do whatever it takes to prove himself. He desperately promises that he is even ready to slice his own tongue out to earn his trust. He will put his very life in Zeke's hands if it finally guarantees him a safe place by his side. Seeking this insane level of determination, tells Zeke everything he needs to know. Liam calls him master, desperately begging to be taught how to grow stronger than anyone else. As the boy continues to weep and plead, Zeke suddenly hurls his heavy sword straight at him. The sword lands and Zeke offers a deal. Survive one hit. Stick with me because next time we will see if he survives. Alright, you and I are about to watch Liam head back to the training hall to face Zeke. Before, Liam was completely confident he could survive the master's strike, but standing directly in Zeke's terrifying presence, he seriously doubts if he has what it takes. The crushing pressure coming off Zeke is so intense, Liam questions if they are even the same age. Shaking uncontrollably and struggling to breathe under Zeke's massive aura, the boy still refuses to run away. Suddenly, Zeke lunges forward and Liam barely lasts a single second before his weapon is swatted away. As the sword clatters to the floor, Zeke looks down and mocks him, asking if that is all. Even though Zeke recognizes his deep determination, he still flat out tells him to give up on entering Valhalla. In reality, Zeke is beginning to realize that Liam was completely abandoned by his previous master. After all, he is just a member of a distant branch family. He would never have entered the cradle if he wasn't Jake Ken's assistant. If the academy could easily throw out a direct descendant like Zeke, they won't hesitate to kick Liam out too. While Zeke reflects on this, Liam suddenly drops to the floor, grabbing his leg and begging to be taken in. Now pay attention here. There has to be a deeper reason behind this desperate plea. Zeke recalls that in his previous lifetime Liam got expelled anyway, but in the end, he rose to become a powerful mercenary king. Now the weeping boy refuses to let go, pleading for a chance. Seeing that Liam refuses to throw in the towel, Zeke relents and offers him one last opportunity to prove himself. But there is a brutal condition. Since Liam swore to do whatever it takes, Zeke demands that he cut off his own right arm. This terrifying demand sends a wave of pure shock through Liam, which Zeke immediately notices. He asks if he treasures his arm too much, mockingly pointing out his hesitation to strike. Zeke knows exactly what this means, as losing an arm forces a swordsman to abandon his path forever. And he believes no sane person would ever go through with such a crazy demand. Seeing the hesitation, Zeke bluntly tells him to get out so he can resume his own training. He wonders what drives this sheer desperation, knowing the boy is destined to achieve great things in the future. Zeke expects him to walk away, but is stunned when Liam reaches down and grabs his blade. You and I both know Liam isn't bluffing, which lets Zeke move in just in time to stop him from severing his limb. He knocks the weapon away and yells, demanding to know if he has completely lost his mind. Zeke asks what he would have done if he was lying, but Liam replies that he will do anything to avoid losing what matters far more than any limb. Furious that he would throw his life away, Zeke warns him never to do something so reckless again, or he will kick him out. Right then, Liam finally realizes that Zeke has officially accepted him as a follower. Zeke orders him to follow, noting it would look terrible if his new subordinate is walking around without an ear. Back in Zeke's room, he hands Liam a powerful potion to drink, fully regenerating the severed ear. Liam is incredibly grateful for the priceless medicine, but Zeke tells him to save his breath, demanding to know what is worth more than his own life. Liam confesses the truth: it is his mother. Just days after his master abandoned him, he received word that his mother had suddenly collapsed from a severe fever. Though the fever subsided, her body broke out in rose-like red spots, causing her to waste away more with each passing day. To make matters worse, local healers are completely clueless, since they have never seen this strange sickness before. Zeke then asks how this connects to his desire to enter Valhalla. Liam explains that Valhalla students and their relatives gain access to the absolute best medical care on the continent. Zeke recognizes this immediately because in 5 years the entire central continent will be ravaged by this rose disease. It is an incredibly contagious illness with a devastating death rate. Millions will perish, but a breakthrough treatment will eventually be discovered to wipe it out, ending the plague. Zeke quickly drafts the exact recipe to brew the cure, handing the note to Liam so he can send it straight to his village healers. He reassures him that the remedy is actually quite simple to make, so his local healers should have no trouble brewing it. Liam is completely overwhelmed with gratitude. But trust me, he has no idea how Zeke knows the cure to a plague that hasn't even been named yet. Believe it or not, the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff were the ones who actually created the cure. But the greedy Alchemist Association weaponized it, using desperate lives to make massive profits. Furious, the brothers leaked the recipe to the entire world as payback. The recipe spread across the continent, eventually allowing someone like Zeke to easily get his hands on it. Zeke dodges Liam's questions instead of giving a straight answer. After all, since Liam finally has the cure for his mother, Zeke assumes there is no reason for him to join Valhalla or serve as his subordinate anymore. But Liam flatly disagrees, declaring that his life belongs to Zeke now. Zeke is absolutely thrilled to realize that Liam just swore an oath of loyalty, since having the legendary mercenary king as a subordinate is a massive win. Zeke tells Liam he expects nothing but outstanding results, since failure means getting tossed aside. Determined to prove his worth, Liam promises to give it his absolute all. Later on, Owen drops by Howard's office, claiming he has a highly important proposal to discuss. He suggests that Howard massively ramp up the difficulty of this semester's exam. When Howard asks why, Owen argues that this year's first-year students are incredibly skilled. On top of that, there are 2 pureblood awakeners in the freshman class. Pay attention here, he insists the exam must be far more brutal than last year. Howard immediately approves, praising Owen's smart thinking. But once Owen leaves, Howard finally catches on to the real motive behind the suggestion. Howard is thrilled that they are aligned on this, as both are secretly aiming to eliminate Zeke before he becomes an unstoppable threat in the future. Soon the exam day arrives, and the excited cadets prepare to venture deep into the dungeons. The entire test takes place within the academy, where pairs must escape a dungeon within a strict time limit. To make things worse, the dungeon difficulties vary wildly, and partners are chosen completely at random. Zeke and Liam end up paired together, and Zeke casually asks if he is nervous. Liam admits he feels some pressure, but Zeke reassures him that it is completely normal. In fact, he points out that a little fear keeps your senses sharp. But when it is their turn to step up, the instructor suddenly stops them. He points them toward a completely different dungeon entrance, away from where everyone else is going. Zeke hesitates for a second, but ultimately decides to obey the order. You see, the danger level varies for each dungeon, but since they are managed by Draegar, real danger is supposed to be minimal. Since this is a timed mission, each group receives a timer that activates upon entry, giving everyone 96 hours total to escape. To grade their combat skills, cadets can score extra points by bringing back the heads of defeated monsters. But the absolute priority is actually leaving. Failing to escape within the time limit means an automatic fail. After they finally settle down and eat, Zeke tells Liam to get some rest. Liam hesitates since Zeke was the one who did all the work, but Zeke reassures him that he can easily go 4 days without a wink of sleep. He promises to wake Liam up immediately if any danger or trouble comes near. By this point, they have already been roaming the dungeon for 16 hours straight. On top of that, Zeke was training non-stop before the exam, meaning he has been awake for 3 whole days. Adding it all up, he has been awake for over 90 hours. He knows his infinite stamina skill only cures physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion, so he desperately needs rest to avoid making critical mistakes later. Zeke decides he will swap watches with Liam the moment his partner wakes up. But sleep claims him, and he suddenly plunges into a bizarre dream where total chaos has destroyed everything. An ominous bell echoes through the nightmare, and when Zeke finally snaps awake, he mutters in frustration about having the same dream again. Then it hits him. He actually heard a bell, and his combat instincts instantly flare. Without hesitation, he douses the campfire with water and shakes Liam awake, warning him that enemies are closing in. Zeke tells Liam he is going ahead to scout out the threat, warning him not to relight the fire as he slips into the shadows. "Trust me, we won't want to miss this." Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes exam, where Zeke realizes using his dragon eyes will completely drain his stamina across these 4 days. Zeke figures letting his eyes adjust to the pitch black is a much safer bet. He slows his breathing to focus on his surroundings. Suddenly, the sharp stench of sulfur. That smell alone tells him exactly what kind of beast is creeping toward them. We are talking about rank 3 monsters. And the worst part? They hunt in packs. In his past life, Reyna hunted an orc around here, but Zeke never expected hellhounds to show up too. Then a cold sweat hits him. Something is off. A pack leader should only weigh a few hundred kilograms. But judging by these heavy echoes, this massive beast weighs several tons. Panic sets in as Zeke wonders if the creature they are about to face is a mutated monster. Boom! The wall behind him completely explodes, forcing him to dive away to avoid getting crushed flat. Seeing the pure dread on Zeke's face worries Liam. Zeke knows the Zimmers are targeting him, but he still has no clue what kind of trap they have set. Right then, a massive beast steps out from the debris, casually dangling a crushed hellhound head like a toy. Pure terror grips both boys as they realize what is standing right in front of them, a giant troll. These rank 1 monsters are absolute powerhouses, capable of easily ripping apart hellhounds and orcs like they are nothing. While their blood is prized for high-grade healing potions, their own self-healing is so insane they can regenerate almost instantly. Liam steps up, yelling that he will act as a decoy so Zeke can make a run for it. But Zeke refuses to leave him behind, joking that abandoning a friend would make him a total piece of trash. He tells Liam to trust his own skills because he is far stronger than he thinks. Zeke tells him to go all out against this monster, promising to have his back the second things go south. Hearing those supportive words, Liam is incredibly grateful and thanks Zeke for the rare opportunity. He charges directly at the giant beast, landing a sharp cut on its leg joint. Zeke is genuinely impressed. Liam managed to slice right through that thick hide and land a precise tactical hit. It is obvious that Liam has been hitting the books, studying monster anatomy during his off hours. Now pay attention here, because there is one fatal detail Liam completely overlooked. Instantly, the troll lunges at Liam, but Zeke is faster. He rushes in, slicing the monster's leg and sending it crashing down hard. Liam stammers an apology, but Zeke smiles, telling him he did great for his very first real-life-or-death fight. Targeting the joints was a smart move, but he forgot the most important rule of fighting a troll: their rapid healing. These beasts instantly heal up minor flesh wounds, meaning basic physical attacks will never be enough to overcome their self-healing. Realizing the gap is still too wide, Zeke tells Liam to step back while he steps in to finish this fight. Just seconds after stepping up, Zeke absolute wrecks the beast. The system flashes a victory screen, awarding him 30 karma points for the high-level kill. You and I know we can't waste this loot, so Zeke tells Liam to pack up that severed head. He is confident that bringing home a troll's head will net them a ton of massive bonus points. Liam nods and starts stuffing the massive skull away. Right then, a sudden notification pops up. The system is giving Zeke a special quest called 2 birds 1 stone. The task? Hunt down 100 monsters from 10 totally different species inside this dungeon. And to make things even more intense, the system slaps on a strict 72-hour time limit. If he succeeds, he'll rake in double the karma points along with 2 mysterious random loot boxes. Zeke is absolutely thrilled looking at the massive wave of karma points waiting for him. But there is a catch to make things tougher. He cannot kill any monster that is non-hostile. Checking his timer, he sees they have 79 hours left before this entire exam wraps up. Slaughtering 100 monsters is easy. The real nightmare is tracking down 10 completely different species. Under normal exam conditions, these testing grounds only contain 4 distinct monster types. But since the Zimmers rigged this place as a death trap, Zeke bets they brought in plenty of deadly surprises. Either way, he has a ton of work ahead, balancing this massive hunt while keeping an eye on the exit. A moment later, Liam zips up the pack and calls out that the trophy is secure. This basic issue bag is garbage compared to a high-tier subspace pocket, but it will have to do for now. It holds their loot, and as Zeke tells Liam to keep up, "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next." Alright, let's jump in as these two run absolutely wild in the dungeon with Zeke loving every single second of it. By the time they have under 12 hours left on the clock, Zeke asks Liam if he is feeling stronger after bagging so many monsters, but Liam honestly admits he is still not quite sure. Zeke gets that adjusting takes time, so he has no intention of breathing down the kid's neck. The hunt continues, but with only 1 hour left, Zeke notices he has slain 99 monsters across 9 different species, meaning he is just one type short. He searches every single corner but finds absolutely nothing. And right now he is incredibly annoyed with the useless Zeman family. He actually wishes they packed the dungeon with better beasts to help him finish his quest. Suddenly the ground starts tearing open, and Zeke sees the massive crack heading straight for Liam. Realizing the danger, Zeke screams at him to drop the storage bag right now. But Liam is way too slow. So Zeke springs into action, pulling him back while slicing at the hidden threat beneath the dirt. Once the dust clears, Liam panics at the sight of Zeke's blood-soaked left arm, assuming his savior is hurt, but Zeke casually explains it is just the beast's blood. Now pay close attention, because this next creature is uniquely dangerous. Zeke orders Liam to step back and just watch him handle this. It is a terrifying dungeon worm, a monstrous beast that normally requires a squad of 8 highly trained purple knights to defeat it. In this moment, Zeke has to hand it to the Zemans. They actually prepped a real challenge. Zeke rushes the beast without hesitation, but Liam watches in fear, doubting if his mentor can survive this solo. As the battle rages, Liam desperately digs through his pack, searching for anything that might help. Fighting this worm is a nightmare since it literally devours the ground beneath them as it moves. Zeke realizes that if he lets this clash drag on, he will end up buried alive. Before he can even formulate a solid plan, the worm charges, forcing him to block the impact with raw strength. Furious, Zeke unleashes his own power, aiming a lethal strike to slice the creature in half. He carves deep into the worm's flank, but the wound barely slows it down, and the gargantuan beast begins to completely overwhelm him through sheer size. Suddenly, Liam leaps forward and plunges his blade straight into the beast. Right then, Zeke feels the crushing pressure from the beast lessen, giving him a much-needed moment to pull himself together and get back into the fight. Zeke demands to know what he did. "You and I both know how smart this kid is," as he reveals he coated his blade with belladonna, a powerful anesthetic that leaves Zeke thoroughly impressed. While belladonna merely numbs a human to an underground worm, it is a highly lethal poison. Zeke is genuinely proud of the kid's ability to think fast on his feet, even while facing down a terrifying nightmare. Zeke tells Liam to hold his position and wait for the signal before striking with the poison again. Inwardly, Zeke is so glad he took this kid under his wing. Sprinting up the thrashing monster, he readies his final strike and yells for Liam to stab it. Liam strikes perfectly, and the very moment Beast begins slowing down from the drug, Zeke triggers his soul manifestation skill, Lacerate. With the power active, Zeke cleanly carves the massive worm like a sausage, splitting it in two, finally killing it. As the giant corpse collapses, the system instantly floods his vision with notifications. The prompt confirms he cleared the sudden quest, meaning his karma points are doubled as promised. On top of that, he gets 2 random boxes as a reward, leaving him with an insane total of 780 karma points. Meanwhile, back outside, the instructors gather near the exit to grade the students as they return. After receiving their scores, the students are dismissed and allowed to leave. When Reina steps up for her grading, she scores an incredible 180 points, nearly matching Abel's historic record. The crowd is stunned, and the instructor praises her for easily clearing the passing score of 130. Reina politely thanks her superior for the praise, and the evaluation process moves forward. Next is Owen, who finishes with 120 points, easily beating the baseline passing score of 70, but he is visibly furious about losing to Reina yet again. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see his dark scheme to take Reina out. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a moment that completely flips this academy upside down as Zeke and Liam walk out of the dungeon, dragging behind them the severed head of a massive dungeon worm, leaving the crowd utterly speechless. No one wants to believe that these two could actually slay such a terrifying creature on their own. Meanwhile, Owen is absolutely burning with intense hatred for Zeke. Zeke steps right up to rub salt in the wound, mockingly asking him if he is surprised to see him alive. Owen nearly explodes with rage, but realizing he can't win this verbal clash, he has no choice but to storm off. But Owen is not giving up on punishing the pure bloods who look down on him. Once the drama clears, Liam and Zeke present themselves to be graded by none other than instructor Andre. Zeke casually claims he only has the worm head to show, meaning there is probably nothing left to even grade him on. Andre refuses to accept that, declaring he will not handle things so lazily under his watch. Andre pulls on his white glove and spots remnants of a storage bag stuck in the monster's teeth. He asks if the beast ate their bag, and Zeke calmly nods. Watch closely, because this next reveal sends shockwaves straight through the entire crowd. Basically, Zeke lost all his trophies from the past 4 days to that hungry beast, so he brought its head back to save his score. It is incredibly lucky he got Andre, since no other instructor would bother checking the flesh trapped inside a monster's mouth. After completing his thorough examination, Andre lists off the confirmed monsters as gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and even a troll. Hearing the word troll sends the crowd into a panic, because finding one in a basic student exam is completely unheard of. Andre admits there were dozens of distinct remnants inside the beast, but since exact counts are impossible, he decides to credit them with 1 kill per species. Even though the troll and dungeon worm fall outside normal testing rules, Andre still decides to grade them fairly. Since a troll is worth 3 orcs and a dungeon worm equals 6, he awards Zeke 90 and 180 points for those 2 boss monsters. Adding it up, Andre reveals a grand total of 368 points, completely breaking the passing record and leaving both students and teachers utterly flabbergasted. A jealous student tries to protest, arguing that the only physical proof Zeke brought back is that single worm head, but Zeke fires back, reminding him that the worm alone is worth 180 points, so he should shut his mouth. The bitter murmurs die down instantly as they realize none of them could survive a troll fight, let alone face a massive dungeon worm. Makes you think, right? Everyone can only wonder how absurdly strong Zeke has become. He basks in their cheers, which feel infinitely better than the cruel mockery he used to endure. But despite enjoying the spotlight, a part of him worries that standing out this much might draw the wrong kind of attention. He begins to wonder if Owen was just acting on his own, or if the entire Siemens household is actively targeting him. Knowing too many eyes are on him, he realizes that trying to clumsily hide his true power might actually backfire and make him look even more suspicious. Zeke decides it is best to adapt to the chaos and closely observe how things play out from here. Out of nowhere, Reina calls out his name, looking as if she has something incredibly serious to discuss. But instead of a threat, she simply warns him that he won this round, but next time will be different. Later, Zeke heads back to his private training hall to inspect all the valuable loot he harvested from the dungeon. He focuses on the gluttony skill, which requires exactly 50 karma points to unlock. With his wallet now bursting with fresh karma points, he decides it is finally time to purchase it. Instantly, he unlocks the brand new ability, and its standard description shifts. The system explains that activating his gluttony state allows him to consume and digest absolutely anything, transforming it directly into raw physical energy. Even better, eating monsters with unique bloodline traits lets him steal and absorb their special abilities. A wicked grin spreads across Zeke's face. He only wishes he had bought this broken skill before entering the raid. Eager to test it out, he decides to see how this crazy conversion works. He pulls out a leftover piece of meat and activates the gluttony skill. A swirling dark shadow instantly wraps around his hand, devouring the meat whole. Within seconds, the food vanishes, and a system notification alerts him that his stamina has been restored from the absorbed energy. Zeke is shocked to feel his headache vanish in an instant, and trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Let's jump right back in. Our main character realizes his mental exhaustion is actually starting to fade. After thinking it over, he realizes this energy cures everything, from physical exhaustion to mental drain and even his ether. Zeke has to admit this skill is absolutely worth 50 points. With it, he can finally offset the massive risks of his other abilities. Since infinite stamina already completely wipes out his physical exhaustion, he now has gluttony to handle mental fatigue. Zeke gets a wild look, realizing he can now train 24 hours non-stop. Zeke is ready to start his insane training routine when he suddenly senses Decker standing in the room. In a furious voice, he reminds Decker that he explicitly told him never to disturb him while training. Decker quickly apologizes for intruding, explaining that he has some incredibly important news to share. Zeke demands to know what it is, and Decker reveals his new sword is finally finished. This makes Zeke incredibly excited, and he rushes straight to Galleon's forge to check it out. Arriving at the forge, He immediately demands to see the weapon. He remembers how Galleon forged his legendary sword Graham from mithril and pure iron in his past life. Now pay attention here, that old sword was so elegant, anyone would recognize its legendary beauty instantly. This time Zeke gave him Bahamut's fang for the forge, so he was fully expecting another gorgeous weapon just like Graham. Instead, the box holds a dark, ugly blade radiating a sinister aura. Zeke picks it up, commenting on how incredibly plain it looks. He asks Galleon if he left it unsharpened on purpose, but Galleon explains this is its natural state. After thinking for a minute, Zeke asks if this design really suits him best, and Galleon tells him yes. Since the two master craftsmen understand each other perfectly, there is no argument. Galleon then points out that the dark blade still needs a name. He tried to think of one but failed. When Galleon suggests that Zeke name it himself, the young warrior is completely shocked. Zeke clearly remembers that Galleon was the genius who named the legendary Graham. But Galleon drawing a blank now proves this timeline is playing by completely different rules. Since he must name the weapon himself, Zeke decides he needs a completely fresh title. He definitely cannot just reuse the name Graham like last time. Suddenly, Zeke slices his own hand, absolutely terrifying Galleon, who has no idea what is happening. In reality, Zeke is testing whether he can manually turn off his automatic self-healing skill. And get this, the system actually listens, alerting him that his passive healing has been temporarily paused. With his quick healing disabled, Zeke can finally drip his blood onto the dark blade. Galleon is completely stunned. He realizes he is watching the sacred sword naming ritual, an ancient dwarven rite to christen a weapon. To start, the weapon master infuses their blood with their own life energy and aura, letting it fall onto the blade. Once started, the user sinks deep into their own subconscious mind, searching there until the perfect name finally calls out to them. Galleon is incredibly impressed that Zeke even knows about this ritual, considering it is a forbidden dwarven custom long forgotten because of how deadly it is. Zeke soon drifts into a vast empty void where he must find the sword's true name. Countless names float all around him, and he knows he must choose one that will bind to him forever. Searching through the vast cosmic void, Zeke finally grabs the absolute perfect title, the Stygian Blade Bahamut. The system immediately registers the legendary weapon the second Zeke locks in the name. He can barely believe he actually named his weapon after a terrifying evil dragon. Once he wakes, Galleon praises his deep knowledge of ancient dwarven lore. Zeke just lies, claiming he read about it in some old history books. To stop his bleeding, Zeke wraps bandages around his arm, a strange sight since he has not needed medical wraps in forever. Galleon asks him to wait in the lobby while he grabs a special gift. Zeke tells him not to rush, saying he has all the time in the world. While waiting, Zeke reflects on his new ability to suppress his passive skills, which is an absolute lifesaver. With this, he can easily hide his true powers from everyone, avoiding another close call like the one with the Duke. And trust me, we know he is never showing his hand again. Alright, you and I are jumping in as Zeke inspects his brand new sword. It is completely indestructible and has a built-in aura conversion skill. Apparently, some of its hidden stats are still locked, waiting to be unleashed as he grows stronger. Our main character is absolutely speechless. He has never laid eyes on a weapon this overpowered before. Best of all, that aura conversion ability is the exact feature he was hoping for the most. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, designing custom magic circuits for Galleon, because he knew it would be worth it. He wanted Graham's legendary signature skill, the ultimate power of aura conversion. Now this blade can easily convert any form of energy, like mana or ether, straight into pure aura. Even with zero natural talent, this broken ability alone can skyrocket him to Black Knight level. Just then Galleon walks in, stammering out apologies for being late, until he sees what Zeke is doing. Pay attention here. Zeke is casually channeling a crystal-clear aura that would make elite purple knights look like absolute amateurs. Zeke praises the blacksmith, telling him he has created a truly magnificent masterpiece. Galleon beams with pride, but mentions he has one more special gift to hand over. He pulls out an elegant sheath, proudly explaining that his own master handcrafted it. This catches Zeke off guard, since he never met the man in his previous lifetime. Spotting ancient dwarven runes carved into the leather, Zeke translates the name Galen Joubert. Cold sweat drips down his neck as he realizes exactly whose work he is holding. Joubert is a living legend, universally feared as the greatest blacksmith across the entire continent. His sheer talent is so overwhelming that no other dwarf even compares. Wealthy collectors would gladly spend hundreds of gold coins just to own a single piece. Zeke is stunned by the connection. while Galleon cannot believe our hero can actually read ancient Dwarven. Knowing the master's reputation, Zeke is absolutely certain this sheath hides a brilliant secret. Galleon nods, showing him a small dial on top that instantly transforms the sheath into a sturdy shield. He promises that it is incredibly durable, forged from rare mithril and powerful wyvern bones. Watch closely here. Zeke's jaw literally hits the floor as he witnesses the transformation. Galleon explains that another quick twist of the dial easily shrinks it back into a sheath. Though the item is incredible, the blacksmith feels it is nothing compared to Zeke's massive generosity. He insists on the gift, leaving Zeke deeply honored since selling it could have funded his entire forge. But Galleon shakes his head, refusing to ever sell his master's finest work. Zeke warns him of its immense value, but snatches it up before the dwarf can change his mind. Holding it, Zeke notices it seems way too small for his blade, but he trusts that the legendary smith never misses. He carefully slides the massive sword inside, and suddenly, the leather magically expands to perfectly fit the massive blade, completely shattering our hero's expectations. Deeply grateful for this legendary item, Zeke warmly thanks his new companion. Galleon is just happy to help. Later, back in his private training hall, Zeke decides to finally open a random reward chest from the dungeon. Inside is a sleek gauntlet, and the system notifies him that its special buffs unlock once he collects the entire set. Curious, he cracks open the second box and finds something he never anticipated seeing. Lying at the bottom is an old partially torn parchment map. As he examines it, the system alerts him that it contains traces of the mythical Grandmaster Kaiser. A shockwave of realization hits him. Could this be the legendary hero King Kaiser? The mythical king who led the Knights of the Clock Tower and founded the mighty kingdom of Kronos is famous history. But most people dismiss those tales as mere fairy tale myths. Zeke is stunned to discover that the hero king was absolutely real. Right on cue, the system begins scanning and repairing the ancient map. The coordinates lock in. Stick with me to find out where this map leads. Alright, you and I are about to watch Zeke get absolutely blown away when he realizes those marked giant mountains belong to savage barbarians. Out of nowhere, the system alerts him that his incredible skills have actually brought the tutorial to an end. Right after, another notification pops up saying he just stumbled upon a potential quest item. The screen displays the quest details, urging our main character to hunt down the Hero King's legendary secret technique. Best of all, there is no time limit, and the reward will upgrade his admin status from basic to intermediate. He suddenly realizes the entire tutorial was just a massive training ground designed to level up his real abilities. With no more hand-holding left, Zeke knows the real brutal game is finally about to begin. Since the potential rewards are way too good to pass up, he makes it his mission to claim absolutely everything. For his very first move, Zeke decides to spend those precious points he has been hoarding this whole time. He instantly unlocks level 2 of his Draconian skills, which gives him the option to buy dragon scale armor for 80 karma points. This passive ability offers insane physical hardening, while also granting him an extremely high resistance to magic. Then there is the Dragon Claw skill, which summons a massive beastly hand to obliterate his foes in one single hit. Just like the heavy armor, this offensive skill costs another 80 points to unlock. Because he has plenty of points to spare, he buys both abilities while still keeping 400 points in reserve. Now watch closely as Zeke activates that Dragon Claw to test it out. He swings his hand, but the resulting slash absolutely wrecks the floor way more than he ever expected. Hyped by the sheer destruction, he decides to test his new defensive armor next. He coats his left arm in the scales, raises his sharp blade, and tries to chop his own limb off. He swings with massive force, but the sword completely bounces off, leaving his arm perfectly fine. Zeke is stunned because this means he possesses the defense of full heavy armor without carrying any heavy weight. It is a flawless balance of power, one technique for supreme attack and the other for ultimate defense. Sometime later, all the cadets gather at the central training room for their highly anticipated practical aura exams. Once the students assemble, the instructor explains that these target dummies are custom-made, meaning they are completely immune to any normal sword attacks unless they utilize their inner aura energy. But if they channel aura correctly, shattering them will be incredibly easy. The instructor then drops a bomb. Anyone who fails to even scratch the target will instantly fail this crucial exam. This is a huge deal, since failing means all their previous high scores are wiped, forcing them to start over from scratch. You and I can easily see how terrified the cadets are, knowing that failing this exam ruins their chances of ever advancing. Right on cue, the teacher starts calling up nervous students one by one to face the test. Meanwhile, Owen stands there brimming with supreme confidence, having mastered this exact kind of training back at his family estate. Since the Zeman family actually designed this entire aura test, Owen is absolutely certain he is going to ace it. He cannot wait to prove to those arrogant purebloods that they can never match his superior aura control. When his name is finally called, he confidently steps forward, ready to put on a show. He unleashes his sword resonance, completely blowing the other students away. Even the grading instructor is utterly shocked, considering Owen is only 13 years old. By the time Owen stops, he has absolutely shredded multiple test dummies, leaving everyone in stunned silence. During the praise, an instructor remarks that Owen might soon surpass Abel. Hearing that name instantly triggers his anger, causing him to lash out and leave the teachers deeply disappointed in his attitude. With that dramatic scene over, the proctor resumes calling up the rest of the students. However, almost everyone following Owen struggles to even put a scratch on the targets, making the evaluators wonder why they are failing so hard. One teacher points out that the crowd is likely just intimidated by Owen's insane display, causing them to panic and lose focus. Still, no actual failures are recorded, because even if the damage is minor, every single student managed to imbue their sword with aura, showing their true potential. When Reina steps up, she boldly requests to be graded under the brutal standards of the dragon-slaying arts. This completely shocks the evaluators, as that extreme grading scale is reserved exclusively for senior-level warriors. Reina calmly reassures them she is fully aware of the danger. After all, simply channeling aura and actually wielding the lethal dragon-slaying arts are two entirely different levels of power. Trust me, we're about to see if she possesses that level of focus. You and I both know dragon-slaying arts are brutal, requiring flawless control over every single ounce of your aura. Owen is completely convinced Reina will screw this up, thinking her aura will dry up after barely 2 swings. He is thrilled to watch her fail, desperate to crush her annoying competitive spirit. The instructor asks Reina if she is absolutely sure about this test, and she firmly reassures him that she is ready. Since her mind is set, the instructor gives her the green light. Reina takes her stance, and the second she is ready, she unleashes a storm of swings that effortlessly obliterate every training dummy around her. Owen watches this and his jaw hits the floor. To make matters worse, the other cadets start whispering about how Reina completely outclasses him in aura control. Deep down, Owen is absolutely seething, and his pure jealousy is completely visible on his face. But reality hits him even harder when he realizes she does not care about him at all, pointing her sword straight at Zeke instead. Now think about how embarrassing that is. Reina never even saw him as a rival to begin with. Zeke spots her intense glare, and decides it is his turn to show off. He steps forward and tells the instructor that he wants to be graded using the dragon-slaying arts, just like Reina. Hearing this, one of the instructors immediately gets ticked off, believing Zeke is just fooling around, because Reina made the whole thing look so easy. But the senior instructor steps in, asking Zeke if he is ready for those same brutal conditions. Zeke simply nods, and as he walks up to the stage, the younger instructor asks his senior why he is letting Zeke run wild, especially since the kid has not shown up to class even once. The senior explains that he allowed it because Zeke actually won a crazy bet against Andre. He knows the new guy is clueless about this, since he was only recently assigned to their class. On top of that, Zeke is the only irregular who produced that mysterious golden light when he awakened. And as if that were not enough, he also completely shattered Abel's legendary record. Once Zeke is ready, he grips his sword, which immediately detects the ether in his body and prepares to convert it into raw aura. Harnessing his massive power is a bit of a struggle, but Zeke manages to pull together exactly what he needs. Watch closely as Zeke raises his sword and unleashes the legendary first form of the dragon-slaying arts, Sky Slice. The instructor stares in absolute disbelief at what is happening, because Zeke's execution of the technique looks just as flawless as Andre's master-level skills. Little do they know, Zeke mastered this technique in his past life, having practiced it so much he could do it blindfolded. From his stance to his footwork and the seamless flow of aura, everything is absolutely flawless. He delivers a perfectly smooth strike with ultimate precision. Having executed it so well, he is pretty sure Reina is going to be incredibly annoyed by his skills. But as the dust settles, Zeke suddenly realizes he went a bit too far. The way his weapon was coated in dense aura makes it obvious to everyone that Zeke is already at Purple Knight level. Zeke mentally facepalms at his own mistake, since the entire row of training dummies next to him has been sliced completely in half. He only wanted to match Reina's score, but once again he ended up stealing the spotlight. While the instructors try to process what they just saw, Owen is absolutely seething with rage. Later that day, Howard summons Zeke to his office to praise him for his unbelievable scores. Zeke brushes off the compliment, casually claiming that he just got lucky. Howard scoffs at that, pointing out that luck alone cannot make a 13-year-old reach Purple Knight level. He then asks if Zeke is interested in entering the grade advancement class. Zeke asks if this means skipping grades, and Howard explains that it all depends on his actual performance. If he performs exceptionally well, he might even jump multiple grades at once. Zeke is thrilled that Howard fell for his trap, all thanks to his deliberate show of power. Since this was exactly what he wanted from the very start, Zeke readily accepts the offer. Walking out, Zeke is certain Howard is plotting something behind the scenes, but he is more than happy to play along. Sure enough, Howard has plans for both of them. Soon Zeke and Reina report to the elite aura training hall, with Reina keeping her eyes glued to Zeke the entire time. Moments later, and that is where we leave it, as their examiner Sir Owl Draegar arrives, whom Zeke immediately recognizes as the fearsome warrior known as Dieback Blade. Let's dive into a time when Zeke first met Owl burying dead soldiers. Since they were on opposite sides, Zeke was ready to fight right then and there, but after seeing the man bury fallen soldiers, he couldn't just walk away. Instead, he lent a hand and introduced himself as Zeke Murray. He asked if Owl was a Draegar, but the man refused and told him to call him Dieback Blade instead. Standing before him now, Zeke realizes that badass name actually suits him. Snapping out of his memories, Zeke joins Reina in formally greeting the legendary warrior. It is shocking to see an upper-class knight proctoring a first-year advancement exam. After all, these elite knights are considered the main pillars of the Draegar organization. To earn that respected title, you need immense power, fame, and years of experience. In short, he is a major big shot. The instructor announces a familiar test format from their days in the cradle, a straight-up swordsmanship battle. The fight only ends when they either lose consciousness or throw in the towel. Right on cue, an eager Reina volunteers to go first, but Owl stops her, saying separate turns are unnecessary. With a terrifying look and tone, Owl tells them to attack together. Reina gets fired up, but Zeke tells her to keep a cool head. Pay attention here. Zeke knows this guy is way out of their league, and the exam has already begun. They both know that rushing in blindly would have cost them valuable points on this test. Reina asks Zeke what their move is, proving she is smart enough to assess the situation. Zeke tells her he has a specific strategy they can pull off in this fight. The plan is simple. They need to land a single decisive strike to take Owl down. As they finish planning, Owl draws his weapon, a unique single-edged sword called a huando that is extremely rare in these parts. Zeke expected him to wield that weapon, but he is seriously impressed that Owl has kept using it for so long. Getting ready, Zeke notices Reina glaring at him with a look of pure dissatisfaction. She probably hates the plan, but Zeke doesn't care about pride right now. They just need to focus on the strategy. Charging from opposite sides, the two strike at once, but Owl effortlessly parries both attacks without breaking a sweat. Reina finally realizes the terrifying strength of an elite knight, just like Zeke warned her. She keeps focusing all her strikes on Owl's blind spot. I know what you're thinking, but she can't land a single solid blow or even scratch this guy. Frustrated by her total lack of progress, Reina decides to attack with lethal intent. She unleashes verse 1 of the legendary dragon slaying arts. But Owl casually dodges, landing a counterblow that sends Reina flying across the arena. She crashes so hard she only stops when she hits the wall. Instructors rush to check on her, but Reina insists she is totally fine. Honestly, she blacked out for a second. Now she fully understands she doesn't stand a chance of creating an opening on her own. But looking at Zeke's smooth movements, he actually seems capable of matching Owl. Before the fight, Reina argued that honor comes first, but Zeke brutally reminded her that honor won't put food on the table. They aren't knights yet. They are just test takers trying to pass an exam. Since she asked for his help, Reina had no choice but to follow the plan. She worried it might fail, but Zeke told her they just have to force a situation where success is the only option. He reminds her of the clever pebble trick he used during their cradle fight. That trick only worked because she never saw it coming, and Zeke is sure Owl will fall for this plan the exact same way. All she needs to do is play along. He tells her to simply stand by and wait for his signal. Back in the fight, Zeke activates Duke's legendary Shadowless Steps technique. He runs circles around Owl to force him to take this seriously, when suddenly Reina cuts the lights using her mana interference. As darkness takes over, Zeke goes all out, but Owl easily blocks everything. Trust me, you and I are about to watch one insane showdown. Suddenly, Owl feels it. Alright, you and I are about to watch things get incredibly intense as Owl realizes Zeke can see perfectly in this pitch-black darkness. Even Owl is struggling to keep his footing in the dark, yet Zeke moves as if the shadows do not affect him at all. While Owl tries to make sense of this bizarre situation, Zeke decides to test his new Dragon Claw skill. He is confident about using it here, knowing Owl is not the type to go around gossiping about his secrets. Unleashing the Dragon Claw, Zeke delivers a devastating strike that forces Owl to defend with every ounce of his strength. Owl cannot believe a mere first-year cadet is actually pushing him this hard in combat. As they clash, Owl realizes this is definitely not a sword technique. It is clear that Zeke has already gone far beyond any cadet level. Blows are traded in the shadows, but Zeke soon notices that Owl is adjusting rapidly, moving with complete freedom despite the lack of light. Suddenly, Owl, pay close attention here, he swings for a clear hit, only to find out he is slicing a mere shadow. Before he can recover, Zeke strategically places several containers around him to mess with his hearing. This leaves Owl unable to track his opponent, while Zeke keeps striking him from the dark like a ghost. Without warning, Zeke shouts at Reina, giving her the signal to initiate the next phase. It turns out Zeke had asked Fallon to create a one-time-use magical explosive device beforehand. Designed purely to create a massive flash and a deafening blast, it is basically a flashbang. Reina detonates it right on cue, sending a wave of intense pain through Owl. Clutching his ears, Owl is forced to admit that these young cadets have actually backed him into a corner. He realizes his fatal mistake was assuming that Reina was completely out of the fight. Taking advantage of Owl's sensory overload, Zeke and Reina launch their final strike to end it. But Owl is still on a different level, counterattacking with a full moon slash that strikes both of them down. Medical teams rush the field to carry Reina and Zeke away on stretchers, just as Duke makes his appearance. Owl immediately greets him with respect, though Duke is not exactly the type of person to care about formalities. Duke strolls over to Owl, casually asking him how well Zeke performed during their duel. You saw that too, right? Owl is completely stunned because Zeke intentionally let him land that final hit. It starts to dawn on Owl that Zeke was never hunting for victory, only seeking enough points to secure his advancement. He realizes Zeke only revealed a fraction of his true power, showing just enough to get exactly what he wanted. Answering Duke's question, Owl admits that Zeke is on a level that is far beyond his ability to evaluate. Later, the evaluation committee meets to discuss their promotion. After reviewing the match, the entire board agrees to advance them both. Reina gets promoted to 3rd grade, while Zeke goes straight to 5th grade. Following this, Zeke keeps a low profile while making sure he completely masters all of the Gale arts from Duke. Once his training is complete, he passes his spot over to Andri, and maintains a close friendship with Fallon until it is time to depart for the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphoa. He also keeps his distance from Owen and his cousins, though Owl drops by every single quarter, constantly demanding another duel. Eventually, Zeke requests a leave of absence to isolate himself entirely within the training hall. Before he knows it, 2 years fly by and he finally graduates. Decker offers his congratulations, noting he is the youngest cadet accepted into Valhalla, and says Arthur would be incredibly proud of him. Now 15 years old, Zeke leaves Howard with no choice but to draft his official letter of recommendation to Valhalla. Howard even spices up the letter by highlighting that Zeke is indeed the youngest recruit ever admitted. This completely ruins Zeke's plans for a quiet life. He tells Decker that since 3 months remain before the entrance ceremony, Decker should go ahead to Atlas first. This shocks Decker, but before he can question the decision, Zeke states that he simply wants to rest in peace. Making it clear he does not want to be disturbed by anyone, Decker has no choice but to obey his young master's order. In reality, Zeke is secretly traveling to the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains lie. He uses this vacation as a cover story to quietly search through the Adventurers Guild in the Argus Kingdom. To avoid any trouble, Zeke keeps his plans secret. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Liam enters Zeke's chambers, dropping to his knees as usual. Zeke has to remind him once again to drop the formalities, making it clear that he really does not mind a casual greeting. With his job officially done for now, Decker finally takes his leave. But before he goes, Zeke reminds him to handle the Valhalla situation using that black card. Once Decker is gone, Liam asks his master why he was summoned here. Zeke mentions hearing about Liam's transfer to the special class, and as his master he refuses to just sit on his hands. So Zeke has personally prepared absolutely everything his disciple is going to need for his time at the academy. We are talking predicted exam questions, top-tier training manuals, and every single essential item for his studies. Zeke hands over the custom manual and tells him to head over to Galleon's forge for the rest. After all, Zeke knows Liam will definitely need a personalized sword once he reaches his 4th year. Pay attention here. Zeke actually prepaid for the entire thing, so his student does not have to worry about a single coin. Zeke looks at him, making it clear that he expects nothing but absolute greatness from here on. With tears streaming down his face, Liam drops to his knees once more, swearing to meet those expectations, while Zeke just sighs and tells him to stop kneeling. Now, speaking of the Argus Kingdom, it sits at the northernmost edge of the central continent, ruling as one of the 4 major powers alongside Delphoa, Thebia, and Alencia. Its brutal terrain is packed with terrifying monsters, making it the absolute perfect hunting ground for adventurers looking to strike it rich quick. The founding king was a visionary who saw this massive potential. So he built the entire kingdom's economy around handling eager adventurers and dangerous dungeons. With royal backing, the massive mountains were split into structured zones, complete with supply routes and bases scattered throughout the peaks. These outposts are run directly by the Adventurer Guild, securing the entire mountain range. Shortly after, Zeke arrives in the kingdom and signs up at the guild, using the alias Murray instead of his real family name. Wanting to keep a low profile, he disguises himself in a plain wig and uses a magic lens to completely swap his eye color. With registration finished, his treasure hunt begins, and we are about to see him board a carriage packed with rough-looking adventurers. Zeke is just glad he secured a spot, considering how busy the peak season is. But that decision backfires instantly when a loud-mouthed bully of an adventurer starts mocking Zeke, asking if this is his very first rodeo. Seconds later, the guy's obnoxious friend joins in on the teasing, making Zeke realize that toxic people exist absolutely everywhere. They keep talking trash while Zeke silently ignores them, until he suddenly stands up and coldly tells them to shut their mouths. One of the bullies snaps back, demanding to know his problem, but Zeke just walks right past him to have a quick word with the carriage driver. Zeke warns the driver about a pack of orcs trailing them, asking if this is normal for this route. The driver is stunned, insisting the area is completely safe, while the bullies immediately mock Zeke for getting scared over absolutely nothing. They claim this specific path is heavily managed by the local guild, declaring it a guaranteed safe zone where monsters never ever cross. Zeke calmly turns around, pointing out the very friendly monster currently standing directly behind the guy. Suddenly, a massive orc smashes the carriage, flipping it over as a horde of angry beasts swarm them. The monsters go absolutely wild, destroying everything and everyone in sight. They show zero mercy, turning the arrogant adventurers into mincemeat, while Zeke watches the entire bloodbath safely from behind a tree. Zeke realizes the nearby outpost must have been compromised, allowing dangerous monsters to roam free in a supposed safe zone. He decides to head straight toward the base to investigate, and exactly as he feared, the entire outpost is wiped out, leaving him wondering how such a heavily fortified base fell so easily. Then he notices something strange about the corpses. Looking at their clean cuts, he realizes these people were not slaughtered by monsters. Trust me, we are dealing with a human killer. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crime scene where the culprit tried to make a murder look like a monster attack. But Zeke is too sharp for that. No beast can leave cuts that clean and precise. There was absolutely zero struggle, meaning the killer wiped out the entire group in a single instant. To pull that off, whoever did this has to be at least a purple-level knight. He's incredibly pissed off, but he knows he has to clear out fast to avoid getting blamed for the massacre. So he presses on, keeping his focus locked on finding Kaiser's legendary remains. Soon he crosses into barbarian territory, greeted by the gruesome sight of human skulls hanging from trees in a net. Checking his minimap, he's closing in on the ruins, but his senses tingle. The Empire's hunting dogs are tracking him. This elite unit is hand-picked from the absolute finest talents. Even among the highest-tier Imperial trainees, they take orders directly from the Emperor himself, specializing in brutal tracking and silent assassination. At this very moment, only those in the highest positions of the Empire even know they exist. But later they'll step out of the shadows as the main vanguard when the Empire triggers the massive continental war. Monitoring their movements on the fly, Zeke notices they're still relying on their signature, highly distinct tracking methods. He recalls the Duke mentioning the Emperor's massive obsession with achieving immortality, which is why he is tearing the whole continent apart, searching for anything that can grant him eternal life. Zeke remembers that even before his regression, the old ruler was endlessly chasing ancient relics. He wanted to conquer and unite the entire continent while living forever to enjoy his rule. And trust me, we should be worried here, because these vicious dogs might have already found Kaiser's ruins before him. Zeke needs to see it with his own eyes. Just then a squad leader pulls out a flare gun, but before he can fire, his hand gets completely sliced off. Zeke immediately realizes the guy was trying to fire off the golden emergency flare. As the leader screams in agony, Zeke casually asks if they're just the perimeter patrol, seeing as there are only 3 of them. He knows this because a full squad typically has 12 members on duty. When one guard demands to know who he is, Zeke instantly executes the bleeding leader to establish dominance. He coldly reminds them that he is the only one allowed to ask questions here. The crushing heavy aura radiating from Zeke makes it clear they are in deep, deep trouble. He warns them to answer carefully, since he only needs one of them alive to get his answers. Terrified, they spill everything. Within moments, Zeke has successfully forced them to reveal the exact coordinates of their secret base. Now, I know what you're thinking, is this ruthless squad the one behind the butchered knights? Zeke thinks so too. Since guessing won't get him anywhere, he decides to head straight to the base and see for himself. But before moving out, Zeke carves a highly distinct strange mark into the bloody ground. He also writes a warning: those who draw their blades against McCain will find eternal rest. It doesn't take long for him to find the base. The entrance guards are slacking off when Zeke strikes. In a flash, he cuts both of them down before they can even register his presence. Infiltrating the facility, the next pair of enemies get instantly slaughtered. One barely manages to sound the alarm before Zeke ends him. As he slices them up with his blade, he remembers his old boss being fed up with a 5-year power struggle, ordering him to raid the brutal Pabala cartel. Stepping into the main lobby, Zeke is instantly surrounded by a massive crowd of hostile Imperial soldiers. The squad commander watches from above, assuming that because Zeke uses a dagger, he must be the legendary Southern assassin wielding the blade McCain. Though he can't be sure, the commander warns that they can't let him leave alive, promising a quick, painless death if he just surrenders. Zeke takes a moment to scan the room calmly, realizing these rookies are absolute jokes compared to the hunting dogs he fought in his past life, so he decides to rile them up instead. He mocks the leader for offering mercy, reminding him that he's the one who just slaughtered his entire outer patrol. He's not stopping, trust me. Let's kick things off with Zeke calling this guy and his crew absolute losers. Furious at Zeke's trash talk, the leader orders an immediate attack. An intense clash begins, but after just a few seconds of trading blows with these hunting dogs, Zeke realizes they are completely outclassed. He actually starts wondering, were these hunting dogs always this pathetic, or did he just become insanely overpowered? Either way, Zeke decides now is not the time to overthink. Instead, he immediately triggers his mana reflection skill. The power in the room completely shuts down, sending a massive wave of panic through his attackers. They wonder if he can wield aura, but they are baffled because he is also utilizing Southern knifemanship, a dead giveaway that he is a hitman. Confused, the squad leader assumes the blackout is just a system failure. He desperately orders his men to stay calm, promising them that the power will be back up in a second. But when the lights flicker back on, he is frozen in absolute horror at the sight of slaughtered bodies everywhere. Cold sweat drips down his face. He has never witnessed such carnage. Out of nowhere, Zeke materializes right behind him, whispering that the Emperor is targeting Kaiser's ruins. The squad leader has absolutely no idea what Zeke is talking about, but pay attention here. Zeke decides to just end him, confident he can uncover the truth on his own. Before the leader can even flinch, Zeke moves like a shadow and slits his throat. Having completely wiped out the squad, Zeke strolls out of the base, deliberately dropping his blade to be found. He is certain this slaughter will be blamed on McCain, a ruthless cartel Zeke worked for in his past life. They have zero honor and will do absolutely anything for cold, hard cash. When the southern Cusco kingdom collapsed from civil war, the McCain cartel swooped in to divide the lawless territory right down the middle. While Zeke easily could have covered his tracks using his powerful draconian skills, he purposely chose Southern swordsmanship and left McCain's signature warning mark. Anyone investigating this bloody scene will instantly blame the cartel for the entire hit. Zeke could not care less if the Empire and the cartel destroy each other. He wins regardless of who survives that clash. Zeke also snatched a letter from the base. The Emperor's sole directive: locate the legendary Kaiser ruins. Insanely, the Emperor has unleashed his hunting dogs across the entire continent, desperate to sniff out even the smallest rumor of their location. This confirms to Zeke that the hunting dogs have already scaled up massively, just like they did before he regressed. Thankfully, they still haven't located Kaiser's ruins. This means Zeke has to move in fast. You and I probably thought he was safe, but that red flare in the distance means things are about to get wild. Zeke bolts immediately, but the relentless hunting dogs close in fast. That red signal he saw is actually called the 5-part red flare, a terrifying signal the hunting dogs refer to as the absolute snare. This signal means the hunters are officially locked into absolute kill mode. Their only objective is to hunt down and trap their target, no matter where they hide. It is so brutal that getting targeted is basically a death sentence, with zero chance of escape. Zeke painfully recalls that after stealing the relic in his previous life, he met his end right inside this absolute snare. But today Zeke has a cheat code, his system. He lunges to strike, but his opponent effortlessly deflects the blow, forcing Zeke to leap back. He instantly realizes the beasts currently tracking him are on a whole different level than those early pushovers. Within seconds, the elite elimination squad completely surrounds him. Analyzing their tight formations, Zeke figures out a viable path to escape, but doing so would instantly blow his cover and ruin his plan to frame McCain. Pivot plan activated. He pulls out a tiny horn, blows a sharp signal, and immediately detonates a thick smoke bomb. The squad leader barks commands, ordering his soldiers to lock onto Zeke before he can slip away. But Zeke is way too quick, vanishing into thin air before they can even make contact. Even so, the squad leader remains confident they still hold the upper hand. He orders everyone to stay sharp, reminding them that Zeke cannot escape while the absolute snare is active. The leader scans the area but finds nothing. Just as he is planning his next move, his own ally gets brutally crushed right beside him. Panic sets in. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens to them next. Alright, you and I are about to watch these soldiers realize they are under barbarian attack, with their leader wondering why they are being targeted out of nowhere. Sure, this elite squad can easily take down 1 or 2 enemies, but their leader knows they stand zero chance against the massive horde crashing down on them. One brave soldier charges forward and manages to slash a barbarian, but it does absolutely nothing. His blade cannot pierce the skin, and the furious beast instantly decapitates him. This shocking aggression catches the commander off guard, making him realize they are in serious life-threatening danger. He quickly pulls out his flare gun and shoots a signal into the sky, warning nearby allies that they are abandoning the mission. Desperate to survive, the remaining men scramble to retreat while the terrifying barbarians simply watch them flee. Once the chaotic dust finally settles, Zeke steps out from his clever hiding spot. Believe it or not, he buried himself in the dirt while the madness unfolded. He is relieved his crazy plan worked so flawlessly, all thanks to a special tool called the Barbarian's Horn. Now check this out. This item is actually a relic of war, specifically designed to coordinate brutal battlefields. During his past life, Zeke befriended a barbarian warrior, learning how to craft and blow this horn. The signal he just blew was a direct warning that foreign intruders were stepping onto their sacred motherland. To ordinary outsiders, barbarians are dismissed as mindless beasts, but they actually hold deep traditions. Sadly, the fragile horn immediately shatters after use, making this a strictly one-time distraction trick. With the dangerous pursuit dogs out of the picture, Zeke heads straight toward the ancient ruins. It is not long before he reaches what looks like the main entrance, but a massive obstacle stands in his way, a terrifying 9-headed dragon called a Hydra. Spotting the heavy stone door behind the beast, Zeke asks his system if it can force it open. Surprisingly, the system manages to link with the lock mechanism and starts opening the door. But watch out, this completely triggers the Hydra, and Zeke realizes stealth is off the table as he channels his Gale arts and charges. He hopes to use sheer speed to disorient the multi-headed monster, slipping past while it struggles to track him. The plan goes incredibly well, right up until the Hydra proves exactly why it guards the legendary Kaiser's home. Even with his blinding speed, the monster effortlessly tracks Zeke's movement, blocking the doorway before he can reach it. Without hesitation, the beast lunges to snap our hero clean in half. Zeke barely ducks out of those razor-sharp jaws. He counterattacks with a slash, but the beast's splashing blood melts his clothes, revealing its deadly, acidic nature. He can hardly believe his bad luck, facing a massive 9-headed beast that bleeds pure acid. Zeke recalls that even his overpowered master barely survived this nightmare, proving just how lethal this fight is. Still, Zeke refuses to throw in the towel over some ugly monster. An intense clash erupts as they trade blows, but despite absorbing massive damage, the beast remains standing. For the first time, Zeke begins to question what kind of freak he is up against. After all, dragonborns like this are the closest things left to true dragons. Frustration sets in as Zeke realizes that no matter how deep he cuts, the beast instantly regenerates. He grimly admits that defeating it at his current power level is practically impossible. Zeke quickly puts two and two together. Estimating the distance between the beast and the ruins, he orders his system to shut the gate, locking them out. With the path sealed, Zeke turns to face his enemy head-on, immediately unleashing the first form of his Gale arts. He relentlessly bombards the monster, patiently waiting for the perfect split-second opening. His goal is to slip past and reach the door before the Titan even realizes what happened. Zeke successfully dodges a strike and bolts for the door. He almost makes it, but the monster suddenly snatches his arm. Our hero screams out in agony as the Titan violently drags him back. Shocked that the beast refuses to let go, Zeke realizes his situation is completely critical. Driven into a corner, he unleashes a forbidden trump card, using soul manifestation to sever the monstrous heads. But mid-strike, his system warns him he is poisoned, and trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Zeke ignores the warning, slicing down the heads and leaving just one alive. He collapses to his knees in pure exhaustion as the Hydra charges, fully intending to finish him off once and for all. But right then he triggers a powerful draconian skill, Dragon's Dignity. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupts from Zeke's body. Armed with this crushing spiritual pressure, he fiercely commands the Hydra to get lost before he decides to tear it apart. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the massive beast immediately backs off and flees. Zeke lets out a huge sigh of relief, honestly shocked that this skill actually worked against a dragonborn. He immediately kicks himself for not using it sooner. But wait, he's suddenly feeling exhausted, even though his system should grant him infinite stamina. Then he realizes the truth. The poison in his body is making him incredibly weak. Meanwhile, a system notification pops up, confirming he successfully terrified the Hydra. The system then offers a wild option. Does he want to activate the control skill and subjugate this monster? Let's pause here, because Zeke is absolutely hyped at the thought of getting this giant beast under his control. Stoked about the insane possibility, Zeke decides to go for it. But his excitement completely dies when the system coldly tells him he lacks the authority to subjugate it. Zeke isn't too disappointed, though. He expected some limits on a skill this broken. Suddenly, his condition takes a sharp turn for the worse. The system warns him that the poison has spiked past critical levels. He panics. His passive healing factor isn't doing anything to stop this deadly venom. Even through the agonizing pain, Zeke knows there has to be a way out. Suddenly, he remembers his gluttony skill, the one that lets him devour bloodline abilities. If the Hydra's venom is this toxic, its own bloodline must have built-in immunity against the poison. Wasting zero time, Zeke triggers gluttony, devouring one of the severed Hydra heads. Instantly, the skill level skyrockets from beginner straight to expert tier. And just like that, his lost energy starts returning. Even better, he absorbs the Hydra's bloodline ability. This forces him to violently vomit the toxic fluids, neutralizing the deadly poison in his system within seconds. Surviving this near-death nightmare, Zeke checks his new stats and realizes this Hydra constitution makes him immune to almost any poison. Still, he is not entirely sure if this means he can completely stop worrying about toxins in the future. We both know that is huge, and Zeke is absolutely stunned by it. Skipping past all the boring system alerts, he decides it is time to keep moving forward. Next, we get a fascinating backstory on Kaiser, who was born half human and half fairy. Born to a wise human sage and the fairy monarch, his hybrid bloodline made him incredibly unique. To escape the schemes of an evil mage, he was abandoned in the woods as a baby, where a legendary wolf adopted and raised him. Because of that protector, he grew up safe and strong. Kaiser eventually saved the oppressed humans and built a magnificent kingdom for them right in the center of the land, Kronos. Over generations, this history faded into mere myth, since absolutely no physical evidence remained. But Zeke has just arrived at this mythical Kronos, and he is shocked to find Kaiser's ruins sitting right here. Stepping up to the colossal door of the main temple, he realizes it looks exactly like the door at Terrence's place. As it creaks open, Zeke steps inside. A glowing blue crystal sits in the center of the room. The second he touches it, a new hero quest triggers. Zeke is completely caught off guard, having received zero warning beforehand. To make matters worse, He is locked inside until he completes the entire quest. The details reveal he must somehow obtain Kaiser's wisdom from the ancient traces left behind in these ruins. Proving how intense this quest really is, there is no time limit, and his ultimate reward for completing it is the legendary fairy monarch's tears. Zeke is blown away, knowing that these mythical tears are said to grant any wish a person desires. You and I both know that is the ultimate cheat code, so he is definitely interested. He asks the system how to get this wisdom, and it immediately starts extracting the data inside the glowing blue crystal, which turns out to be a magic recording device. You and I are diving in as the system finds 546 magical video records. Out of all those, 12 files are exactly what our main character Zeke needs to unlock the secrets. Without wasting any time, the system boots up the very first magic video file. But there is a catch. The video is recorded in an ancient language Zeke cannot understand. Luckily, the system translates it instantly. Once the playback starts, Zeke is completely blown away to see the legendary Kaiser projected right in front of him. On screen, the ancient hero is casually explaining how to properly swing a sword. But he keeps pausing the lesson to scream at his cameraman and right-hand man Shelturn. Just watching this chaotic footage makes Zeke finally realize that Kaiser was indeed real. Next, Kaiser addresses the ultimate question: what does it actually take to wield a sword? After listing off some incredibly boring theories, he decides a live demonstration is much better. Kaiser raises his blade and delivers a vertical strike so intense it feels like it splits Zeke in half. Zeke nearly gets a heart attack before realizing it was just a holographic trick. He is stunned that a mere recording can radiate this much pressure. But trust me, instead of getting scared, this absolute battle maniac gets even more excited. Zeke sits right down and demands the system replay the video immediately. Studying the recording on repeat, he starts copying every single movement step by step. 4 days pass, and Zeke is still training like a man possessed inside a chamber with 3 distinct doors. One room holds a month of food rations, while the second serves as a recovery area for his body and mind. As for the third room, it is packed with ancient books and legendary weapons, leading Zeke to realize this chamber was built for Kaiser's true successor. With every single necessity provided, he can fully dedicate himself to nothing but non-stop training. Through pure grit, he successfully mimics the exact combat form from the recording. Zeke still doubts his progress when the system suddenly alerts him that he has mastered Kaiser's basic elemental style. This leaves Zeke totally confused, as elemental magic is something he has never heard of. Now pay attention, because the system alerts him he has already surpassed basic level, meaning the system is now summoning the legendary soul of Kaiser. Blinding light erupts from the crystal, and once it fades, the majestic King Kaiser stands there radiating absolute power. Zeke is totally stunned to see the legend in the flesh, but before he can even celebrate, Kaiser suddenly strikes. Relying on his insane reflexes, Zeke barely manages to block the incoming blow. Even so, he cannot fully withstand the overwhelming force behind the king's strike. Zeke gets thrown straight into a wall, but Kaiser immediately demands that he get right back up. Catching his breath, Zeke realizes this terrifying pressure feels exactly like facing his master in his previous life. Kaiser mocks him, laughing that a kid with such garbage skills will never master his legendary swordsmanship. Zeke barely has time to wonder why he was targeted before Kaiser lunges again. He manages to deflect the blade, but secretly worries he is about to get absolutely wrecked. While Zeke struggles to survive, Kaiser is just playing around like a predator, teasing its prey. Locking eyes with his opponent, Zeke finally locks in and decides it is time to get serious. Zeke cloaks his weapon in energy, prompting a surprised Kaiser to ask if he is Shelturn's student. Ignoring the question, Zeke charges forward with a flurry of heavy blows, but the king effortlessly deflects them. Kaiser is clearly just having fun here, barely putting any effort into his defense. Zeke keeps pouring on the pressure, desperate to find even a single gap in his guard. But he is shut down completely. Zeke starts to see exactly why this man earned the title of Hero King. Despite hitting a total brick wall, our protagonist refuses to give up this easily. Zeke triggers his active combat skills. He unleashes a massive strike that triggers a huge explosion, but the king emerges completely untouched. Kaiser is shocked to see draconian skills. But stick with me, because next Zeke goes all out with soul manifestation. Let's dive right in as Zeke tries to slice Kaiser, who doesn't even flinch. A single counterstrike sends Zeke straight to dreamland. When he finally wakes up, he finds his opponent calmly sitting right in front of him. To his absolute shock, Kaiser is casually floating on a cushion of concentrated wind. Kaiser claims Zeke actually has some serious talent. He leans in close, staring straight into the young warrior's eyes. He points out that part of Zeke's soul is still trapped in the spirit realm, leaving Zeke completely baffled by these cryptic words. That's when Kaiser drops a bomb. Zeke has somehow overcome the wall of death. With that hurdle cleared, Zeke might finally control the dragon. Once the dust settles, Zeke begs him to explain all these cryptic riddles. Kaiser simply brushes it off, telling him to stop worrying about useless details. Now pay attention, because Kaiser completely shocks him by revealing he knows exactly why Zeke came seeking his wisdom. He begins explaining the primal energy driving the four main elements, which forms the very core of the legendary elemental sword. To demonstrate, he conjures a swirling wind field right out of thin air. He explains that this massive elemental power is actually fueled by raw ether. Watching closely, Zeke realizes this looks way more like magic than actual swordplay. But before he can think, Kaiser demands he try it himself. Zeke is deeply confused because he can't sense any ether coming from Kaiser. Figuring there must be some sort of hidden trick, Zeke has no choice but to ask how to convert standard ether into pure elemental force. This question completely stumps Kaiser because he has absolutely no idea how to explain the process. For him, using this power is as natural as breathing, meaning he has no teaching advice to offer. You and I both see Kaiser showing off, but Zeke finally realizes why he couldn't feel any ether. His control is just flawless. He only caught a trace of it after focusing every single sense, proving Kaiser is on a whole different level. Stepping up to try, Zeke remembers how Kaiser linked his soul manifestation to this very elemental power. But the moment he activates it, Kaiser smacks him for doing a garbage job. He wanted real elemental force, not some cheap knockoff incantation. Zeke is left scratching his head. And Kaiser explains that true incantations belong solely to dragons. Humans are physically incapable of ever wielding them properly. To prove his point, he asks Zeke if his body feels utterly drained every single time he tries to use it. Zeke freezes in shock as the painful truth hits him. The old master is completely right. Kaiser explains that the gap between human and dragon souls is massive. Even if a human tries to pull it off, they are only mimicking the final results. He openly scoffs at such a pathetic low-grade imitation of true power. As they talk, a memory flashes in Zeke's mind. He has definitely seen that word before. He remembers absorbing Bahamut's heart, where system notifications confirmed he unlocked incantations, even though he could not activate them yet. The skill is locked simply because he still lacks the experience. Zeke wonders if he can freely trigger his soul manifestation once his strength reaches new heights. With this realization, he now has a massive new goal to push himself even further. Suddenly, Kaiser barks at him to stand up and get back to hard training. Scrambling up, Zeke dives into advanced application drills, which are infinitely harder than any basic level stuff he has done. Because this elemental style relies on precise ether control, Zeke slowly begins to grasp the exact mechanics behind it. After hours of brutal training, Kaiser finally calls for a break, warning him that the upcoming level is going to be hell, so he needs to rest up. Catching his breath, Zeke mentions he has quite a few burning questions while they take a breather. With nothing left to hide, Kaiser shrugs and tells him to fire away with whatever he wants. Zeke asks why Kaiser immediately called him Sheltern's disciple the first time he witnessed him channeling aura. Kaiser explains that Sheltern thought the elemental sword was far too complex for mere humans, so he invented aura to make things much easier. Kaiser is clearly annoyed that Sheltern abandoned his master's peak technique just to pass down a simplified knockoff. In his frustration, Kaiser snaps, revealing Sheltern's true family name, Draegar. Zeke is utterly stunned as he suddenly realizes Sheltern was the true founder of the Draegar family, not Terracon. This shocking revelation only breeds deeper mysteries, leaving him wondering why this massive truth was hidden from history. Putting those secrets aside, Zeke asks about the spirit realm. Trust me, you and I are about to get some answers. Kaiser breaks it down simply, calling this mysterious spirit world the afterlife. Think about it. Once you leave your physical body behind to enter this spirit world, there is absolutely no coming back. But Zeke quickly points out a loophole. Kaiser said a part of him is in there. That completely breaks all the rules. So Kaiser confesses that Zeke is the first truly bizarre, unique case he has ever seen. Even so, he admits there are still secret ways to travel between both worlds. Kaiser explains that a legendary dragon helped him escape, which instantly sends Zeke into a total panic, leaving the master confused. Zeke fires back that a proud dragon would never help a mere human. But Kaiser thinks Zeke is crazy, insisting that dragons actually absolutely adore humanity. This completely shatters everything Zeke ever knew. He clutches his head in absolute frustration. wondering if dragons and humans actually had a completely different peaceful relationship back in ancient times. As Zeke struggles to process this shocking truth, Kaiser steps right up to him. He points out that Zeke himself is living proof of dragon kindness, holding both Bahamut's heart and fang right now. Kaiser is convinced that the great dragon willingly handed these treasures over to him. He keeps rambling on about how Bahamut actually has a good side, despite his questionable personality. Suddenly, Zeke realizes something wild. Kaiser and Bahamut might have actually been close friends in the past. Now pay close attention to this clever move. Zeke decides to hide Bahamut's defeat and plays along, claiming the dragon gifted him those items. Kaiser bursts out laughing, glad that Bahamut still knows how to look after his people. But Kaiser knows the beast had a terrible temper, mentioning that Bahamut was constantly getting into massive legendary fights with Kronos. Hearing the name Kronos instantly triggers something in Zeke. That is another dragon. Zeke goes completely numb, asking if the entire kingdom was actually named after this dragon. Kaiser nods, casually revealing that he was Kronos' chosen contractor. Since Kronos had too much free time, Kaiser simply named the whole nation after him. It turns out there is ancient lore. Once upon a time, humans and dragons lived together in perfect harmony. But if a dragon helps humanity without a formal contract, the world's balance shatters, putting the entire continent in grave danger. To prevent this, these massive dragons would suppress their immense power and polymorph into human form to help humanity, calling their chosen human partners their contractors. Let's pause for a second. This explains why ancient warriors were so ridiculously strong. They were getting dragon help. But a massive question still remains. What destroyed this beautiful bond? A moment later, Kaiser drops a bombshell. The final step of training is a direct duel. The instant those words leave Kaiser's mouth, Zeke feels a sudden terrifying shift. Kaiser then reveals that this fight comes with some brutal conditions. He declares that eating and sleeping are strictly forbidden, and the battle won't end until he decides to stop. Plus, Zeke is only allowed to use the exact same elemental sword. Naturally, Zeke speaks up, asking what happens if he accidentally breaks one of those rules. The air instantly freezes as Kaiser releases a suffocating aura that makes Zeke tremble. With a terrifyingly polite smile, Kaiser tells Zeke he can break any rule he wants, if he has a spare life. The brutal duel begins with Kaiser unleashing the element of fire, known for its sheer, unmatched destructive power. Zeke barely survives the flames before Kaiser immediately switches over to the heavy earth element. This particular element is designed for subduing and absolute defense, letting the user freely control solidity and mass. Despite the crushing difficulty of this intense training, Zeke somehow pulls through, quickly shifting into the fluid wind element. While this style completely lacks raw power, it makes up for it with blinding speed. Finally, Kaiser forces Zeke to face the unique water element, a highly versatile style designed for both relentless attack and defense. Even better, it excels at suppression and support, making it easily the most balanced element of all. Zeke managed to survive the other styles, but once the water element starts, he realizes it is on a whole different level. Trust me, we can all see Zeke drowning in sheer panic as he realizes Kaiser is completely out of his league. As the intense clash drags on, Zeke flashes back to his earlier training sessions, where the master patiently explained how to properly wield the water element. Kaiser's voice echoes, reminding him that the most critical key is its absolute, endless fluidity. Alright, you and I are about to see if Kaiser is right that fluidity beats raw strength. Zeke only trusts power because in his past life he lost everything he cared about, simply because he was too weak to protect them. Now that he has a second chance, Zeke cannot believe Kaiser is actually trying to convince him that going with the flow is what matters most. He holds on to his belief that power is everything, right up until his duel with Kaiser. By now, Zeke has completely lost track of the days, though he is fairly certain they have been fighting for over a month. Going without food or sleep since the start, he finally realizes that endless stamina is not as broken as he once believed. Kaiser is just too overwhelmingly strong, crushing every single attack Zeke throws his way. As he struggles under Kaiser's relentless pressure, a sudden spark ignites inside his mind. In that split second, he finally taps into that flowing state Kaiser kept talking about. At last, the true meaning behind Kaiser's words finally becomes crystal clear. Zeke realizes his past training was not actual strength, but just heavy chains holding him back. By learning to move like water, he shatters all the useless concepts that used to clutter his mind. Now pay attention to this moment. Zeke finally enters a state where he is one with his blade. Interestingly, this is not the first time he has reached this peak. He did it once before in his past life. when his very survival was on the line. Zeke seamlessly matches Kaiser's movements, prompting his master to smile with pure pride at how far his student has come. The two move in perfect harmony, unleashing their final devastating strikes at the exact same instant. But after such an intense clash, Zeke's body finally gives out. Kaiser stands tall, incredibly proud that Zeke has truly become the successor to his legacy. Before long, Zeke wakes up, absolutely furious that he blacked out. He is deeply annoyed that this is already the second time he has lost consciousness during a major duel. The first time was against Duke, when the system knocked him cold for abusing his skills way too much. This time, though, he realizes he simply pushed his physical body past its absolute breaking point. When he finally looks around, he is shocked to find Kaiser gone, assuming his master has already returned to the spirit realm. Unsure if he actually cleared the quest, let's look closely as he opens his status window to find a massive surprise. He has indeed cleared the Link quest right on time, which means his overall rewards are going to be significantly increased. The system alerts him that he has obtained the Fairy Monarch's tears and 500 karma points. On top of that, he is awarded 3 random skill cards. A new notification pops up revealing his administrator rights have been upgraded. Because of this, he gets another 500 karma points and 3 random mystery boxes. Since he has officially reached the intermediate rank, the system informs him that several locked functions are now fully accessible. He is also granted a highly convenient item hotkey slot for quicker access. But the best upgrade is definitely the new teleportation feature added directly to his minimap. Thanks to his intense training, Zeke's soul has grown enough to partially break the seal on Bahamut's heart. Zeke can now tap into 10% of Bahamut's raw mana, while the remaining 90% stays sealed until he grows strong enough to handle it. Knowing how crucial this seal is, Zeke makes a mental note to monitor it as closely as possible. Next, he eagerly decides to crack open those 3 mystery boxes. The first box reveals a special boot, though its true powers will remain hidden until he collects the complete set. Inside the second box is a piece of leg armor, which also requires the full set to unlock its potential. The third box gives him a pair of exquisite crystal earrings. Looking at the stats, they offer a very solid 15% boost to his mana recovery speed. Zeke is thrilled about this drop because he can easily sell these to a wealthy mage for a premium price. Even better, the boots and leg armor he just pulled match perfectly with the gauntlets he already owns. He is confident the full set is finally within reach. Moving on, he decides to inspect his random skill cards. The system reveals the first reward, a skill called Static Discharge. This handy ability lets him channel high-voltage electricity directly into an enemy through simple physical contact. His second new skill is Flashbang, which shoots a ball of highly condensed energy that detonates on impact. It unleashes a blinding light to cripple their vision, while his final skill, Dissonance, creates a sickening sound to destroy their hearing. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing these in action. You and I are about to see Zeke's jaw drop when he realizes his new skills are all rank C. He is absolutely mind-blown because scoring top-tier abilities like this for free is a massive deal. Hyped up, Zeke triggers Static Discharge to test its raw power. He channels the crackling electricity right into his dagger and grins at the deadly result. He is highly confident he can use this spark in plenty of other creative ways. At the same time, he realizes combining Flashbang and Dissonance would unleash absolute unimaginable chaos. Scanning his status screen, Zeke spots the item hotkey slot. Suddenly, the system alerts him that any item registered there can be activated instantly, just like an active skill. Zeke smirks. This crazy utility feature is definitely going to come in handy. He starts brainstorming what to slot in since his infinite stamina and rapid healing factor already have him covered. He once thought his healing made him invincible, but that brutal fight with Kaiser changed everything. Still, he isn't sweating it too much. What are the odds of running into another freak like Kaiser? Even so, he still hasn't figured out the true limit of his self-healing power. With plenty of karma points burning a hole in his pocket, he buys a top-tier healing potion and instantly maps it to his hotkey. This legendary brew can instantly patch up fatal wounds and completely restore his energy. Now, pay attention here, as Zeke finally pulls out his main reward, the legendary Fairy Monarch's eyes. Reading the item details, he is stunned to find that these crystalline tears can summon the actual Fairy Queen. Since this powerful summon is a single-use item, Zeke decides to save it for an absolute emergency. With his massive loot haul sorted, Zeke exits the ruins and decides to test out his mini-map teleportation. The spell works flawlessly, dropping him right at an adventurer's outpost. He is totally amazed that he can warp instantly to any location he selects on his map. He quickly realizes there are no limits here except for a point cost that scales with distance. He is thrilled with this overpowered feature since he can literally travel anywhere if he has the points. Plus, it is perfect for hiding his movements and staying completely off the grid. You and I would panic too. He spots winter flowers and realizes he has missed an entire month. He sprints straight to Valhalla to find the dean. The old man is utterly stunned that Zeke is showing up to start class a whole month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke suddenly remembers a critical detail from the recommendation letter he was given. The dean has absolute authority to reject him outright if he fails to show up for the opening ceremony. Since waiting another full year would ruin everything, Zeke knows he must find a way to convince the stubborn old dean. Desperate, Zeke tells the dean he simply lost track of time during intense training. But this lame excuse only pisses off the dean, who thinks the boy is just lying. See, this dean is Flober Borsius, a legendary knight across the continent, and Arthur literally had to beg him to take this prestigious position at Valhalla. That proves Flober is insanely powerful, and he is a strict man who lives for honor and order. Realizing this, Zeke knows that trying to beg or cook up some sob story will only make things 10 times worse. He immediately takes full responsibility, admitting he has no excuses, which finally makes Flober cool down. The dean warns him that any other cadet would have been kicked out on the spot. However, Flober decides to prep a training hall, wanting to see firsthand if Zeke's solo training was actually worth missing a whole month of academy classes. He promises that if Zeke can prove his worth today, he will officially allow him to enroll. Relieved, Zeke grins and sincerely thanks the strict old man for giving him a chance. Wasting no time, Flober orders the arena prepped and summons all the elite academy professors. When they arrive at the arena, Zeke realizes these professors are actually famous knights he has seen on the news countless times. That just shows how elite this academy truly is. With everyone watching, Flober commands Zeke to show them the results of his 1-month solo training. Zeke pauses, debating which skill to reveal since he obviously cannot show off his signature elemental swordsmanship. With every single eye in the room locked onto him, Zeke decides to unleash just a tiny fraction of his power. Zeke ignites his sword with a massive aura blade, and trust me, those professors are absolutely losing their minds. Alright, you and I are about to watch a 15-year-old kid reach the legendary rank of Blue Knight. For context, the previous record holder Abel did not even reach that level until he was 19. Zeke quickly realizes he showed off way too much power, all because of his brutal training days with Kaiser. Still, he is relieved the professors only think he is Blue Knight level and not something even crazier. The truth is, before even meeting Kaiser, Zeke's aura was already at the blue tier, and that insane training they did? It completely unlocked his potential, catapulting his raw power all the way up to the legendary Red Knight rank. To put it simply, Blue Knights can only summon an aura blade, but a Red Knight can reshape and control that deadly energy at will. Zeke is just glad he held back, because unleashing anything more would have caused total chaos. He braces himself for a massive scolding, but instead Flober rushes onto the stage clapping wildly. Zeke can barely believe his eyes as the strict dean pulls a complete 180. Flober turns to the other professors, daring anyone to speak up against admitting this absolute prodigy. But after witnessing that mind-blowing power, absolutely nobody is brave enough to argue. Now pay attention here. This is the moment our boy officially gets into Valhalla. This elite academy is based in Atlas, right next to the massive Draegar Four Seasons fortress. As the main stronghold where Lord Arthur and the high nobles live, it is a big deal. And yet Zeke is casually handed his own private mansion. Relieved to finally relax, Zeke walks through the doors only to be bombarded with loud cheers from Duke and Andre. These two idiots are actually wearing full clown suits to celebrate his massive success. And before Zeke can react, he gets dragged straight into a chaotic surprise party they had set up beforehand. He is completely shocked to see them here, especially since they were supposed to be miles away at school. But wait. It turns out Lord Arthur summoned Duke to the fortress, and the moment Duke arrived, he immediately decided to move in and act as Zeke's personal housekeeper. Meanwhile, Andre took a job at Valhalla as an assistant professor just so he could keep hovering over Zeke. Zeke is completely speechless that they hijacked his brand new home for a wild party without even asking him. After eating and drinking themselves into a stupor, both Duke and Andre completely pass out. With those two snoring, Zeke sneaks out to a local tavern, approaches the counter, and quietly asks to meet Kay. The entire tavern instantly goes dead silent, and several heavily armed thugs stand up with bad intentions. You and I both know what is coming. Zeke simply flashes his glove, asking if they truly want to die today. The second those tough guys realize they are dealing with a powerful Draegar, they instantly back down. The terrified bartender bows and apologizes, saying he should have kept his tavern thugs in line. Now fully aware of how dangerous Zeke is, the barkeep quickly agrees to lead him straight to Kay, their manager. Navigating through heavy layers of intense security doesn't surprise Zeke at all, because he remembers exactly how Kay likes to run things. In his previous life, two massive factions ruled the shadows as the absolute greatest spy networks on the continent. We are talking about the Draegar's Order of the Black Knights and the Roman Empire's own intelligence agency. But lurking in the deepest corners was a third secretive power known simply as the Syndicate. On the surface, they just looked like common smugglers, but the moment Kay officially joined the ranks of the organization, she flipped those supply lines into a massive, unstoppable intelligence network. Zeke recalls that after getting expelled from school in his old life, he joined McCain and became a deadly hitman for them. Eventually, Kay tracked him down because she desperately needed his lethal skill set for a job. She hired him to completely destroy a rival trade route so her own group could expand and secure the area. It was all a calculated play to ensure the Syndicate did not fall behind while fighting against the two major spy networks. Thanks to her absolute ruthlessness, she eventually managed to seize complete control of the entire Syndicate, and when Zeke lost everything to the Empire, Kay was the one who leaked the location of the legendary Imperial artifact, letting him steal it. She later admitted she helped him, because his strength had pushed her to the top. Now that he has a second chance in the past, he needs to secure that same critical info. He is a prodigy, but trust me, you and I are going to watch his path become effortless if this deal succeeds. Let's follow Zeke as he steps into the secret room where Kay is waiting. She immediately shows off her trademark attitude, lighting up a smoke to relax. Then she directly asks Zeke, the rising star of the Draegar family, what brings him here. Kay tells him to stop playing games and get straight to business. Zeke doesn't hesitate. He wants to partner with her syndicate. That catches her off guard. Why would the youngest Blue Knight want to do business with a known criminal syndicate? But before he even speaks, Zeke is highly impressed. She already knows what happened in Valhalla. Zeke tells her he has a little demonstration prepared, confident she will change her mind once she sees it. He pulls out those mysterious earrings he got from the random reward boxes. Kay thinks they look completely ordinary, but Zeke urges her to try them on. They are powerful artifacts. She casually puts them on, totally prepared to laugh in his face and tell him I told you so. But the moment those earrings activate, her whole expression freezes. She is stunned to find her mana recovery rate has surged by 15%. This is absolutely insane, considering the highest tier artifacts usually top out at just 3%. As the top information dealer around, Kay pridefully believes she should already know if gear like this existed. This means Zeke either has a secret supplier she knows nothing about, or he can somehow obtain them in some incredibly bizarre way. Now pay attention here, it is clear Zeke is no ordinary guy. Kay finally sits down to listen. Zeke explains his plan to partner up so her syndicate can help him sell these legendary artifacts. He offers her 10% per sale, plus a massive bonus for every 10,000 items they move. It is a sweet deal, but she is utterly shocked that he already knows she is secretly a magician. This kid clearly has some serious intelligence sources of his own. Without another word, Kay agrees that those terms are perfect. But right as they are wrapping things up, Zeke stops her with a final question. In a totally casual voice, he asks about the ghost ship. Instantly, her face drops and heavily armed guards surround Zeke. Kay demands to know exactly where he dug up that classified information. Zeke just smiles, calmly repeating that he only asked a question. He warns her she can threaten him if she wants, but asks if she is truly ready for the backlash. Suddenly, Zeke releases a terrifying pressure. She instantly realizes he is far stronger than any Blue Knight. And trust me, even if everyone here attacks him at once, they stand zero chance. Backing down, Kay takes him to her office to seal the deal. She presents a contract of oath, a classic magical binding agreement. Magicians use this special contract to guarantee absolute honesty, ensuring neither side can ever betray the other. They must sign it in blood, which leaves a permanent glowing brand on their arms. It is deadly serious, because breaking this oath means instant death. Still, clever backstabbers find loopholes, like hiring a third party to do their dirty work. Once Zeke explains all this, Kay laughs, glad he knows exactly what he is getting into. She admits she needs this guarantee so he does not just wake up tomorrow and decide to end her. Zeke completely agrees, saying he will sign as many papers as she wants if it helps him win her trust. Once the contract is signed and the seals are active, Zeke suggests they finish their previous conversation. He bluntly asks if the group renting her ghost ship is using it to smuggle a drug called Soma. Kay is completely floored, having absolutely no clue how he could have uncovered this deep secret. Still, she confesses she is helping McCain distribute the drug, which is strictly outlawed across the entire kingdom. But thanks to the endless chaos, the southern lands have become a massive breeding ground for it. She explains that McCain wants to avoid a war with the elite Ishtar family, who completely rule the land routes. With those land routes shut down and rival gangs controlling the seas, McCain had only one choice. They had to use her routes. Let's see what Zeke does next. Let's dive into a world where McCain and Pabala rule the south, with McCain controlling every single road. This forced Pabala to take the ocean, but everything flipped when Ishtar blocked the land, making McCain search for sea paths too. But Pabala already dominated the waves, and that is exactly where the syndicate entered the picture. While the history lesson is fun, Kay wants to focus on how Zeke knows so much. You see, the ghost ship is actually the syndicate's ultimate secret weapon. An invisibility spell masks the vessel, allowing it to slip right past both hostile pirates and the Royal Navy undetected. Zeke just smirks, teasing Kay about why a professional information broker is begging him for answers. He tells her to pay attention to the massive offer Pabala just sent her way. Kay admits that Pabala is willing to pay double what McCain is currently giving them. The only catch is they must completely ditch McCain. Kay is still considering it, but Zeke bluntly tells her to throw it away. Zeke points out that the syndicate is way too valuable to both sides. He adds that burning bridges with McCain would mean losing a major client for Soma. Watch closely because Zeke reveals a huge detail that she totally missed. He reveals that the Pabala are actually former pirates beaten by the legendary White Silver Knight. Kay refuses to believe it, arguing that Pabala actually has honor unlike those filthy pirates. Zeke counters that it is all a lie. Pabala only wants to steal the syndicate's hidden ocean paths. While McCain actually wants the syndicate to succeed, Pabala will immediately destroy the ghost ship once they seize it. Kay tries to argue, but Zeke cuts her off and demands payment for all this premium information. Still, Zeke says he only needs one favor. He wants a direct meeting with Don Juan, the big boss of McCain. If she pulls this off, he promises to make her the absolute ruler of the syndicate. Afterward, Zeke reflects that to truly control all information, he must swallow up every rival guild on his climb. He is thrilled, having planted the seeds for Kay to aim higher, which will eventually spell total doom for Don Juan. The next morning, Zeke takes in the quiet, peaceful vibe of Valhalla while waiting for the guide the dean promised to send him. Right on cue, we meet a wild kid named Diego covered in piercings and yapping like a rapper. He offers a friendly fist bump, but Zeke completely ignores him, treating him like total street garbage. Not bothered at all, Diego throws an arm around Zeke and tells him to lose the uptight schoolboy attitude. Zeke just slaps his hand away, coldly asking if this guy is seriously the guide sent by the dean. Diego chuckles and tells him to relax, but Zeke freezes in absolute shock the second the guy actually says his name out loud. Diego proudly brags that he is a master of blending traditional southern folk music with modern hip-hop beats. Hearing this, Zeke walks away, but his entire vibe toward the guy suddenly shifts. Diego spots the sudden change and happily wonders if Zeke is finally starting to like him. But in reality, Zeke just realized Diego was one of the legendary 5 divine knights from his previous life. That legendary title was given to the heroes who won the Great Continental War, starting with Bishop, the Silent Knight. There was Solma, the Haze Knight, Asta, the Illusory Knight, Reyna, the Lightning Knight, and of course Diego, the Metered Knight. Zeke recalls that all 5 were rumored to be Valhalla alumni, and now he has met both Reyna and Diego. He decides to hunt down the others to confirm the rumor and secure their godlike power for his future early on. Following their academy tour, Diego invites him to a southern restaurant, but Zeke flat out refuses to go. He remembers eating southern dishes during his previous life, and the memory is honestly pretty terrible. Even so, he drags himself along to a local spot famous for serving authentic southern food. But the moment he takes a bite, Zeke is absolutely blown away. Diego smiles, proudly agreeing that even as a local, this is the best southern food he has tasted. Lost in the food, Zeke accidentally lets slip that he has traveled to the south before. Diego instantly catches the slip and interrogates him, forcing Zeke to quickly lie and say he only heard rumors. As they finish, Zeke asks how a southerner ended up at Valhalla. And trust me, Diego's casual answer that he is a literal prince catches us both off guard. Let's dive into the southern continent made of tiny warring kingdoms. And right at the center stands the Cusco Kingdom. In Zeke's past life, this place collapsed from a brutal civil war, forcing almost everyone to flee straight to the central kingdom. Staring at Diego's completely shameless and goofy behavior, Zeke seriously doubts this guy is actual royalty. Diego reveals his family shipped him to Valhalla after realizing his genius with twin swords, the signature martial art of their southern royal bloodline. But despite all those heavy expectations, Diego does not care about legacy and only wants to be a pop star. He even begs Zeke to join his music club, which gets shut down instantly. Right after, Diego drags Zeke into a lecture meant only for senior students. Zeke worries they might get caught, but Diego insists Valhalla prides itself on free learning, unlike academies with their rigid class restrictions. He adds that today's class is different, teasing rumors of a massive surprise. As they look for seats, Zeke genuinely wonders if this guy ever stops talking. Suddenly, whispers ripple through the entire hall as older students spot Zeke and start buzzing about his legendary feats. Now watch closely, even the senior students already know exactly who he is. Mid-chatter, Diego finally realizes Zeke is a direct descendant of the Draegar family. Shocked by his friend's cluelessness, Zeke flashes the special gloves only pure-blood Draegar awakeners are allowed to wear. Only then does Diego realize these gloves are not just fashion accessories. He admits he saw them earlier but just figured Zeke was wearing them to look cool. Zeke is honestly stunned by his ignorance, unable to believe a Valhalla student could fail to recognize such an iconic symbol. But seeing his friend's jaw drop, Zeke lets it slide, knowing he is a rare case that most people never see. He silently prays this shocking news might quiet Diego down. Too bad, because the second Diego snaps out of it, he gets twice as loud. A moment later, the dean steps up, making Zeke realize why the room is so packed. But while the speaker gives his opening remarks, Diego is busy writing song lyrics and trying to distract him. Zeke, completely locked into the speech, tells his hyperactive friend to shut up and listen. Wrapping up his introduction, the dean welcomes Duke Draegar, the legendary Gale Knight, onto the stage. Like most of the students, Zeke is incredibly hyped to see his master, wondering if this legend is finally returning to the global stage. As Duke starts talking, students whisper in pure excitement, guessing the real reason behind his sudden return after so many years. But after a quick thank you, the old man starts bragging about his ancient war stories. 2 hours later, almost the entire hall is fast asleep or totally zoned out. With no end in sight, the poor dean is forced to physically drag Duke away to save the schedule. Once Duke is cleared out, the dean announces the next speaker, leaving the crowd completely shocked by mentioning a guardian knight. These legendary figures sit at the absolute peak of their order, far above advanced or standard soldiers. The rank pyramid goes from standard at the bottom up to advanced, and guardian at the absolute peak. Fewer than 10 ever exist due to their insanely high requirements, making Zeke desperate to finally see one with his own eyes. The dean's sweat drops, nervously checking his watch as they all wait for this VIP speaker to show up. Suddenly, a gorgeous girl in gleaming silver armor and long flowing platinum hair steps forward. The entire room erupts into loud, excited whispers the second she appears. But Zeke is frozen in pure disbelief because this legendary warrior is actually his own older sister, Carol Draegar. Famed as the brilliant white-silver knight, Carol stands as the first direct heir to the prestigious family name. She earned this supreme title by single-handedly purging a dangerous outlaw port town, successfully securing a major new ocean route. The town of Eisen, boasting incredible value thanks to safe shipping lanes, served as the most critical hub for sea travel near the central continent. It acts as a vital lifeline for the Dolce Republic, connecting the southern and eastern worlds. But Eisen was not always this thriving, beautiful trade paradise. A few years back, ruthless southern pirates seized the town, turning it into a chaotic, lawless wasteland. But the moment Carol became a formal knight of the family, she began hunting them down. After 5 long years of relentless hunting, she wiped out every single pirate occupying the area. Thanks to her, Eisen blossomed into a prosperous trade hub under their banner, while the remaining survivors fled in terror, hiding deep within the treacherous, deadly waters of the Dolce Republic. By securing these critical trade paths, and that, my friends, is how she became their youngest and most legendary guardian knight. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into Zeke's wild journey, and trust me, he never expected this. Standing on the stage as the guest speaker is his own eldest sister, a position even the prodigy Abel Draegar couldn't reach. Even worse, She is right in the middle of a brutal war of succession against his older brother, Abel. While Zeke is sizing her up, Carol suddenly slams the lectern, fiercely commanding the entire room to shut up. Her booming voice instantly sends cold shivers down the students' spines, leaving almost everyone trembling in absolute terror, well, except for Zeke. Carol immediately calls out their pathetic behavior, claiming Valhalla students in her day actually had some class. She then goes on a long, angry rant about how their ancestors fought to build this country. Listening to all this, Zeke realizes his big sister is just a total boomer. Thankfully, the lecture finally ends without any major drama. As they leave, Zeke overhears a crowd of students whining about Carol's terrifying attitude. Some actually prefer Duke's boring bragging over her intense speech. Shaking his head, Zeke gets ready to head out. But first he realizes just how completely useless Diego really is. After spending 5 straight hours scribbling down trash music, his classmate had just ditched him and vanished into thin air. Honestly, being left alone is better anyway. Zeke decides to use this free time to hunt down Tarquin's secret library. Now pay attention here, because before he can even take a step, Carol corners him for a private meeting. The moment they step into the Academy's public training room, she draws her blade, ready to fight her younger brother. Zeke instantly recognizes her weapon, a rare mithril sword from the Holy Kingdom. That nation had been plagued by vicious pirates since it shares a border with the port city of Aeson. Once Carol crushed those Aeson pirates, the grateful kingdom gifted her that pure mithril blade and matching armor. Clad in that shining silver gear, she earned her legendary title as the White Silver Knight. With her blade now drawn, Carol coldly commands Zeke to fight her with everything he has got. Zeke agrees to the duel, but he is definitely keeping his real power hidden. Since rumors about his combat skills are already spreading like wildfire after the entrance exam, Zeke knows his sister is just trying to see if he is a threat to her ambitions. He draws his own sword, channeling just enough aura to fake the power of a standard blue knight. Showing off his true skills in the Draegar family is suicide, since they only live by the law of the jungle. He is not giving away his hand. Basically, if he reveals his status as an overpowered red knight, it is going to bring a massive target right onto his back, especially with the rival Zimon's family looking for any excuse to wipe him off the face of the earth. Then there is the power-hungry Draegar patriarch, who would immediately try to lock Zeke down under his thumb. Zeke is keeping his cards close until he is strong enough to crush the old man. His ultimate goal is to break completely free from every single noble family's control. A second later, the duel begins and Carol lunges forward, slashing directly at Zeke. To keep his insane recovery powers hidden, Zeke quickly commands the system to temporarily pause his automatic healing factor. A master like Carol would spot his instant healing in a second, just like Duke did. Once the system locks the skill, Zeke hyper-focuses on defending himself without revealing a thing. But holding back has a heavy price, and Zeke quickly realizes he is no match for a Guardian Knight. You might be wondering, is he actually forced to use his Red Knight power? While he is trying to plan, Carol aggressively presses her advantage, giving him zero room to breathe. Somehow Zeke manages to block her heavy strike, leaving her completely stunned. Normally, any basic sword would have shattered instantly against her weapon. Struggling to crack his defense, she has to admit that Zeke is holding one hell of a blade. Meanwhile, Zeke puts all of his muscle into pushing Carol back, and with a heavy grunt he actually succeeds. Retreating to a safe distance, Zeke knows he cannot survive a long fight while holding back his aura. As they stand there locked in a tense standoff, he wonders why she suddenly lowered her guard. But as she swings her blade from way across the room, Zeke suddenly remembers that before she got her current title, Carol was feared across the land as the Giant's Blade. That is because her massive aura construct, when fully unleashed, looks exactly like the devastating weapon of an ancient giant. Before Zeke can even try to dodge, the massive shockwave blasts him backward, slamming his body hard into the concrete wall. Staring at the massive pile of rubble, Carol instantly regrets unleashing that much power on her brother. But to her complete shock, Zeke casually steps out of the dust, practically unscathed. He hides a smug grin, completely satisfied with his acting job to make himself look weak. Carol praises his survival. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what is next." As Zeke climbs out of the massive crater, you and I are about to see him pull off a brilliant tactical move. But before Carol can say anything, Zeke suddenly collapses face first onto the dirt. Panicking, Carol rushes to his side, screaming his name. She quickly inspects his limp body and finds his internal injuries are absolutely devastating. She instantly figures he blacked out because he overused his aura during their intense duel. Without wasting a second, Carol pours a high-tier recovery potion down his throat, instantly triggering his system's broken healing factor. But here's the catch. Zeke was actually faking the whole thing from the start. He went down on purpose. He wanted to make his condition look far worse than it actually was. Part of a brilliant plan to hide his insane strength and make them think he is just a rookie Blue Knight. The second Carol's aura blade made contact, Zeke intentionally shut down his own defenses. He willingly let her destructive energy flow directly into his body to sell the act. But then his body naturally rejected that foreign aura, actually knocking him out for real. Now watch closely. This perfectly sells his lie, leaving Carol completely convinced his injuries came from overusing aura. Once his body fully recovers, Zeke wakes up with theatrical drama, acting like he got hit by an isekai truck. Carol instantly asks if he is okay, and he plays it cool, thanking her for saving his life. Carol pulls him up and tells him to call her big sister, leaving our boy utterly speechless. Soon after, Carol takes Zeke to the outskirts of town in her carriage. She pours him a cup of top-tier tea. This reminds Zeke of his meeting with the patriarch, making him wonder if the entire world already knows about his massive tea obsession. Looking around, Zeke is shocked to find the carriage interior looks like a literal 5-star luxury mansion. Carol explains that her high status as a guardian knight always draws unwanted eyes, so she uses camouflage magic to keep it looking ordinary. This only makes Zeke more curious about why she needs such extreme privacy. He asks her straight out if their conversation is too dangerous for anyone else to hear. After a brief silence, Carol drops a bomb. She wants to discuss the Butcher Knight, Abel Draegar. She admits she simply lacks the strength to stop Abel's terrifying actions alone. Abel has already shattered the Draegar family's neutrality pact by sticking his nose into major national conflicts. Specifically, he is openly backing the Roman Empire in their war against Alencia. You and I both know Zeke's mind is racing, realizing Abel started his evil schemes way earlier than expected. He asks Carol if the leaders at the Four Seasons Fortress actually know about Abel's moves. They absolutely know, but choose to ignore it. She reveals the legendary Four Seasons Fortress is currently split right down the middle. Roman Empire loyalists have infiltrated the Elder Council, secretly tipping the balance of power directly into Abel's hands. Not everyone has surrendered, though. Carol notes a few neutral elders are still holding out. Zeke instantly realizes it is only a matter of time before those holdouts are forced to pick a side. Carol nods, terrified that letting Abel run wild like this will plunge the entire continent into a massive war. Having lived through that future himself, Zeke knows her dark fears are absolutely justified. He remembers that 7 years later, Abel, backed by the Roman Empire, would trigger an apocalyptic war. In his past life, that bloody conflict resulted in endless slaughter and turned the sky pitch black. Carol snaps him out of his dark memories, fiercely declaring she will find the strength to stop Abel. He reveals that Abel already controls most of the high-ranking Draegar knights. Abel thinks Carol only commands garbage forces, but she plans to unite the regular knights of the fortress, the ones dismissed as absolute trash. To her, a true knight must fight for justice, no matter their rank. With her plan laid out, she asks Zeke to join her crusade, while making it clear she won't force him into anything. Listening to her, Zeke realizes that beneath her terrifying reputation, Carol is truly righteous, willing to bend her cold rules to protect innocent people. Thinking back to their fight, Zeke realizes she left him an opening on purpose. Trust me, behind that terrifying armor, she actually has a heart of pure gold. Alright, you and I are jumping back in as Carol warns Zeke that choosing her side could make him a traitor. Zeke thanks her, completely ignores the warning, and accepts without a single doubt. Stunned by how fast he decided, Carol thanks him for choosing to walk this path of justice by her side. The next day, heading toward the Valhalla research facility, Zeke checks his system map while thinking about Carol's situation. In his past life, he learned about the Draegar family's corruption through Kay, but looking back at his talk with Carol, he now realizes the rot ran way deeper, stretching back long before the war in his previous life. Zeke originally planned to stay far away from the family, keeping Abel from messing with his prep for the upcoming war. But now that Carol shares his goals, he decides to stay inside the family, watching Abel directly while using her as cover. Zeke resolves to officially become a knight, planning to slowly turn public opinion in Carol's favor. Even as the firstborn and a guardian knight, Carol was crushed in his past life without a pure-blood awakening or powerful allies. He believes that if he becomes a knight as an awakened pureblood, he can finally tip the scales for her. And even though he feels totally unsuited to be a knight, he accepts the job for the greater good. Shortly after, Now pay attention here. Guided by his system map, Zeke enters the Great Central Library of Valhalla to find Draegar's secret archives. Moments later, the system alerts him he has arrived, but looking around, Zeke finds the library disappointingly ordinary. He was expecting something legendary like Bahamut's heart or Fang, so he feels let down by the lack of anything cool. But just as he's about to walk away, the system pings, a data restoration point is detected. Suddenly, a hidden section of the library projects itself right into view. The system explains that this is the lost secret library of another administrator, Draegar. Zeke is stunned, immediately wondering if Draegar was actually a system user just like him. Looking at the structure, Zeke realizes this library only responds to the system, explaining how it stayed hidden for so long. Right after, the system confirms that all the contents are now fully linked to his interface. Which means you and I both know this is huge. Zeke can now access Draegar's secret library anytime, anywhere. The system even organizes everything automatically into clean categories for quick searching. After scrolling through the files, Zeke asks the system to find a way to boost his growth rate. Instantly, the system pulls up a guide detailing the secret technique of true dragon swordplay. Zeke has never heard of this style, and to his shock it was written by Draegar, Kaiser's right-hand man. Zeke learns that Shelton wrote the book to pass down every single secret of this dragon swordplay technique that he discovered. But instead of just listing moves, Shelton recorded the exact reason why he created this style in the first place, hoping future generations would fully understand his true intentions. According to his logs, the bond between humans and dragons all started with the hero king Kaiser. Because of Kaiser's actions, humans gained the power to form contracts with dragons. The supreme dragons pitied humans for being so weak compared to other races, so they decided to help them overcome that weakness. Kaiser was the very first to contract a dragon, Kronos, launching humanity straight into the era of dragon contractors. These contractors multiplied and spread across the continent, eventually building entirely new civilizations. But this explosive growth made Shelton deeply uneasy, fearing that dragons might one day turn on humanity. And if that happened, humans would be completely wiped off the map. This terrifying thought pushed Shelton to find a way for humans to slay dragons without relying on their power. His first idea was magic, but he quickly realized magic was just a gift from dragons, carved right into human hearts. Since humans can't naturally make mana, fighting dragons with magic was basically trying to use a dragon's own power against it. Next, Shelton studied Kaiser's elemental sword. Unfortunately, that power belonged only to Kaiser as a descendant of the fairy monarch, making it completely impossible for any normal human to copy. No matter how much research Shelton did, he found absolutely no way to copy it. According to his journal, Kronos, Kaiser's own dragon, actually helped him during all this research. Kronos claimed he just loved helping humans, but trust me, you and I have every reason to doubt those intentions. Alright, you and I are about to see how humanity first unlocked Aura, a power exclusive to our race. Even after Kaiser transcended to the spirit realm, Shelton kept researching this power completely alone. Year after year he perfected Aura's theory and practice, building an entire swordsmanship style around it. And this became the ultimate foundation of the true dragon swordplay. Yet despite all his tireless effort, the world dismissed Shelton's masterwork as useless garbage. Everyone preferred easy power from dragon-made artifacts over actually mastering such a demanding technique. By the time Shelton finally finished his handbook, his worst fears had not yet happened. Still, he believed a day would come when humanity would need this style to survive. Having finished the record, Zeke reads Shelton's foreword, where the creator hopes a future heir will understand his goal, inherit his legacy, and preserve the path he painstakingly carved. Almost immediately, the system grants Zeke a new quest to master the true dragon swordplay and become Shelton's official successor. He has a 3-month deadline, with the ultimate reward being coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. Zeke is completely hooked, seeing a perfect chance to get stronger and richer. But get this. He knows this training will be far tougher than learning Kaiser's elemental sword trial. Still, he resolves to give it his absolute focus to finish quickly. Reflecting on all of this, he realizes Shelton's nightmare actually came true. Humanity and dragons eventually clashed, sparking a massive liberation war born from a dark betrayal. He cannot help but wonder what went wrong after Kaiser's era that turned these allies into bitter enemies. Zeke immediately commands the system to locate any other records, specifically Draegar's journal. The search is a success, pulling up a magic video entry of Draegar's journal. As the system boots up the footage, space warps around Zeke, dropping him right into a massive empty desert. While looking around, a massive dragon suddenly spawns in, giving him a huge jump scare until the system triggers his mind defense to keep him calm. Even though it is just a recording, the sheer realism of it is absolutely mind-blowing. Looking closer, Zeke recognizes the beast. It is Bahamut, the legendary evil dragon. He is so captivated by the beast that he misses the man standing right behind him until he speaks. Zeke has no idea who this mysterious person is, but he can feel that this guy is an absolute monster, releasing an unreal level of pressure. Suddenly, this terrifying figure walks right through Zeke, completely freezing him. This confirms it. Zeke is literally standing in the middle of the recording, experiencing everything in 3D. And trust me, you and I are looking at the legendary clash between the Dragon Slayer and Bahamut. Zeke watches with pure excitement as the historic battle from the myths plays out right before his eyes. It seems like Bahamut is ready to strike first, but he complains when Tarakan just stands there, refusing to move. Their dialogue reveals a shocking truth. Tarakan is actually Bahamut's contractor. This completely stuns Zeke. His hype instantly vanishes because this detail goes against every single history book in existence. Zeke desperately tries to find some logical explanation for what he is seeing. The official legend states that Tarakan defeated and subjugated Bahamut alone, with absolutely no mention of any contract. While Zeke struggles to understand this bizarre situation, the magic projection suddenly glitches, losing its audio feed entirely. He quickly orders the system to restore the sound, but it fails to process, leaving him highly frustrated. Just when Zeke is ready to give up, he spots Kaiser making a shady move, getting ready to launch a sudden strike against the dragon. Zeke instantly remembers asking the Hero King about betrayal between dragons and contractors. Kaiser assured him that a bonded dragon can never betray their partner. He spoke with such absolute certainty that Zeke believed him. But according to Kaiser, it is far more common for the human contractor to do the betraying. Zeke watches in absolute horror as Bahamut's massive body begins to turn to ash with just one strike from Tarakan. Within seconds, the dragon's corpse completely vanishes, leaving behind only the heart and fang, the very same remnants we saw Zeke find earlier at the Dragon Slayer's home. Stick with me here. Zeke is left completely confused, wondering if dragons always vanish like this when they die. But staring at his glove made of dragon leather, he realizes Bahamut's bizarre death must be a completely special case. Seconds later, the recording cuts out and the strange space around him begins to dissolve, dumping him right back into the library. Frustrated and burdened with even more questions, Zeke collapses to the floor. Completely overwhelmed by all the fragmented secrets he uncovered today, Zeke heads back home to try and replay Tarakan's video journal again, since the system synced it to his database for instant access. But no matter how many times he hits play, he cannot hear the crucial talk between Bahamut and Tarakan due to a heavily glitched noise interference. Even with the corrupted audio, his constant research of the library archives finally pays off with an incredible discovery. Specifically, the famous dragon slaying technique is actually just a cheap knockoff of Sheltern's legendary swordplay. Tarakan watered down and stole the style without giving the original creator any credit at all. And this stolen version, watch closely here, this widely used style is total garbage, incapable of dealing real damage to even a basic dragonborn. He learned this the hard way while struggling to kill that dungeon hydra during his previous quest. Yet, a skilled fighter can still cause serious damage by adding unique traits, exactly as Zeke demonstrated. This dumbed-down version ruined the swordplay's original power, but made it incredibly simple to master. But out of everything he uncovered, what keeps bugging him is the massive contradiction between the official legend and Tarakan's hidden journal entries. The fairy tale claims Tarakan heroically slayed the evil dragon Bahamut, bringing peace and prosperity to the entire land. It was a classic feel-good story about a savior. But the dark contract remains completely erased from history. Just then, Zeke receives an urgent message from Kay via carrier pigeon. He had ordered her to track down different versions of the Dragon Slayer myth. In her reply, she dug incredibly deep, even researching ancient untranslated foreign texts. Yet absolutely none of those records ever mentioned Tarakan making a pact with a dragon. But wait, she actually stumbled upon a hidden conspiracy, prompting her to dig even deeper. But then the powerful Draegar family sent a chilling warning to back off. Kay explains that her group had to abandon the case out of absolute fear of the Draegar family. Zeke immediately burns the letter, realizing that the Draegar family has spent centuries completely whitewashing the dark truth of their hero's legend. This only fuels his obsession, since the entire Draegar lineage built their massive empire on these fairy tales. So why is this legendary family desperately hiding secrets about their own heroic founder? Zeke knows there is something incredibly rotten going on in the shadows. He sneaks back to his private archive, determined to find any crucial clues he missed before. Slipping into his silent mansion, Zeke confirms the place is abandoned after giving his staff, including Decker, the day off. Even Duke and Andre are away dealing with urgent clan business. Taking advantage of the silence, he heads upstairs, unaware that a masked stalker is watching from the shadows. Actually, Zeke already sensed the threat and quietly orders his system to pull up the minimap. Glancing at the radar, he spots two separate targets, one inside and another lurking just outside. He wonders if the dangerous Imperial hounds from the mountain ruins somehow tracked him back to his home. But he quickly dismisses the idea since he never used his Dragon Slayer skills or sword. Back then, he carefully pinned all the blame directly on the McCain cartel. Casually strolling up the stairs, Zeke ignores their identities and focuses on figuring out who actually hired them. Entering his master bedroom, he quietly clicks the door shut. Suddenly, Zeke slips through a window right behind the assassin, asking if Abel sent him, leaving the killer absolutely paralyzed. Zeke just smiles at the silent threat. Now we're left wondering if Abel already knows about his secret alliance with Carol. Alright, you and I are diving into this, as he pulls a dagger, instantly attacking while threatening to make him talk. Within seconds, the two clash in a fierce duel, but Zeke holds back, wanting to uncover his identity through their exchange. After trading blows for a bit, he stops his assault, realizing he recognizes the intruder's identity from his unique sword style. Turns out this guy is from the Gorka Kingdom up north. Their legendary rangers are known as the absolute strongest guardians on the continent. These elite rangers wield a kukri, a uniquely curved dagger meant for lethal combat. Thanks to their unmatched knife skills, they serve as a special forces unit for high-stakes missions. Now that he knows who he is dealing with, Zeke is certain Abel did not send him. That is because these rangers never accept shady contracts that cause chaos like targeted assassinations. Plus, thinking back on the fight, Zeke notices the guy only defended himself, meaning he never actually wanted to hurt him. Even when Zeke intentionally left massive openings for an easy strike, the ranger refused to take them. Weighing all the options, he realizes these intruders are only here to capture him, not to take his life. Now watch this, a tiny sphere suddenly zips right past Zeke, barely missing his head. Spotting the second ranger outside taking action, Zeke tries to dodge the ball, sensing it as a sedative. He deflects it with his arm, but it explodes right in front of him, releasing a mysterious gas cloud. Inhaling the vapor, he instantly recognizes the distinct earthy scent of a root commonly used for sleeping drugs. Zeke decides to play along and fakes a collapse, eager to uncover their actual motives. The moment he hits the floor, his system completely neutralizes the toxin. The indoor ranger immediately hoists him up, just as the second scout from outside finally enters the room. Zeke goes along with the abduction to draw out the mastermind and wrap this up fast. By the next morning, Zeke wakes up at a remote farm on the edges of Atlas. Chained to a heavy wooden chair, he is surrounded by cloaked guards facing the mastermind himself, Cliff Lionheart, head of the Reinhardt merchants. Zeke smirks upon recognizing Cliff, casually calling him an outsider. Surprised that the boy knows his face, Cliff hopes their negotiations will go smoothly. You might be surprised, but Zeke actually knows him from his past life. The Reinhardt Merchant Group is one of the 10 legendary trading cartels, with Alencia serving as their main hub. Zeke vividly remembers that in his previous life this entire group, along with the kingdom, fell to ruin during the massive continental war triggered by Abel. Back then, Zeke and Cliff actually stood side by side, fighting desperately against the Empire. Cliff had vanished into thin air when Alencia fell, right after handing Zeke crucial evidence against the Empire. That was the last time Zeke ever saw him alive in his previous timeline. Having fought so hard to survive, Zeke could never grasp why Cliff would return to such a sinking ship. Breaking the silence, Cliff apologizes for the rough kidnapping and orders his men to unlock the chains. He offers to pay handsomely for the trouble, but Zeke instantly cuts him off, telling him to get straight to the point. Seeing them hesitate, Zeke sharply demands to know why they dragged him here. An intense aura flares from Zeke, terrifying Cliff so much that he can barely find his words. Cliff quickly realizes that even the younger members of the Draegar family are just as terrifying as their elders. The surrounding guards tense up, deeply unsettled by his overwhelming pressure. Cliff originally planned to intimidate the boy, but feeling this suffocating power, he is highly impressed. Zeke has completely flipped the script, making it seem like they are the ones pleading for mercy. Brushing aside his fear, Cliff gets down to business, sliding a classified document over for Zeke to inspect. The files contain detailed reports on people infected by a deadly new pandemic ravaging the southern and central continents. Zeke is genuinely confused, wondering why on earth they decided to share this sensitive data with him. But then he spots Liam's mother's file, and the pieces of the puzzle instantly fall into place. He remembers she was suffering from the deadly rose disease, but he had secretly provided Liam with the cure. Tossing the papers aside, Zeke plays dumb, asking Cliff what any of this has to do with him. Cliff explains the severity of the pandemic before pulling out the medical file of Liam's mother, Elena. He reveals that Elena was miraculously cured of the illness, yet her personal doctors refuse to disclose how. Narrowing his eyes, Cliff asks Zeke directly if he knows anything about the miracle cure. And trust me, Zeke knows exactly what Cliff is plotting next. You and I are jumping right into a high-stakes mind game here. Zeke's playing Cliff, suspecting this merchant just wants to get rich off the cure, based on his past life memories. He knows this highly lethal disease makes the cure a literal goldmine. But after a moment, Zeke brushes it off, remembering Cliff was always an honest man. There is no way a man like him would kidnap a Draegar out of pure greed. Trusting his gut, Zeke admits he was the one who cured Elena. Hearing this, Cliff leaps from his seat, desperately begging Zeke to name his price for the remedy. Zeke just sighs, telling him to chill out and act like a real professional. Cliff reads the room and realizes money won't work. Instead, Zeke demands 3 favors in exchange for the formula. Cliff accepts, but when he asks what they are, Zeke admits he hasn't even decided on them yet. He'll just cash them in whenever he finally figures it out. This naturally makes Cliff super uneasy, but Zeke quickly promises he won't ask for the impossible. But watch closely, because Cliff isn't about to hand over his entire future blindly. He needs to know what Zeke wants. Ignoring him with a smug grin, Zeke simply writes down the recipe to cure the plague. He slides the paper over and Cliff snatches it up instantly. But before Cliff can pocket it, Zeke pulls back, demanding to know who the medicine is really for. Cliff plays dumb. He lies, claiming he just wants to mass-produce it for money. Zeke sees right through it. No sane merchant kidnaps a powerful Draegar noble just to start a greedy business for cash. Besides, Cliff's desperate emotional outburst already gave him away completely, proving he is not acting like a calm tycoon. Defeated and exposed, Cliff hangs his head with a deep sigh. Slumping back down, he confesses is actually for Alencia's royal family, instantly sparking Zeke's interest. But when Zeke asks which royal is sick, Cliff shuts down and refuses to talk, leaving him hanging. That silence triggers a memory, taking Zeke back to the last time he saw Cliff in his past life. Back then, Zeke warned him never to return to that falling kingdom, telling him to escape while he could. He urged him to flee north, but Cliff stubbornly refused to listen. He only thanked Zeke and said he was simply too exhausted, choosing to die in his homeland instead. In the present, Cliff apologizes with absolute resolve, keeping the secret royal's identity locked tight. You can feel the difference here. Zeke sees a fire in Cliff's eyes that wasn't there in his past, miserable life. Remembering his talk with Carol, though Zeke knows Alencia is actively defying the Empire. To make matters worse, they are locked in nasty border conflicts over the surrounding slums. With political backstabbing running rampant, the entire kingdom is already falling apart. Seeing an opportunity, Zeke decides to secure a royal connection before the massive continental war explodes. He hands over the formula without asking another single question. Cliff is stunned, completely baffled that their deal is sealed without a single drop of ink. Following a quiet pause, he offers a deep, respectful bow to show his appreciation. Before he can even process his relief, Zeke ruins the moment by demanding his first favor. Though hesitant, Cliff nods, telling him to name his term. Zeke beams, requesting to be placed right inside the famous Reinhardt merchant group. Cliff is confused, thinking Zeke wants to start trading, but it turns out the kid just needs a solid fake cover story. He explains he needs to run operations in the south, a place crawling with crime. Cliff agrees, offering up his own cousin's identity for the disguise. To sweeten the deal, Zeke also demands fast transport and a massive cargo warehouse. With his first wish settled, Zeke shifts focus, asking how they plan to get him back to Valhalla. Cliff promises a fast horse will be ready for his journey home. Seeing how easy this negotiation was, Zeke knows the sick royal must mean the world to Cliff. When Cliff leaves, his kidnappers escort him out to his ride. But right as he mounts the horse, Zeke casually drops a bombshell by revealing their secret identities. They are absolutely terrified. You and I can see their fear as Zeke connects them right back to the Gorka kingdom. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Zeke offers them a brand new contract. He wants them to bust out a prisoner locked up by McCain. Hearing this, the Rangers hesitate, making Zeke think his payout is too low. But they quickly assure him the cash is actually great. The real problem is that the King of Gorka refuses to do business with anyone from the noble families. Zeke just smiles, reminding them that on paper he is officially Cliff's cousin. Plus, any funds sent to Gorka will use that fake name, keeping his real identity completely under wraps from the rest of the world. After talking it over, the Rangers agree to the job, but warn him to keep his secret safe. Once the deal is done, Zeke decides it is time to address that little kidnapping stunt earlier. Now pay attention to this absolute boss move. He casually tosses their own kukri daggers onto the ground. They had no idea he even snatched them, and they are supposed to guard those with their lives. Their faces turn pale as paper. Those daggers literally symbolize their life. If Zeke could steal them without a sound, he could have easily ended them right there. Before walking away, he insults them in their native language, leaving them absolutely boiling. Right after meeting with the Reinhardt merchants, Zeke begins hunting for some high-tier recruits. His main targets are the legends of the Continental War from his past life, specifically the 5 Divine Knights. He wants them as his ultimate allies. To make this happen, Zeke secures the crucial backing of Dean Flabier, which lets him confirm the massive rumor that every single Divine Knight originally graduated from Valhalla. But his plan hits a snag immediately. Bishop, the Silent Knight, has already finished school and signed up with the Thebia Kingdom's elite order. Solma, the Haze Knight, is currently out on field training. To make matters worse, Asta, the Illusory Knight, is currently out on medical leave for extreme insomnia. Rena has not even enrolled in Valhalla yet, but Zeke is not worried since she starts next year anyway. Since she is his blood relative, getting close to her should be a total breeze. That leaves Diego as his only option, forcing Zeke to do something totally crazy, joining his ridiculous rock band. You and I both know how hilarious this is, Zeke actually drumming. Zeke is absolutely furious. He cannot believe a proud Drake has been degraded to some random band drummer. He only went to the clubroom to recruit Diego, but got dragged straight into playing music instead. It is pure comedy. But with his master plan on the line, Zeke swallows his pride and just plays along. Honestly, since he is already doing it, he decides to just have fun instead of pouting. Once the show ends, Zeke returns home totally exhausted from trying to match Diego's insane, hyperactive energy. Skipping any rest, he heads to the training room and locks the door, ordering Decker to stay out. But mastering Sheltern's true dragon swordplay is proving to be incredibly difficult. He finally gets why Tarakan simplified the moves when he wrote down the dragon-slaying arts. It turns out Sheltern's original version requires an insane level of aura control. It is leagues ahead of Tarakan's style. While Tarakan's art works well on human opponents, Sheltern's form is designed strictly for slaying massive dragons. Honestly, Zeke thinks this might be even deadlier than Kaiser's legendary elemental sword. Drawing his weapon, Zeke begins carefully testing the movements from the manual. With every single swing, he pushes his aura to the absolute limit. It becomes thick enough to slice a massive dragon clean in half with a single blow. Even with the insane difficulty, he breaks through effortlessly while Decker watches him train from the shadows. His divine body works magic here. He is completely blown away by how fast his physical form adapts and masters the lethal moves. It helps that the system maps out the entire swordplay, breaking it down into flawless step-by-step instructions. Repetitively, running through every motion, he feels himself mastering the legendary art in record time. Out of nowhere, boom, he hits Black Knight tier. Zeke is totally shocked since he just recently reached Red Knight rank. Staring down this massive wall of power, Zeke knows he can shatter it thanks to the heart of Bahamut beating inside him. He can feel the ancient dragon's heart sinking with his blade, practically begging him to unleash its true destructive force. And that is where we leave it, with Zeke taking a massive swing to shatter his final limits. Let's dive in as a glowing crest of Bahamut burns into Zeke's chest. The mark quickly sinks beneath his skin, completely merging with his body. Right away, the system flashes a notification. Bahamut's heart is reacting to Sheltern Drykarn's legendary swordplay. This trigger unlocks a wave of sealed memories, instantly plunging Zeke deep into a pitch-black abyss where he can't see a single thing. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure appears, asking the great Bahamut for a favor. It's Sheltern himself, and he's begging the dragon to help safeguard the legendary dragon swordplay manual. Hearing this bold request, Bahamut flies into a rage, cursing him for his absolute audacity. Why on earth would a dragon guard a dragon-killing technique? Sheltern simply replies that Kronos already agreed to this. He tries to explain, but Bahamut is far too furious and launches a sudden devastating attack. Now pay attention, Bahamut rages that foolish humans have completely brainwashed Kronos, stealing his sanity. But faced with this terrifying godlike pressure, Sheltern doesn't even flinch, effortlessly dodging the blow. The dragon keeps attacking relentlessly, screaming about his deep-seated hatred for both Kronos and all of humanity. Realizing this madness won't stop, Sheltern finally decides to draw his sword, using it to deflect the incoming spears, but they multiply endlessly, raining down by the hundreds without pause. Through all this chaos, Zeke is quietly watching the memory unfold. He's absolutely blown away, witnessing the absolute peak of dragon magic firsthand. Even as a mere spectator, he can feel the suffocating power, which makes Sheltern's calm defense look completely unreal. Seeing this firsthand makes Zeke realize the massive ocean-sized gap between himself and Sheltern Draegar. He knows he could barely handle 2 of those spears, while Sheltern handles the entire onslaught head-on. Furious, Bahamut threatens to turn the Kronos Kingdom to ash if Sheltern doesn't get lost. Even with that terrifying threat, Sheltern is totally unfazed, knowing damn well that cosmic karma would obliterate Bahamut if he ever touched the kingdom. Bahamut just laughs, mocking the idea. He claims rules don't apply to a god even if he wipes out humanity. Sheltern calmly replies that everything is happening exactly as Kronos predicted. Suddenly, he drops his weapon and pulls out Kronos' golden locket. Though stunned, Bahamut boasts that even Kronos' power can't save Sheltern, as you and I watch him unleash another violent barrage. As the spears fly forward, Sheltern raises the locket, activating a giant magic circle that freezes the attacks instantly. Zeke is stunned, then notices a matching circle trapping Bahamut, completely sealing away the dragon's powers. Inside the locket is a clock ticking with what Zeke realizes is unimaginable power. Remembering Bahamut's arrogance, he realizes this must be a powerful artifact infused with Kronos' divinity. Suddenly, the dragon starts struggling wildly, making Zeke worry that the magical seal is breaking. Suddenly, an agonizing pain splits Zeke's head open, and looking up, he sees Bahamut screaming in the exact same torment. The dragon finally recovers, shaken by a terrifying vision of Kronos' prophecy that Sheltern forced into his mind. Sheltern then asks if the beast finally understands why he must be the one to guard the manual. After a long pause, Bahamut growls in absolute disgust, admitting that humans and dragons should never have made alliances. He finally agrees with Kronos that humans must earn power through their own hard work, rather than relying on easy shortcuts like using dragon artifacts. So he agrees to guard the manual, even though it literally holds the secrets to killing him. With that, he takes the book. Scanning the pages at lightning speed, Bahamut actually praises the creation. When Sheltern says he did it to protect the world, the dragon just laughs at the cliché. He knows Sheltern only created this weapon to ensure the survival of humanity. Without needing any more excuses, Bahamut formally promises to protect the dragon's swordplay manual. But he warns that if Kronos' prophecy turns out false, this book will remain buried forever. Sheltern ignores the warning, turning around to leave, reminding Bahamut that humans will naturally unlock aura anyway. Hearing this, Bahamut vows to wipe out the entire human race if they ever dare to touch that power. He despises humans, and trust me, you and I are about to see if they prove him wrong. Alright, stick with me. Sheltern just laughs at these crazy claims, even though he literally created the true dragon sword play out of sheer terror. He finds it completely hilarious that he ended up trusting those very same dragons to protect his ultimate technique. Before taking off, he guarantees Bahamut that just like Kronos predicted, he will eventually open his heart to a human and form the exact contract he despises, leaving Bahamut snorting in absolute disbelief. Once Sheltern leaves, the dragon is left alone with his thoughts. He still cannot wrap his head around ever partnering with a weak human. But after shaking off the ridiculous idea, he swears to himself that a day like that will absolutely never happen. Moments later, Zeke snaps back to reality, now carrying way more questions than before he watched that memory replay. The only clear thing from that incredibly confusing exchange between Bahamut and Sheltern is that the dragon deeply distrusts the human race. Because he has Bahamut's heart beating inside him, Zeke truly understands those bitter feelings. Still, it makes him wonder, why on earth did Bahamut eventually contract with Terracon if he hated humans so much? After that, Zeke digs deeper, desperately searching for anything to satisfy his curiosity. But pay attention here, he comes up completely empty because the Draken family erased every single record about Terracon. Right now, every remaining document paints Bahamut as nothing but a vicious monster defeated by the legendary hero. Even though he is getting absolutely nowhere with his search, Zeke refuses to throw in the towel. He keeps refining his true dragon sword play, while constantly hunting for any scrap of truth about the real bond between those two. Eventually, a letter arrives from the Reinhardt merchant group regarding the very first favor he asked of them. Inside, Zeke finds the exciting news that all preparations for his request are finally good to go. He did ask for a fake cover identity to help him fly under the radar, but he is still shocked when they make him the deputy manager of their entire southern branch. Looking over his brand new credentials, Zeke cannot help but feel this cover is a little too perfect. Just then, a tapping at his window catches his attention. A carrier pigeon lands, making him smile. You and I both know he is ready for action. He grabs Kay's message, slips into his usual disguise, and heads out. He makes his way to the syndicate's Atlas branch, hidden deep inside the Secret Garden Hotel, to meet up with her. Spotting her in the VIP lounge, she welcomes him as her partner, completely catching him off guard. Before he can even respond, his words die in his throat, totally mesmerized by the beautiful city of Atlas below. He has walked these streets before, but looking at Atlas from up here feels like a whole different world. His only memories from the Continental War are of a shattered, burning wasteland, but seeing it now glowing with life, Zeke admits he never imagined Atlas could ever look this incredibly stunning. Kay, watching his dazed look, is actually amused that he is just staring out the window like a tourist. Pouring him a glass, she mentions this fancy hotel is a syndicate side business, built specifically as a safe haven for underground deals. Zeke politely declines the alcohol, keeping his extreme, almost ridiculous obsession with tea a total secret. Kay just laughs, assuming he is too young for a drink, and teases him for being such a cute kid. Blushing, Zeke quickly defends himself, saying he just does not like drinking. Back during that wild party with Andre and Duke, he realized his system treats alcohol as a literal poison, instantly neutralizing it. Which means no matter how much he chugs, Zeke can never get buzzed, making drinking pretty much useless. In his past life, he used to drink to drown out his regrets, but with this poison immunity, he would honestly rather have tea. Putting the jokes aside, Kay hands over the shocking results of her investigation into the mysterious Pabella group. Following up on Zeke's crazy theory that these guys were actually old-school pirates, Kay had done some massive digging, and guess what? The Pabella cartel really did start out as ruthless ocean raiders. In fact, she unearthed way more incriminating evidence against them than she ever anticipated. She explains that the pirates vanished after Carol, the White Silver Knight, completely crushed them. Yet right after disappearing, Pabella suddenly experienced an explosive, massive surge in growth. Next, she shows him proof of massive, undocumented transactions between Pabella and the McCain cartel. And trust me, you and I are going to watch Joaquin, the McCain's second-in-command, make shady deals with their rival, Pabella. Alright, you and I are about to watch how Kay, keeping a shocking secret from her syndicate bosses, starts total chaos. She tries to tell Zeke about finding a buyer for his artifact, but he cuts her off mid-sentence. Staring at the photo with a smug grin, he praises her for doing him a massive favor. To her absolute shock, Zeke reveals his insane plan to make her the new syndicate boss. Later, Zeke slips into a deserted alleyway to set his chaotic plan into motion. Using the system, he learned to open a teleportation portal to keep himself completely above suspicion. He prepares to make his exit, satisfied that every single piece is falling into place. Right behind him lies a pool of blood marked with a sinister red sigil. Zeke gets more excited just imagining how everyone will react when his plan unfolds. Since only elite mages can teleport and it requires rare materials, he is confident his steps will remain completely hidden. With everything ready, he slips away, eagerly waiting for nightfall and the reaction of McCain cartel leader, Don Juan. Look closely here as a building ignites, drawing a massive crowd. People wonder when firefighting mages will show up to quench the blaze, while others fear the conflict might spread even further. Some ask if the building owner has even been notified yet. Meanwhile, Kay is absolutely stunned by Zeke's sheer audacity to stir up trouble. She knew members of the Draegar family were bold, but she never expected him to be this insane. During their earlier meeting at the Secret Garden Hotel, Kay froze when she heard Zeke's plan. He literally wanted to burn down every McCain cartel Soma warehouse across the entire central continent. Having dropped that bombshell, he demanded the location of every single warehouse. But she refused, terrified of exposure since only McCain cartel elites and top syndicate executives actually have access to that highly classified information. Zeke insists. explaining they can frame Joaquin since Kay has not told her bosses anything yet. In that moment, the sheer genius of his plan finally clicks, leaving her completely speechless. Wearing a sinister smirk, Zeke flips the table, explaining he will use Don Juan to wipe out all the executives, including the McCain and Pabala cartels, in one single move. Let's pause here. This terrifying plan sends shivers down Kay's spine. It sounds utterly suicidal, and she dreads the deadly backlash if their syndicate ever uncovers what Zeke is doing. Noticing her terror, Zeke shrugs, asking how anyone can blame them if all the executives are already dead. He snaps at her, demanding to know how long she intends to play slave to useless old geezers. Towering over her, Zeke issues a brutal warning, telling her she either falls in line right now or gets tossed aside like trash. Kay weighs her options, remembering how Zeke exposed the Pabala cartel's secret identity and brought back priceless high-grade artifacts from a completely untouched ancient ruin. Staring at the impossible feats this young kid has pulled off alone, she decides to gamble her life on him. Casting her terror aside, Kay resolves to follow him no matter what. She snatches the bottle from Zeke, slamming the liquid down her throat to prove her loyalty, leaving him genuinely stunned. Slamming the empty bottle down, Kay demands to know if he is finally convinced of her resolve. With a wild grin, she declares she is going all in even if it costs her life. Thrilled with her choice, Zeke promises he will make sure she never regrets putting her faith in him. Snapping back from that memory, Kay stands silently on her balcony, gripping a newspaper detailing the massive arson reports. The front page reports multiple fires burning down the central continent. Elsewhere, McCain cartel leader Don Juan sits in the shadows, cursing furiously while staring at the very same paper. He swears to hunt down the bastard who torched his warehouses and make them pay in blood. As the semester at Valhalla nears its end, Zeke receives an official invitation to a promotion banquet. It has already been 6 months since his breakthrough to the elite level of Blue Knight. Holding the fancy invitation, Zeke feels a rare wave of anxiety even though he knew this was coming. This banquet is essentially a high society debutante to honor young Draegars, who climbed from yellow swordsman to the rank of knight. And Zeke is a certified prodigy, since normal Draegars only reach the purple or blue knight level around age 20. The last time he felt this anxious was 3 years ago, during his formal audience with the Patriarch. Now he just hopes this night goes smoothly without any toxic family drama ruining everything. Before long, the big day arrives at the prestigious Four Seasons Fortress Central Banquet Hall. Then Abel arrives, acting totally innocent. Trust me, we need to watch this guy. You and I are diving right into a banquet packed with high-ranking nobles, and honestly, everyone is shocked. Arthur explains it is all because Zeke is the absolute youngest on the continent to achieve Blue Knight status. Abel tries playing it cool, but inside he is burning with envy since he used to hold that crown. Arthur excuses himself to make final preparations for the ceremony before the guest of honor arrives. He quickly apologizes for running off so soon, especially since they have not caught up in such a long time. Abel bows politely and bids him farewell but glares with pure rage the moment Arthur turns his back. Meanwhile, Zeke makes his way to the party, pulling at his stiff collar while walking right beside Duke. It has been a minute since Zeke last saw his master, and Duke complains they are working him to death. He grumbles that Arthur refuses to let him rest, even dragging him out to act as Zeke's personal escort. Duke explains how Arthur guilt-tripped him with a speech about a dedicated master guiding his student just to make him agree. Hearing all these complaints, Zeke finally gets why he has been so cranky all day. Duke then mentions they are heading straight to the Spring Garden, which is the only zone in the Four Seasons Fortress open to outsiders. This fortress actually has 4 main areas. While the Spring Garden hosts ceremonies, the Summer Lock handles anything and everything involving the Draegars. The Autumn Fell is kept for internal events like knighting rituals, while the Winter Keep guards ancient treasures spanning across centuries. Now keep your eyes peeled as Zeke steps into this massive fortress for the very first time. In his past life, he never got to stand here because he was kicked out of the academy. Moments later, they arrive at the entrance. Duke tells Zeke he must walk inside alone, explaining that only the true star of the show is allowed through these doors. He adds that he is way too busy to join the party himself, giving Zeke a reassuring slap on the shoulder. Duke tells him to stand tall and give them a show, prompting Zeke to tease him for being so anxious. Duke snaps back, warning the kid not to embarrass him by causing some wild scene inside. Suddenly, trumpets blare across the room as the announcer calls out Zeke's arrival. Instantly, every single eye shifts to the doors in anticipation. And just like that, the doors fly open, Trust me, you can feel the tension in the room spike. As he marches toward the main stage, the crowd whispers endlessly about how he effortlessly crushed Abel's record. Some even whisper that he has already surpassed everything Abel ever achieved during his school days. The ceremony officially begins with Arthur reciting formal oaths while Zeke kneels down with deep respect. Once the oaths end, Arthur taps Zeke's shoulders with the blade, signaling that the sacred ritual is now complete. But just as Zeke relaxes, Arthur keeps talking, sending a sudden wave of unease washing over him. To his complete shock, the Patriarch officially grants him the elite title of a ranked Draegar Knight. The crowd is absolutely stunned because Zeke just achieved formal knighthood at only 15 years old, which is unheard of even for genius prodigies. Zeke instantly knows Arthur is throwing him to the wolves, since a true knight needs actual battlefield achievements first. Even though Draegars are blessed with immense aura, allowing them to awaken early, they still must earn their rank through merit rather than simple raw power. Even the genius Abel had to grind on active missions for 3 months to earn his official knighthood. Zeke knows Arthur is breaking the rules here, plain and simple, despite having the Patriarch's absolute authority to grant whatever titles he wants. While Zeke struggles to process what his father is planning, Arthur proudly introduces him to the crowd, boasting that he is the first Golden Light Pureblood Awakener and the youngest Blue Knight, even claiming Zeke will surpass him one day. He raises his cup, proposing a toast to celebrate the boy's incredible talent, and the entire room happily drinks in unison. Zeke, completely annoyed, stares at the man who abandoned him in his past life, now acting like some loving, proud father. He is snapped out of his thoughts when Arthur calls him over, asking for a private father and son chat. Meanwhile, Abel is barely holding back his intense rage, forcing his friend to whisper a warning to keep it together. But with the prince arriving late, you and I know things are only going to get crazier. Alright, you and I can already tell these two are planning something big behind the scenes of this ceremony. Leaving Arthur behind, Zeke steps out of the room holding a strange token. It lets him claim any single artifact from the Draegar treasury, making him wonder why on earth his father handed it over. With zero logical answers, Zeke just feels totally frustrated by his dad's bizarre behavior. Shaking it off, he drags himself back into the banquet hall, absolutely dreading this multi-day event. How is he supposed to keep smiling for days on end without losing his absolute mind? Right now, he seriously regrets being born a noble. Out of nowhere, a voice calls his name. Meet Melissa, the first princess of the Alencia kingdom. Zeke recognizes her instantly. In his past life, she was the one destined to rule the entire Alencia kingdom. Unlike the sickly king ruling right now, Melissa was ready to bring massive changes that actually put her people first. Before his regression, her bold leadership won the public's love, but it also painted a massive target on her back for the greedy nobles. Zeke knew that once she officially took the throne, those corrupt nobles would have been completely at her mercy. But pay attention here, because she suddenly vanished without a single trace right before the war. Back then, he could only read wild rumors speculating about where she went. Nobody ever found the truth, not even after her kingdom was brutally crushed by the Empire. Now standing right in front of her, Zeke realizes he still knows almost nothing about her. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces click together, linking her mysterious disappearance to Cliff, searching for a rose disease cure. It all makes sense now. Melissa must have kept a low profile, because she was secretly suffering from that exact illness. Snapping out of it, he warmly welcomes her to his banquet, but Melissa is shocked he even knows who she is. Zeke casually says he is a fan of her radical policies, leaving her totally stunned. Before she can speak, he starts diving into the details of her work, proving he actually cares. Melissa just laughs softly, realizing the rumors about this unusual noble kid are absolutely true. A bit thrown off, Zeke nervously asks if he somehow managed to offend her. She assures him she is just thrilled to find someone who actually understands her daily struggles. You and I saw that coming, but Zeke is left standing there completely baffled by her sudden exit. She explains that while she loved chatting, it would be rude to steal him away from everyone else. Honestly, he did not mind talking, but he also realized all those glaring guests waiting for him would make things incredibly awkward for her. With a parting smile, she promises they will find a much better time to talk later. Finally, Zeke beams with joy after dealing with the very last guest, fighting to keep a straight face while desperately wishing he could just run back to his peaceful training room. Suddenly, a loud, heavy clank of armor echoes through the hall, making him quickly scan the crowd. Seriously, who wears a full suit of battle armor to a fancy party? Before he can spot him, a blonde kid in heavy steel armor surrounded by fully armed soldiers steps right up to Zeke. Meet Callus Nerval, the fourth imperial prince of the Roman Empire, who hides a dark, creepy aura behind a cheerful smile. Zeke remembers him instantly as the villain who teamed up with Abel to start the devastating Continental War. Callus casually introduces himself, extending his hand for what looks like a friendly handshake. But Zeke ignores the hand and bows deeply instead to offer a very formal greeting, clearly annoying the prince while politely thanking him for coming to the party. After a brief pause, Callus forces a laugh and throws his arm around Zeke like they are lifelong best friends. Ignoring Zeke's utter confusion, he barks an order to bring them drinks to toast their first meeting. He pours a glass for our tense hero, peer pressuring him to drink up. Under the judgmental gazes of the crowd, Zeke chugs it down. The guests whisper, mocking him for acting like an obedient kid. Honestly, even Callus is shocked when Zeke actually drains the entire glass. Whispers spread about the prince pulling a highly disrespectful stunt at a major Draegar event. Loving the drama, Callus tries to push Zeke into a full-on drinking battle. Luckily, Abel cuts in, rejecting the drink offer and demanding a highly private talk with the prince instead. Callus demands answers. But trust me, this is a secret you and I aren't supposed to hear. Let's dive in as Zeke watches these two with absolute suspicion. Callus quickly apologizes to Zeke for his abrupt exit, but before taking off, he promises they will grab a drink later. Meanwhile, the bitter crowd watches the prince leave, surrounded by heavily armored guards. People immediately mock his pathetic leadership, openly cursing the Empire for letting a guy like him run the show. At the same time, everyone praises Abel for stepping up to drag the prince away before things got worse. Zeke silently listens to their chatter, knowing exactly how Abel easily manipulates the crowd. Instead of judging them, he realizes just how masterfully Abel has hidden his true, dark nature from the entire world. Tuning out the foolish gossip, Zeke focuses on the bizarre bond between Abel and Callus. Seeing them together, he suspects they have been working as allies way longer than he ever knew in his past life. Recalling their cozy chat, he feels their alliance might actually run deeper than blood. And trust me, this means the Continental War is coming way faster than we think. Once the feast ends, Zeke heads to the Winter Keep, turning over the token Arthur gave him while analyzing their secret conversation. In that moment, Arthur asks him if he plans to become the strongest on the continent. Pointing to all the high-ranking guests at the ceremony, he claimed Zeke's grand master plan must be running perfectly. Zeke played along, agreeing that his success was mostly thanks to Arthur's backing. But when Zeke spoke formally, Arthur cut him off, telling him to relax and call him father. This caught him off guard, instantly reminding him of Carol's bizarre request to do the exact same thing. Remembering that moment, Zeke feels that very same skin-crawling discomfort he felt back then. He figures that just like Carol, Arthur is fully aware of Abel's secret drive for power, which means his own father is actively choosing to ignore his brother's sinister plots. Even with Arthur playing the nice guy, Zeke knows for a fact that the old man has already sided with Abel. Deciding to play it safe, Zeke plays along, casually calling Arthur his father. Thrilled by the gesture, Arthur hands over the token to fuel his ambition. He reveals that this golden ticket can be traded for any legendary treasure locked deep inside the Winter Keep of the Four Seasons Fortress. Knowing Draegar's treasury holds some of the rarest artifacts in existence, Zeke gladly accepts the prize. But Arthur warns him to be careful, since the vault contains both legendary artifacts and complete garbage dressed up as treasure. Now keep your eyes on Zeke as he arrives at the keep, still doubting his father's true motives. Pushing his doubts aside, he resolves to exploit this chance. Waiting outside, a guide stands ready to show him the way. Before stepping through the massive gates, she stops to explain the rules. She reveals that the vault houses roughly 17,000 highly legendary artifacts. Zeke can swap whatever tokens he has for an equal amount of gear. He can search for as long as he wants, but the moment he steps outside, he can never re-enter the vault. Noticing the empty hallways, Zeke asks why there are no guards stationed here. The guide smiles, explaining that elite defensive magic handles the security, making human sentries completely useless. On top of that, every single relic is magically tracked, making theft absolutely impossible. Finishing her warning, she points to a slot and tells him to deposit the token. Zeke drops it in, instantly triggering the massive machinery that unlocks the heavy vault door. The moment he enters, he is blown away by the massive endless hall, which looks way bigger than the outside suggested. Once the guide leaves him completely alone in this massive treasure trove, Zeke has no idea how to find the right item in this massive room. To make things easy, he asks the system to filter the vault's catalog. Instantly, the system connects the top treasures directly to his dragon eyes, prompting him to select a target. A bit confused at first, Zeke quickly locks in and activates his powerful dragon eye skill, letting him scan the hidden stats of every relic. He moves instantly, scanning every single shelf using his lightning-fast Gale Arts movement technique. Just like that, 17,000 items pop up. Stick with me to see what he steals next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Zeke checks his mini-map to filter out the useless junk flooding his screen. The system complies instantly, cutting the list down to 9,000 items. Still way too much trash to scroll through, so he tells it to wipe out everything weaker than his epic Stygian sword. Instantly, every other blade vanishes from the screen, proving his own weapon is far superior to these rare treasury relics. Suddenly he freezes. He just stumbled on a strange artifact with absolutely zero data displayed. Intrigued, Zeke hunts down this mystery item, but when he finally reaches the spot, he only finds a totally ordinary bracelet. Feeling disappointed, he takes a closer look when suddenly, the system blares a warning. The bracelet is actively reacting to his hidden bloodline as the heir of Draegar. He instantly grabs the band, desperate to find out what this mysterious accessory can actually do. The system reveals a mind-blowing secret. It holds a sacred guardian stone blessed by the legendary fairy monarch itself. This legendary bracelet can conjure a summon that matches its user's soul. Out of nowhere, the system binds the sacred stone to Zeke, forcing him to summon his destined familiar right now. The bracelet vanishes, leaving Zeke totally baffled. Pay attention here, he never actually agreed to any of this. But the system explains that because he is the true heir of Draegar, this bond is completely permanent and cannot be undone or returned. Super frustrated, Zeke really wishes he could have looked around at other options before getting locked into this. Still, he decides to roll with it, knowing that anything tied to the legendary Terracon is bound to be incredibly epic. Shaking off his annoyance, he tells the system to activate the bracelet. The stone glows, scanning for a creature that matches Zeke's soul. Suddenly, the bracelet snaps onto his wrist, trapping him inside a massive shining magic circle. To his absolute shock, Zeke realizes, because of the fairy monarch's blessing, he can bypass normal familiars and summon legendary holy beasts, which are on a whole different level. Within seconds, the magical seal locks onto the perfect holy beast for Zeke's soul and begins dragging it forward. A blinding flash of light explodes and out steps a majestic creature with a stunning blonde mane. The system confirms it's a legendary draconic steed holy beast. Zeke is incredibly hyped to add this insane creature to his growing arsenal. It already pairs perfectly with Bahamut's heart and fang. You and I have to wonder, what other insane treasures is Terracon keeping secret? The giant draconic steed gently rests its muzzle against Zeke's forehead, establishing their eternal soul bond. Even though they just met, Zeke feels a strange, deep connection, like meeting an old friend. Hit with this sudden wave of pure nostalgia, he wraps his arms around the beast, instantly loving it. But their peaceful moment is cut short by a system alert, telling Zeke he needs to name the beast to register his summon. After studying its proud look, he decides on the legendary name Bucephalus. The noble beast lets out a soft sound, clearly approving of its awesome new name. Instantly, the system registers the name, revealing those two horns can literally summon thunder. And get this, his beast is actually the king of all draconic steeds. Totally stunned by this, he looks up at Bucephalus with deep curiosity. Suddenly, Bucephalus bites Zeke's collar, completely ignoring his yells as it tosses him straight onto its back. Realizing the beast just wanted to give him a ride, Zeke smiles and strokes its mane, amazed by its high intelligence. It seems the steed knew Zeke wanted to test its powers, so it put him on its back to show off. Suddenly, Bucephalus bolts forward, lightning crackling around them and startling Zeke. Shaking off the shock, Zeke excitedly yells for it to go faster, and the steed blasts ahead like a bolt of lightning, tearing up the ground. But despite this insane speed, Zeke notices something crazy. Its hooves are completely silent, making zero noise on the ground. While he is still loving this wild ride, several glowing magic circles suddenly appear in midair, and Bucephalus flashes through them, instantly teleporting all over the place and leaving Zeke completely mind-blown. He happily praises his new beast for performing way beyond his expectations. Heading back to his mansion, Zeke remembers the receptionist's confused face when he checked out. She looked totally baffled by the seemingly useless bracelet he chose. Recalling Arthur's warning about picking worthless trash, Zeke completely understands why she was so confused. After all, until his royal title unlocked it, even his own system showed absolutely nothing about the item. It's clear that you and I just watched him claim a legendary treasure no one else could ever unlock. Alright, you and I are about to watch Zeke finally get a moment of peace after securing a major win. As he rides home in his carriage, he is just looking forward to some well-earned rest. But the moment he arrives back at his mansion, Cliff is waiting there wearing some seriously bizarre clothes. Cliff formally offers his congratulations on Zeke becoming a knight, but the weird outfit and dramatic greeting just make Zeke highly suspicious. Cliff just chuckles, explaining that this dramatic display is only fitting for Zeke's new highly prestigious title. Zeke immediately shuts down the awkward act. He warns Cliff to keep his distance, since anyone finding out they are working together could completely ruin his future plans. Apologizing, Cliff quickly points toward a mysterious cloaked figure in the room who requested a private meeting with the new knight. The stranger pulls back the hood, revealing Princess Melissa. She greets Zeke warmly before dropping a massive bombshell. She actually owns the entire Reinhardt merchant group. Seeing his calm expression, Melissa chuckles softly. She realizes that Zeke already figured out her true identity beforehand. Honestly, Zeke connected the dots when she suddenly showed up at his banquet after a very long absence. That sudden recovery perfectly matched the timing of the Rose disease patient being cured right after Cliff got the medicine from him. Realizing she does not need to explain herself, Melissa gets straight to the point of her urgent late-night visit. She hands over a stack of documents, explaining these are analysis results of the Rose disease from the legendary Nirvana magic family. Scanning the pages rapidly, Zeke freezes in absolute shock. He asks Melissa to double-check if this is real because the report proves this deadly plague was artificially made using magic. Melissa assures him the papers bear the official sigil of the Nirvana family, confirming they are absolutely real. After all, they are one of the 3 most powerful families known for mastering high-level magic. Now watch closely, because Zeke notices something terrifying. The disease is spreading way faster than in his past life, meaning his regression triggered a dangerous butterfly effect. Melissa places thumbtacks on a map, marking a small border village between the Alentia Kingdom and the Rome Empire where the outbreak first began. She points out that the deadly disease is creeping straight toward Alencia, while the Empire remains completely untouched. Looking closely at the map, Zeke realizes the dark truth. The Rome Empire intentionally manufactured and unleashed this bioweapon to destroy Alencia. He remembers how, in his past life, the Empire crushed Alencia by ruthlessly exploiting the chaos and death caused by this plague. It all clicks. Zeke realizes Melissa came here to get his permission to mass-produce the cure immediately. The original contract Cliff signed only gave their small merchant group the right to manufacture it in limited numbers. Now they need a brand new deal to distribute the life-saving medicine on a massive kingdom-wide scale. Melissa and Zeke negotiate the new terms, with Cliff keeping quiet and watching from the sidelines. Zeke is genuinely impressed by how sharp she is in business, proving she earned her spot as the true boss of the Reinhardt group. Laying out her plans, she tells him to leave all the production and distribution to her. Once the medicine is ready, she will hide it inside her merchant group's standard humanitarian relief shipments to the public. She slides over the fresh contract, promising he will be richly rewarded. But when Zeke reads the terms, his jaw drops. She is offering him 20% of the entire merchant group's shares. He calculates the potential worth of this deal. If both her group and the kingdom survive this crisis, those shares will be worth a literal fortune. Just cash out 20% of those shares right now, and he would easily pocket millions in gold. And if he successfully stops the upcoming war, those very same shares could skyrocket into the billions. I know what you are thinking. Is she legit? Zeke asks her some deep questions to gauge her true perspective. He casually asks if she thinks he might side with the Empire, but Melissa confidently replies she knows he has no ties to Rome. Thanks to her incredibly sharp eyes, she closely watched his every move at the banquet after they spoke. Based on her quick analysis, Melissa notes that Zeke showed nothing but cold disgust toward anyone from the Empire, especially when he refused to shake the 4th prince's hand. While others saw his formal bow as a sign of respect, Melissa knew he was just putting physical distance between himself and a snake. Zeke is seriously impressed. She read his hidden intentions like an open book. She adds that losing 20% shares to save her dying people is completely worth it. Her words instantly flash Zeke back to his past life, remembering how he desperately begged Queen Alicia to retreat, only for her to stubbornly refuse. After all, beating the Empire meant nothing if she died. Stick with me to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into Zeke's memory. where Alicia's stubbornness drove him absolutely crazy. She insisted, just like Melissa is doing now, that she'd gladly throw her life away just to buy time for her people's escape. These dark, painful memories still weigh heavily on Zeke's heart. He desperately wanted to forget, but Melissa's words brought it all crashing back. Right then, Zeke agrees to work with Melissa, making her absolutely thrilled, but as they seal the deal, he warns her to keep his true identity a total secret. 2 weeks fly by and Zeke is back to his usual routine, enjoying some quality time inside his estate's training hall. Watching his insane moves, it's clear he has massively improved his true dragon swordplay. After a brutal practice session, the system alerts him that he's officially learned the true dragon swordplay at an S-rank beginner level. Zeke is pumped by the notification, genuinely impressed that he pulled it off in just 1 month. Now that he has cleared all conditions to become Sheltern's heir, the system showers him with awesome rewards. 2 random boxes, 500 karma points, and the legendary Kronos Kingdom treasury map. Looking over his haul, Zeke is thrilled to restore the points he blew while torching McCain's Soma warehouses. Next, Zeke pulls out another reward, the mysterious Kronos Kingdom report radar, to inspect the device. But pay attention here, the system shockingly fails to read the capsule's coordinates. Instead, it tells him to find the scattered seals needed to activate those coordinates. Luckily, he learns these seals are connected and fully visible on his system mini-map. Zeke instantly pulls up the map, finding 2 seals right in the center, and 1 each in the north and south. He is instantly annoyed, realizing this quest is going to take forever due to the massive distance between them. Right on cue, the system generates an official quest. Honestly, Zeke isn't even surprised since he saw this notification coming a mile away. His new quest is to track down and restore every single scattered seal to its original state. There is absolutely no time limit, and the reward is the title of Kronos Kingdom's successor. But Zeke finds this reward pretty underwhelming. It makes him wonder if the treasure he'll find while restoring the seals is already the prize, leaving him with 0 bonus loot. He also questions if this fancy new title will set off some weird reaction, just like that bracelet from the Draegar's vault. Tired of overthinking, Zeke decides to shelf the quest for now since there's no ticking clock on it. He decides to handle urgent matters instead. Trust me, things get wild as a message from Kay sends him south. Soon after, he pulls into Port Gulfa, a bustling harbor town on the southern continent. As their vessel docks, the distinct metallic scent of blood mixed with salty sea air hits Zeke instantly. It is the exact same stench he remembers from his previous life, when he sailed south on a Reinhardt Merchant Group ship. But just as he tries to sneak away quietly, the crew screams their goodbyes at full volume, leaving him totally embarrassed. He put on his classic disguise to lay low, but their booming voices are drawing way too many eyes. Stepping off the ship, Zeke wanders through a town that looks identical to how it did before his regression. Before long, the Northern Rangers who previously kidnapped him show up, joking about how surprisingly well he pulls off merchant clothes. Zeke cuts straight to the chase, asking if they memorized his plan. One of the Rangers grins confidently, saying they are fully prepared. The Ranger lays out how they will use pure chaos to snatch the prisoner right out of McCain's hands during the strike. Making sure they are completely on track, Zeke warns them to stay sharp, since there is a lot more to this than just a basic rescue. Curious, the scarred Ranger asks what kind of chaos Zeke is cooking up. Zeke deliberately kept those details locked down to prevent any leaks in his master plan. The Ranger chuckles, asking if they should expect some wild festival. Zeke just smirks, promising that whatever he has planned is going to make any festival look like a playground. Wearing a sinister grin, he tells them he plans to make McCain completely vanish that day. Catching that terrifying look on Zeke's face sends a cold shiver straight down the Ranger's spine. Right then, a guide from the Reinhardt Merchant Group suddenly interrupts their conversation, searching for Zeke. Noticing they are in the middle of a meeting, the guide turns to give them space, but Zeke stops him. Zeke heads off with the guide toward the private carriage, prepared by the Merchant Guild. Watching him walk away, one Ranger yells to ask if he's trying to start a war with McCain. Zeke simply laughs, calling it a joke. But both Rangers know better than to believe him. Stick with me, because next, Zeke is in his carriage planning with Kay. Alright, you and I are checking out the merchant's secret warehouse. It looks totally basic from the street, but is incredibly fancy inside. Now nervous Kay wants to review their master plan just one more time. Zeke's strategy is simple: strike during Don Juan's birthday bash. Today, every single cartel executive is gathering under one roof to handle business. Using the Chaos Zeke and Kay plan, disguised as elite business partners. After laying it all out, Kay begs Zeke to confirm she didn't miss a single detail. But Zeke is totally over it since they have already repeated the plan a dozen times. He calls her a complete blockhead for asking about the exact same details for the 5th time. Kay snaps right back, admitting she is terrified and absolutely cannot afford to make a single mistake. Zeke already knew she was acting weird, and now he is just highly amused by her visible panic. He watches her shake like a leaf, completely terrified of what happens if their grand plan fails. She is terrified of what the ruthless boss McCain will do if he uncovers their raid on the Soma warehouse. Meanwhile, Zeke is absolutely loving every single second of Kay's pure panic. Watch closely here, because this is where Zeke decides to mess with her head by sharing a creepy myth about southern mages. Apparently, folks in the south believe that keeping a dead mage's body can permanently block curses. He casually adds that instead of feeding her to hungry swamp dragons, McCain will likely chop her up like sausage links to sell her rare magical body parts for top dollar. This terrifying detail sends a massive icy shiver straight down Kay's spine. Suddenly she realizes those weird necklaces worn by McCain's thugs are actually human fingers. Kay instantly wonders how much her own fingers would sell for. Terrified, she begs Zeke to at least retrieve her corpse if their cover gets blown by the boss. But then Kay wonders how Zeke knows so much about McCain's darkest secrets. That simple question triggers a rush of memories from his past life, when he built McCain's criminal empire. After getting expelled from the academy, slave traders dragged Zeke away and sold him straight to McCain's brutal drug plantation. After a grueling stint harvesting crops, they threw him onto the front lines as a disposable human shield. Somehow Zeke survived every single slaughter. Thinking back, he realizes his survival was likely due to his subconscious activation of his auto-healing skill. You saw that, right? Surviving 6 times meant Don Juan decided to turn Zeke into a deadly killer. Before long, Zeke became the ultimate assassin, easily capable of butchering even a legendary purple knight. His signature move was lowering his target's guard before striking with lethal poison. But that dirty trick never worked against the elite blue knights. No matter how stealthily he approached, those elite warriors would instantly detect his presence. Even when he managed to nick them with a venomous blade, they would simply flush it out using their raw aura. Still, Zeke adapted, eventually taking down the Blue Knights by exploiting the tiniest gaps in their defenses. Only after slaughtering 12 of those legendary Blue Knights did he truly cement his position as the cartel's top executioner. After he personally crushed the rival Pabel cartel, Zeke's rank and influence inside the organization exploded. Eventually, he became Don Juan's own adopted son, securing his place as the sole heir to the empire. But on the exact day the cartel chiefs gathered to crown him as the official successor, Zeke slaughtered every single person in the room, including his foster father, before walking away with his sweet revenge. Zeke is still lost in these dark memories when Kay suddenly snaps him right back to reality. She has been waving her hands for minutes, making her think he is purposefully dodging her questions. She demands to know if he is secretly a cartel spy, terrified that Zeke might just be using her as a pawn to destroy the syndicate. Zeke completely ignores her ridiculous accusations, which only makes her spiral even harder. Honestly, he finds this clumsy version of Kay more entertaining than her serious self from his past life. Moments later, the duo finally arrives at Don Juan's massive estate for the big business meeting. Stepping into a hidden room behind the banquet hall, Kay nervously greets the cartel boss as an official syndicate representative. Meanwhile, Zeke is busy sizing up McCain's high-priced lineup of elite hitmen and deadly rangers. Don Juan acknowledges her, casually noting how rare and surprising it is to meet a female mage in this business. Mocking her obvious nervousness, he smugly commands her to deliver the brilliant speech she prepared. Kay starts speaking, but the moment she mentions that warehouse fire, you and I can already feel the room turn absolutely ice cold. Let's jump back in as Don Juan's smile completely vanishes, anticipating what she will say next. His sudden frozen gaze rattles Kay, but she quickly regains her composure and keeps on speaking. She drops a bomb. The warehouse fires were an inside job. A traitor in this very room worked with Pabello to burn everything down. The executives instantly lose their minds in shock, some screaming for the guards to drag her out. Don Juan slams his massive fist down to silence the room. He asks Kay if she stands by her claim and she calmly nods. With an icy glare, he demands she name the rat sitting right among them. Instantly, several guilty faces break into a cold, terrified sweat. Out of nowhere, Zeke lunges forward, holding a razor-sharp blade to Joaquin's throat. Introducing himself, he faces Don Juan, who asks why he brought a knife instead of a birthday gift. Zeke just grins, announcing that Joaquin is his actual birthday present. Now pay attention, Don Juan asks if they're actually accusing his own beloved brother. Zeke presses the knife deeper, demanding a confession. He even drops the name El Manco, his secret alias for shady deals with Pablo. Joaquin completely freezes. How on earth did this guy uncover a secret that even Don Juan failed to dig up? He screams at his guards to save him, but they are too terrified to move. Losing his mind, Joaquin curses them out for being useless, overpaid cowards. One bodyguard mutters that Zeke is clearly a pro-killer and taking him on is suicide. The guy has absolutely zero openings. Try to rush him or shoot from afar and he will just use Joaquin as a human shield. Desperate, Joaquin tries to turn the tables, claiming Zeke is actually a Pablo spy. Zeke laughs it off, calling him incredibly bold for pointing fingers. But Joaquin keeps desperately barking, trying to make the others suspicious of Zeke. The traitor finally loses his cool when Zeke reveals he has cold, hard proof. Zeke signals Kay, who casts magic to summon the evidence right before Don Juan. The boss picks up the files, reading silently. Don Juan narrows his eyes, praising Zeke for such a detailed and impressive report. Reading aloud, he exposes how Joaquin worked with their rivals to sabotage the McCain cartel. Pure disgust washes over his face when he reads that the Pablo cartel is actually a band of pirates. Hearing this, the executives growl at Joaquin with pure fury. Zeke smirks me, he is loving this intense chaos. Besides the general hatred for pirates, Southerners hold an especially brutal grudge against them. Their lands lie right next to pirate outposts, meaning the South suffers way more brutal raids than anyone else. But here is the real kicker: Don Juan lost his entire family to pirates. He hates those sea rats infinitely more than anyone else in this room. Zeke cannot wait for his reaction, knowing the boss will never let Joaquin survive this betrayal. Don Juan keeps flipping through the files until he freezes, staring directly at a photo of Joaquin with a pirate. Joaquin nearly loses his mind, wondering how on earth Zeke managed to get that damning picture. The report frames him for the warehouse fires, even though that photo was just from a business deal with the Pabala cartel. He realizes with horror that this evidence makes him look guilty of burning down those Soma warehouses. Don Juan closes the report and calmly thanks Zeke for the information. But he points out that this is all circumstantial. It is simply not enough to accuse Joaquin, a man he considers a brother. Zeke fully expected this reaction, so he prepares to change his tactics. He hated having to use his backup plan, but now he has no choice. Leaning in close, he quietly whispers a threat into Joaquin's ear. Meanwhile, Don Juan starts to announce Zeke's punishment for falsely accusing his trusted right-hand man. But Joaquin suddenly cuts him off, confessing to every single charge. A dead, heavy silence falls. Breaking the quiet, Don Juan expresses his absolute heartbreak over the betrayal. Seeing no other choice, he promises to respect Joaquin's honor for confessing on his own. Then, with terrifying speed, Don Juan hurls a deadly sickle, cutting Joaquin down instantly. Zeke freezes in absolute shock, blood splattering his face. It turns out he only got Joaquin to confess by threatening his family, never expecting this brutal outcome. We leave it here as Zeke marvels at how easily these fools trust sacred oaths. Stick with me. Zeke had already sworn to leave Joaquin's secret family alone, never wanting to hurt them. Wiping the fresh blood from his face, he stares at Don Juan in awe, deeply impressed by the brutal speed that marks him as a true crime boss. Piecing it together, Zeke realizes this execution was not because Don Juan actually believed Joaquin was a filthy traitor. No, it was a power move, a cold message to force everyone else in the room into absolute submission. Zeke saw how unfazed the boss stayed even after Kay's confession tied the warehouse fires directly to the Pabala spy. Even when the bomb dropped about a secret pirate crew, Don Juan kept his poker face completely intact. Through it all, the Godfather wanted to stay completely neutral, to dissect the situation on his own terms. But the other executives had already checked out, the second they heard about backroom deals with secret pirates. At that stage, even if the boss secretly wanted to spare Joaquin, his hands were completely tied. Now watch closely. Don Juan knew that without a bloody execution, his entire empire would crumble instantly. Zeke realizes the old man is still a dangerous mastermind. Just as Don Juan lifts his blade, flicking off the fresh blood, he slowly turns to the remaining syndicate executives, his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated murder. He growls that if Kay spoke the truth, more rats are hiding in this room. He slams his weapon onto the report, proving the warehouse fire was just step one of their massive betrayal against the McCain cartel. He demands a confession now, promising a painless death to anyone who speaks up. By now, the executives are sweating bullets. One loudmouth panics, screaming that Kay is framing them and begging the boss to torture the truth out of her. You and I both know Zeke does not play around. Out of nowhere, he executes the guy, leaving Kay frozen. Staring at the fresh corpse at her feet, she shakes uncontrollably. Don Juan glares at Zeke, demanding to know why he acted so brazenly in his presence. Zeke just smiles calmly, explaining he was only helping his boss clean up a filthy traitor. He argues that since Joaquin admitted to colluding with Pabala, the entire syndicate is clearly guilty by association. Don Juan locks eyes with Zeke as the cold realization hits him. He was just used as a pawn. He finally sees the trap. Zeke manipulated him into slaughtering his own high-ranking syndicate executives. Lowering his head in pure exhaustion, he wonders aloud if Zeke is a saving angel or a demon sent to ruin him. Zeke just grins, reminding him that he is simply a businessman. Wild, right? Alright, you and I are diving into a wild alliance today as Zeke proposes a partnership that leaves Don Juan completely stunned. Zeke explains that they share a single goal, crushing the syndicate and securing power for the McCain cartel. Zeke reveals he knows why Don Juan hesitated to punish syndicate bosses. He is terrified of losing his only distribution route. With Pabello and Ishtar cartels locking down the ocean routes, the syndicate remains the McCain cartel's only hope for selling their product. Stunned by his sharp analysis, Don Juan wonders how this stranger knows his deepest business secrets so well. To eliminate any fear of payback, Zeke drops a truth bomb. The legendary fighter K controls all distribution anyway. He casually adds that he will join her, taking full control of the McCain cartel's entire operation. Don Juan silently weighs the massive offer. While the deal sounds incredibly tempting, the cartel boss admits he still cannot bring himself to trust Zeke. Without a foundation of trust, a deal is impossible, but instead of backing down, Zeke walks forward, casually tossing the boss's gun aside. Watch closely here, because he hurls papers into the air and drives his dagger straight through the Pabello cartel logo. As a supreme gesture of goodwill, Zeke promises to personally wipe out the entire territory under Paulo's command. Now, Paulo Santos of the Pabello cartel is famous for being incredibly stealthy and hard to find. His extreme caution earned him the nickname Cowardly Paulo. Don Juan is genuinely shocked that Zeke not only knows about this hidden figure, but even knows his secret nickname. Impressed, the cartel boss accepts the terms, agreeing that completing this insane mission will prove Zeke's loyalty. Don Juan offers to send his elite hit squad along, claiming the job is far too suicidal to do alone. But Zeke immediately sees right through the trap. It is just a spy network. Meanwhile, the boss demands Kay stay behind as a hostage. Zeke knows this is just a polite way of keeping her as leverage against him. Yet fully aware of the danger, he casually agrees to every single demand. Deep into the night, Zeke guides the team of trained killers straight toward Paulo's heavily guarded drug factory. They slip through the shadows like ghosts, hanging on to Zeke's every word. Even Manuel, the squad commander, finds himself instantly following Zeke's lead without even realizing why. I know what you're thinking, Manuel feels like a total amateur here, but watching Zeke move, he realizes his stamina is superhuman. Zeke moves with absolute speed and lethal precision, navigating the complex southern lands as if he owns the place. When a werewolf suddenly attacks, Manuel watches Zeke tear through the beast, realizing the guy is an absolute monster. Minutes later, they halt near the factory, where Zeke commands the squad to hold their positions. The commander tries to protest, but Zeke sharply reminds him their only job is to watch. He points out that their current spot offers a perfect view of the entire facility anyway. Zeke warns Manuel to stop acting like they are here to help him fight, demanding they stay back and avoid getting in his way. Before Manuel can even reply, Zeke vanishes into the darkness, leaving him utterly stunned. The remaining squad members look around in confusion, asking their leader what to do. But Manuel simply orders them to stand by just like Zeke commanded. He admits that since their only task is to gather intel, there is no point in risking their lives. He orders his men to quickly set up a camouflage camp to hide their location. Nearby, the elite rangers are already waiting in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the facility, signaling that Zeke has finally made his move. Inside, absolute madness erupts as fire consumes the entire building and bodies pile up on the floor. A massive fire vortex tears through the halls, and a panicked guard screams that an enemy mage is attacking. Realizing they are completely outmatched, he desperately orders a subordinate to summon their magic unit. They have no idea it is just Zeke, utilizing his legendary elemental sword arts. Moments later, a guard spots Zeke and calls for backup, quickly surrounding him with a small army of heavily armed soldiers. Zeke is actually a bit impressed they managed to find his location so fast. As they rush him, he unleashes his elemental fire domain, raining a barrage of deadly fireballs down on them. In a single instant, they are completely charred, leaving absolutely no survivors. And that's where we leave it. One explosive warm-up, and trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Suddenly he senses another presence. Stick with me because that coward Paolo is finally making his move. Spinning around, he is surrounded by several massive war magic tanks. This kind of ridiculous expensive defense perfectly suits a notorious coward like Paolo. Hiring a battle mage would have been way cheaper, but blowing a fortune on heavy machinery is the safest bet for a total wuss like Paolo. Less than a minute later, the magic tanks spark to life and fire a barrage of shells straight at him. Zeke calmly deflects the massive projectiles with his sword, swatting them aside as if they were nothing but pesky mosquitoes. The shells detonate all around him in massive explosions. Even so, Zeke is actually a bit impressed by Paolo's sharp criminal instincts. Realizing the Pabelan cartel must have seen real value in the guy to trust him with their entire operation. Then Zeke activates his elemental sword wind field, summoning a colossal raging tornado. The violent winds hoist those heavy magic tanks into the air, smashing them to pieces like falling dominoes. Loving every second of this destruction, he remembers his past life. Back then, he would have run away screaming at the mere sight of these things. But things are different now. With one final devastating wind strike, he completely obliterates the remaining tanks. Having cleared out the surface defenses, Zeke ventures deep underground to hunt down his actual target. On his way down, he effortlessly butchers a dozen henchmen, wondering why the boss is still hiding. Trying to draw him out, he pushes deeper. Watch closely here. An arrow shoots straight towards Zeke's head. He catches it easily midair, but the arrow explodes in his palm, releasing a toxic gas. His internal system instantly boots up to neutralize the threat, but Zeke manually overrides it, telling his healing factor to pause. Finally, the coward Paolo steps out of the shadows, whining about how his useless guards failed to stop one lone intruder. He proudly starts bragging about the exact poison that just exploded in Zeke's face, boasting that it is deadly enough to melt down even the strongest aura masters. Holding out an antidote, Paolo demands intel on Zeke's allies in exchange. He tells him to cooperate, claiming the rest of his team is likely already dead or captured. Since the surface has gone completely quiet, Paolo assumes his men have successfully finished off the others. Zeke knows there is actually no cure for Black Mamba poison, and secretly laughs at this pathetic attempt to trick him. A normal warrior would die within minutes. Even a legendary Blue Knight would suffer permanent damage after purging it. But Zeke is different, so he casually slaps the antidote vial, shattering it right in Paolo's hand. Paolo calls him a crazy rabid dog, screaming to know if he is actively trying to commit suicide. Zeke calmly explains he is immune to poison. Trust me. Paolo absolutely loses his mind when Zeke reveals his entire army upstairs was already annihilated. He refuses to believe it, especially since his defenses include elite cartel soldiers and expensive magic weapons. Zeke tells him to go check for himself, assuming he can even escape. Enraged, Paolo demands to know Zeke's real identity and who ordered this sudden raid. Zeke just tells him to guess. After a tense pause, Paolo guesses the McCain cartel, which Zeke immediately confirms. Paolo is deeply confused. Despite their rivalry, both factions have always respected each other's territory. Zeke explains that Pabello agents were caught sneaking around McCain land, just waiting to launch an ambush. Paolo is completely speechless, but the real shock comes when Zeke reveals their secret pirate shipping routes have been exposed. Zeke adds that his master has officially declared total war on all those dirty southern pirates, starting with Pabello. Realizing the game is completely up, Paolo abandons the fight and runs away in a frantic panic. Zeke pretends to chase him, purposely letting the coward slip away into a bizarre abandoned section of the factory. Zeke scans his surroundings, realizing this area feels completely different from the dark mines where he just fought Paolo. He also registers that the pathway leading into this place was loaded with dangerous hidden traps. The defenses were so ridiculous that he had to carefully restrain his godlike power, fearing someone was spying on him. Judging by how fresh they look, Zeke can tell these traps were installed very recently. This bizarre setup makes him wonder what Pabello was actually trying to build here, but as he scans the ruins, an assassin leaps out from the shadows. He barely dodges the incoming blade, leaving his stealthy attacker staring at him in utter disbelief. Without pausing, the cloaked assassin strikes again, but Zeke instantly overpowers him. With one clean slash from his elemental sword, Zeke shatters the assassin's weapon and delivers a fatal blow. Going to inspect the body, a blonde guy and several cloaked figures emerge, and that is where we leave it. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Zeke instantly recognizes their gear, the Empire's notorious hunting dogs. And that blonde guy? He already hates working with Southerners. The blonde keeps trash-talking, calling our main character a rat. He brags that since Zeke stepped into these ruins, he's only leaving in a body bag. Zeke remembers seeing a marked ruin down south while hunting for Kaiser's ruins. Now he wonders if this place holds another artifact the Emperor is desperately searching for. Meanwhile, the blonde guy eyes Zeke's dagger suspiciously. It looks plain, but he remembers wind swirling around it earlier. To avoid any nasty surprises, he tells his squad to stay sharp, guessing the blade is actually an artifact. Suddenly his eyes lock onto whatever Zeke is holding, and he screams for his men to brace for impact. Apparently he thinks it's some high-grade destructive magic scroll. Zeke just tells them to chill out. He explains it is only a barrier spell for soundproofing. It has 0 lethal power, but it will keep them locked in for 30 minutes. Our hero wants to test his new abilities without causing a scene or leaving any survivors alive. With the area locked down, Zeke pulls his massive main sword out of system storage. The smug blonde freezes as a giant weapon suddenly materializes right before his eyes. Now pay attention, because this setup completely breaks his brain. He thought Zeke was just a mage, but now, he has no clue what we are dealing with. His panic spikes even higher as Zeke starts channeling pure aura into the blade, making him wonder if this guy is actually a legendary Blue Knight. But Zeke gives them 0 time to think, instantly launching Chapter 1 Verse 1 of the true Dragon Sword play. With absolute precision he unleashes Sky Slice, completely vaporizing the entire squad, including that mouthy blonde. While destructive energy rips through the ancient ruins, the barrier keeps every bit of sound and dust trapped inside. Soon the barrier fades away while Zeke incinerates the bodies, leaving absolutely 0 evidence behind. His goal today is to frame the scene, making it look like the McCain cartel brought in high-tier knights and mages to slaughter the Papella cartel. It is all part of his master plan to spark a bloody war between them and drive the tension through the roof. As he finishes framing them, Zeke wonders why Papella was even working with the Empire. The only logical answer is that the Empire is piggybacking on Papella's network to hunt down rare ancient artifacts. But he remembers that in his past life he fully explored this ruin and found absolutely nothing of value. There were no signs of the Empire back then, meaning they must have cleared out way before he ever arrived. Whatever they were after, Zeke is happy he ruined the Emperor's day by wiping out this secret underground operation right now. Satisfied with his little frame-up masterpiece, Zeke gets ready to pack up, but unexpected trouble decides to crash the party. A heavily armored redhead steps out, mentioning he felt a strange wild wave of magic here before it suddenly cut off. Staring right at Zeke, he notes that even though our guy was not invited, he still managed to find this hidden chamber. Zeke analyzes the armor and immediately recognizes it as Hercian, a legendary set of magic armor given only to the elite Red Knights of the Roman Empire. It is a top-tier artifact packed with powerful enchantments, like lightning speed boosts and automated self-repair functions. But looking closer, Zeke spots small details that differ from the standard armor the Empire usually hands out. "I know what you're thinking. Who is this guy?" Zeke asks him, but the redhead just lunges with a sudden vicious strike. Zeke reacts in the nick of time, swapping his dagger for his massive sword to block the lethal impact. The pair clash with insane force, their colliding shockwaves kicking up a massive storm of dust all around them. Before Zeke can even recover from that first clash, the redhead teleports back in, launching another relentless attack like some giant armored mosquito. Zeke deflects the blow, but this fight is quickly turning into a brutal test of pure endurance. The insane force behind this guy's sword makes Zeke wonder if he is even human. Buckling under the raw pressure, Zeke guesses this unique Hercian armor must be heavily enchanted with extreme strength-boosting magic. Right when Red is about to smash him straight into the hard ground, Zeke vanishes, leaving his armored opponent completely dazed. Using his stealth, Zeke activates his elemental sword steel field, locking the armored knight inside a massive stone dome. But the redhead easily shatters the earth with one swing. Before he can recover, giant boulders rain down from above, crushing him completely. Capitalizing on the chaos of the collapsing rocks, Zeke triggers a blinding flashbang spell. He goes for the kill while Red is blind. Stick around to see if his gamble actually pays off. Get ready, because right here Red casually swats away Zeke's aura blade. No time to breathe as Red immediately strikes again. But Zeke blocks it with dragon scale armor. Red backs off, amused that Zeke has so many weird tricks up his sleeve. Acknowledging Zeke as a real rival, he finally introduces himself as Cain Simmons Constantinus. Zeke freezes. Constantinus is a name reserved only for the ruling imperial family of the Roman Empire. And that middle name? It is only given to elite elector prince families. Those are the high-ranking nobles with the actual power to choose the next emperor. So if this royal guy carries the Simmons name, Zeke has to wonder, is the Simmons house actually one of those legendary emperor-choosing families? But before he can wrap his head around that, pay close attention now, because red lightning crackles as the system warns him of deadly miasma in the air. On the bright side, beating a miasma-corrupted target means a massive pile of bonus points. Zeke has no clue what miasma is, but there is no time to ask. The air explodes as violent red lightning wraps around Kane. Even standing far back, Zeke feels the absolutely crushing pressure coming off the guy. That pressure alone proves this miasma stuff is no joke. It is pure poison. Acting like the main character of an anime, Kane raises his sword as a giant energy blade forms. He promises to show Zeke ultimate respect by giving him a quick, honorable death, amazed he found such a worthy opponent out here. He keeps talking big about how fighting at 100% power is the ultimate sign of respect. Zeke does not care about his monologue, but he is genuinely sweating over how to survive this monster. Normal moves will not do a thing here. Even with his current level, his trusty elemental sword is not enough to scratch a beast like Kane. Thinking fast, he unleashes the true dragon swordplay, chapter 8 verse 2, the dragon scale thrust. But the strike does absolutely zero damage, not even a single scratch. Remembering Kane's massive physical boosts, his constant aura shield, and that insane healing speed, Zeke realizes a straight-up victory is basically impossible. You and I both know his only real play here is to smash that Herrscher armor first, otherwise he is dead meat. To get close enough to rip that metal suit apart, Zeke activates Mono Reflection. It will not defeat Kane instantly, but it should shut down the armor and give him a fighting chance. It works immediately, freezing all of the Herrscher armor functions. Kane is shocked to find his broken cheat armor offline. He demands answers, but Zeke just shrugs like he has no clue. Instead of losing his temper, Kane actually laughs it off. He raises his weapon again, saying that cracking an enemy's dirty tricks is the best part of fighting. As his sword swings down, complete chaos erupts once more. In a split second, they clash violently, looking just like two legendary raging dragons. Massive shockwaves rip the ground apart, and by the time their clash reaches its peak, the already broken dungeon is turned into complete rubble. When the dust clears, Zeke is lying in his own blood, totally spent. Worse, the system warns his miasma corrosion is maxed out. His healing skills are completely ruined, leaving him right on the edge of death. Meanwhile, Kane stands there looking barely scratched at all. As his Herrscher armor boots back up, Kane steps forward, pointing his blade at Zeke. He calmly reveals he knows Zeke's real identity, praising his incredible skills. Zeke freezes in horror. How did this guy find out? Kane explains that only Draegar energy can shut down the Herrscher armor's systems. Plus, in that final clash, Zeke used a move just like the dragon-slaying arts. Realizing his cover is completely blown hits Zeke hard. But what really blows his mind is how Kane even recognized the true dragon thrust. Sure, dragon-slaying moves come from the main sword style, but the dragon scale thrust is a top secret only taught to the Draegar clan. For a royal knight to know it, Zeke realizes the Simmons family must have betrayed them and sold the dragon-slaying style to the Empire. The sheer shock makes him cough up blood. And that is where we leave it, with Kane claiming the deadly miasma has already destroyed Zeke's insides. Let's dive right into this brutal showdown where Kane thinks he has already won. Spouting some garbage speech, Kane plunges his sword deep into Zeke's chest. As Zeke's eyes close, Kane quietly wishes him a peaceful journey to hell. Job done, Kane proudly turns away, still boasting about Zeke being a worthy foe. Before he can take another step, a dagger flies out of nowhere, slicing his throat. Blood sprays from the wound as Kane staggers in pure shock. He whips around only to find Zeke's body has completely vanished. Clutching his slashed neck, Kane desperately tries to stop the bleeding, completely baffled by what just happened. Behind him, Zeke quietly materializes, ready to finish this fight for good. Thanks to a top-tier healing potion, Zeke is already recovering. Without giving Kane a second to react, Zeke cleanly decapitates him with one swipe, but immediately drops to his knees coughing blood. The system is still busy repairing his internal damage, and that final strike pushed his breaking body way past its limits. Zeke gasps for air, remembering the legendary potion he used. Now pay attention here. This is the secret emergency item he kept in his shortcut slot. It is a one-time use potion that fully restores stamina and lethal injuries. It also grants a mysterious unknown effect. But while the potion saved his life, his aura-inflicted wounds still remain unhealed. Suddenly, system errors begin to crack across his vision like a virus. Unbearable pain floods his senses as the system triggers an emergency shutdown due to skill overuse. He refuses to pass out in enemy territory, fighting the system shutdown with sheer will. It is a brutal mental battle to stay conscious against his own safety protocols. As his legs buckle and he tumbles toward the ground, he forces his eyes open. Zeke desperately screams at himself to stay awake no matter what. Right before collapsing, he remembers Kane's corpse and quickly triggers gluttony, opening a dark abyss that swallows the remains whole. Because Kane was heavily corrupted by demonic energy, the system converts him into massive stamina and mana recovery. To top it off, Zeke even steals an A-grade lightning skill. Zeke snaps awake with a sharp, desperate gasp, feeling like he literally just dragged himself out of the clutches of death. You and I both know that was a close one, but activating gluttony saved him. The system notifies him that he has claimed Kane's armor, urging immediate registration. Zeke finds it strange that the system interface displays no name or details for the armor. Shrugging it off for now, he goes ahead and accepts. Once equipped, Zeke realizes the armor can shapeshift into whatever form he likes. He can also activate 3 out of the 28 magic circles engraved on it. After testing its lightweight build and movement, Zeke is incredibly pleased. But to avoid unwanted attention from the Empire, he hides it away until he can change its appearance. Leaving the ruins, Zeke is suddenly hit by the horrific smell of rotting flesh and blood. He goes to investigate only to stumble upon a hidden human experimentation lab. This sight instantly enrages him, disgusted by how low the Empire has truly fallen. The lab staff are working away, completely oblivious, until a mad scientist spots Zeke and instantly alarms the others. He orders an attack and they immediately unleash a magic poison cloud at Zeke. Unfortunately, the system is unable to neutralize this specific toxin. To block the poison, Zeke quickly downs a high-grade antidote. After wiping out the lab and tearing the place apart, he grabs their research papers to find rose disease clues. Before he can leave, the head scientist arrives, absolutely furious about his destroyed lab. Without waiting for trash talk, Zeke strikes. And you're going to want to see what happens next. Though shocked to see an aura blade, this old mage is ready for war. Come with me as Zeke blocks the blow and spots a familiar cloak crest. That mark belongs to the Desert Scorpion clan, users of dark magic, and judging by his crazy skill level, Zeke knows he is facing a high-ranking 6th Circle mage. This old guy is a tough opponent. It is clear the Empire will team up with any disgusting gutter rat to get its way. Refusing to waste another second here, Zeke triggers Mana Reflection, completely shutting down the old man's magic. With his spell broken, the shocked old man instantly realizes Zeke is a pureblood Draegar. Terrified and desperate, the old wizard panics, activating an artifact to summon a truly grotesque synthetic chimera. As the beast charges, the proud old creator boasts that this monster is his ultimate masterpiece. He brags that not even a pureblood Draegar can defeat it. It strikes without mercy, sharp claws ripping through the air while Zeke struggles to block each blow. Triggering Shadowless Steps, Zeke leaps high to counterattack, instantly slicing off its sharp stingers. He analyzes the beast, searching desperately for a single blind spot, but there is none. Frustrated and fearing enemy backup, Zeke unloads a frenzy of strikes, but they barely leave a scratch. He wanted a quick escape, but this unexpected monster is now completely ruining his evacuation plans. Right at his absolute limit, pay attention, a system alert pops up. It reveals he can trigger his innate draconic control. The system asks to subjugate the target, noting its hidden dragon ancestry. Looking at the furious beast charging straight at him, Zeke is stunned. The thought of actually controlling this absolute nightmare feels unreal. As the monster gets closer, Zeke accepts the prompt, commanding the ugly bird-like beast to submit. Right before it can rip his head off, the monster completely freezes in mid-air. Primal fear takes over its instincts, locking in Zeke's overwhelming control. With total authority locked in, Zeke orders the subjugation. A glowing magic circle appears underneath, binding the creature tightly in massive mystical chains. Once the process is complete, the raging monster becomes incredibly obedient. Zeke casually reaches out to pet it like a harmless little dog. Now pause for a second, because this old man's reaction is absolute gold. He cowers, desperately screaming orders, while his ultimate weapon acts like a harmless pony. And Zeke, always ruthless, orders his new pet to finish the job. Instantly, the beast strikes, ripping the old man's soul from his fragile body. Searching the old corpse, Zeke finds an identification card. His name was Gaurav. Zeke wonders if this guy was actually the second in command of that dark clan. He is still thinking it over when his new chimera starts nudging him. While Zeke wonders why the beast is so clingy, the system tells him to name it for easier summoning later. Without a second thought, he lazily names the beast Gurav, and the system saves it. The monster clearly hates its new name, but Zeke tells him it can never be changed. Surviving yet another near-death battle, Zeke reports to Don Juan, who praises him. The boss claims he treats Zeke like his own son, but those words make Zeke's blood boil. Because he knows Don Juan is a monster who only treats people as disposable tools. Zeke burns with pure hatred, remembering how he was used as a meat shield in his past life. Fueled by revenge, he silently vows to destroy Don Juan. Right then, the boss hands over several packages, calling them a special little gift. He explains this special present is meant to build solid trust, since Zeke wants them to partner up. As Zeke goes to open the packages, a cold dread fills his soul. He already suspects the truth because blood is literally dripping from the boxes. Tearing one open, he finds an executive's severed remains. It takes no genius to realize the other boxes hold the body parts of the remaining executives. Don Juan asks if he likes the present. After a brief pause, Zeke replies that he loves them. And honestly, you and I know he is thrilled. Everything is going exactly as planned. With these syndicate leaders dead, his next move is pushing K all the way to the top. Then Don Juan drops a bomb. Pabello knows they raided Paulo's territory. Let's dive into a wild story where Zeke is secretly laughing because a rumor claims high-level knights and mages did the raid, when it was actually all his own doing. Don Juan, feeling like the entire world is now his personal playground, tells Zeke he wants to push further. He plans to attack the Pabella cartel once more to send a clear message. On top of that, he wants everyone to know Zeke is the new ruler of the South. Zeke easily sees through this attempt to use him, but he still agrees to take the job. Even though he hoped for this, Don Juan is shocked by how quickly Zeke accepts. Zeke eagerly accepts the challenge, promising to deliver Don Juan's grim message straight to their rivals. But in exchange for taking the job, he demands that Don Juan backs K to become the new syndicate boss. After weighing his options for a moment, Don Juan agrees to sponsor K's rise. He even lends Zeke the cartel's ultimate assassin squad for assistance. In the blink of an eye, these deadly killers drop into the room out of nowhere, completely unannounced. One particular warrior wearing an eye patch instantly grabs Zeke's attention. Meanwhile, Abel is investigating the dark underground ruins where Zeke previously crushed Cain. He slipped in right after the Imperial Bureau to uncover what happened in Apollo's lands. Abel searches the rubble for clues, but his partner William warns him that the search party already found absolutely nothing here. Now pay close attention here. Abel completely ignores his partner's talking, focusing solely on the dirt. Based on the official reports, his colleague guesses an entire night squad caused this devastation. But after examining some sand, Abel states that a single lone fighter caused all this, not a group. William finds that hard to believe, pointing out obvious traces of both heavy swordplay and magic. The evidence makes him certain that the attackers had to be a mix of knights and mages. Still, Abel is absolutely positive the culprit was one single person, a powerful red knight. He adds that something is incredibly fishy here, because the Intelligence Bureau rushed their own investigation way too quickly. Abel is convinced they are trying to cover up something big. You and I both know Abel won't let this go. He tells William they must uncover the Empire's secrets. Before he can run off, William tries to stop him, warning that snooping around the Intelligence Bureau is an incredibly dangerous game. But Abel stubbornly refuses to stop, insisting he must find the truth. He snaps at William, shouting that his gut is telling him to dig deeper. Wearing a dark, creepy smile, he reminds William of his ultimate dream to rule both the Draegar clan and the entire Empire. Meanwhile, Zeke and his new assassin squad arrive at the Pabala cartel's port by boat. A guard patrolling the port spots the small boat and shouts, demanding to know who they are. Without a word, Zeke leaps into the air and takes him out in one clean strike. As the guard slips from the wall, the eye-patch assassin catches the body with his blade, letting it drop silently into the dark water. Impressed by this incredibly quick thinking, Zeke praises the man, calling him Simon. Zeke signals the squad to move forward, but Simon just stares back at him in absolute silence. The moment Don Juan introduced the team, Zeke had recognized Simon from his previous life. Simon was his mentor, teaching him southern martial arts and deadly assassination tricks. Back then, Simon was his sole ally in the McCain cartel, and their shared training made their fighting styles almost identical. Even today, Zeke is amazed by how perfectly they sync up when a battle begins. As they step off the boat, Zeke silently hopes he can recruit Simon over to his side someday. Before long, they infiltrate the main port city, only to spot guards patrolling the entire area. Simon asks if there is a path into the central district, and Zeke tells him he has one. He explains the city rests on old imperial ruins, meaning secret tunnels run everywhere. Simon agrees with the plan but warns that those underground pathways form an absolute maze. He asks how they will find their way through, but Zeke simply tells him to watch. Moments later, they enter the dark tunnels, totally unaware that Zeke is using his system minimap to guide them through. He slips past the heavy guard posts as they advance. The system shows every target, but you and I know he must still tread very carefully. Alright, you and I are about to see why high-tier Red Knights never show up on the minimap, making them impossible to avoid. Soon after, Zeke tells his squad they are closing in on Mateo's office, who happens to lead the powerful Pueblo cartel. Zeke orders his team to scatter and plant bombs everywhere, while he heads off to handle Mateo completely on his own. They accept the plan, and Zeke quickly moves ahead, leaving them behind. Deep in the dark sewers, Zeke pauses to think about his next moves. Taking down Mateo will make the cartel boss furious enough to wage war on McCain. With his path set, he rips open a drainage grate and slips inside. As he crawls through the pipe, Zeke wonders why Don Juan even suggested this crazy mission in the first place. Remembering how Don Juan wiped out Joaquin just to keep others in line, the pieces of the puzzle finally fall into place. He realizes Don Juan wants this entire squad dead once they finish doing all his dirty work. That lunatic just wants to send a warning to Pueblo, so sacrificing a few lives is absolutely nothing to him. Zeke pushes forward, determined to ruin Don Juan's plan by making sure Mateo actually ends up dead. This operation was meant to be a simple distraction, but Zeke has zero intention of holding back. Suddenly, he drops right out of the ceiling pipe, immediately alerting the nearby guards. Zeke cuts them down. Now pay attention here, there are absolutely no Imperial guards around, which is extremely weird. Since Pueblo worked with the Empire at the ruins, he fully expected them to be here. A quick glance at the minimap shows absolutely nothing. Then flash! A blinding light hits his eyes as soldiers swarm the room. The enemy captain yells out to take Zeke alive. Blinded by overconfidence, they charge head-on. Zeke slices through the swordsman instantly. Mages scramble to activate magic circles, but Zeke uses his swift steps to close the gap in a heartbeat. Unleashing the elemental windblade, Windfield, he obliterates the mages without breaking a sweat. Honestly, Zeke feels completely let down by their garbage skills. He expected greatness from the Empire, but this weak bunch is barely worth the effort of tearing apart. Bored out of his mind, Zeke stops swinging and activates his Dragon's Dignity skill. A power that can freeze even giant dragons in fear. Its sheer pressure terrifies the survivors. He gives them a choice, run and live or step up and take a quick trip to hell. One terrifying glare makes the guards scatter. You and I both know Zeke isn't done, but why is the Empire even down south? Suddenly a repulsive aura seeps into the silent room, and Zeke spins around to find a cloaked figure watching him. The stranger sneers, calling Zeke an annoying pest, angry that he is ruining their grand designs. Honestly, Zeke is shocked he did not sense this guy sooner. Staring him down, Zeke demands to know who he is. The man completely ignores the question, waving his hand to unleash a wave of dark rot from his ring. The darkness seeps into the dead soldiers, bringing them back as raging flesh-eating zombies. The mage sneers, threatening to take Zeke's soul for ruining his master plan. He orders the undead horde to attack, and they instantly charge forward like rabid beasts. Zeke leaps into action, actually impressed by this cloaked guy's massive power. He notes that raising an entire horde of zombies instantly is only possible for high-level mages. Zeke fights off zombies while analyzing the Dark Mage. An expert of this caliber should belong to the Scorpion clan just like Old Man Garaz. But wait, he lacks the clan's signature magic circle, which makes zero sense. The Dark Mage acts like a puppet master, fueling the bodies with dark energy as Zeke destroys them. Wiping out zombies gives Zeke 10 karma points each, which gets him hyped up to easily vaporize the remaining monsters. He gets so hyper-focused on farming those free points that he barely notices when the last monster drops. Hoping for more, Zeke waits, but the cloaked mage retreats instead, leaving him majorly disappointed. Hating that his fun got cut short, he promises to hunt down the cloaked guy and farm him for points later. Wasting no time, Zeke resumes his mission, but as he nears Mateo's office, his senses flare up. Suddenly, a blade grazes his throat, but stay with me because Zeke fully expected this sneak attack. Alright, you and I are jumping right into an ambush by One-Eyed Simon, though Zeke totally expected him to show up. Did Don Juan send his assassin to keep Zeke from crossing the line? Simon ignores the talk, grabbing Zeke and pressing a sharp dagger right against his throat. Don Juan will wipe out Pabala entirely, but Zeke won't survive to claim any of the credit. Zeke argues that McCain needs him for the Pabala supply line, but Simon calmly counters that they will do just fine alone. He adds they will exploit K's influence inside the syndicate instead. Ignoring the threat, Zeke stops his healing and leans right into the cold steel. He dares Simon to strike, using his secret shadowless ghost. Simon freezes in pure shock, instantly demanding how this stranger knows his old alias. Zeke calmly answers that he knows Simon's dark history and his true motives under Don Juan. Simon is deeply rattled. He never expected some random outsider to uncover his hidden past. Zeke continues, revealing Simon's true mission is protecting the sole survivor of the fallen Cusco royal family. Stunned, Simon struggles to understand how Zeke knows this secret. Seeing his enemy completely unfocused, Zeke prepares to strike. He draws his weapon, instantly knocking Simon's blade away. But Simon recovers quickly, furiously asking just how much Zeke actually knows. Now watch closely, who is Zeke really? Zeke reveals he is a direct descendant of Draegar. Hearing the name Zeke Draegar, Simon pauses, wondering if he is the legendary youngest Blue Knight. Simon quickly restarts his deadly assault, believing that any Draegar meddling will only bring more chaos to the southern continent. Zeke insists he is not acting for his noble family and is strictly working alone here. Simon remains highly skeptical, demanding why Zeke exposed his secret identity so early. Their weapons clash again, but Zeke easily disarms Simon without even taking the fight seriously. He offers an alliance, urging Simon to join him instead of serving Don Juan. Zeke promises to shield the Cusco royal bloodline and rebuild their shattered kingdom. Hearing this, Simon freezes while Zeke lists all the reasons why the McCain cartel is a terrible ally. He asks Simon to consider what happens next if he actually succeeds in killing him for Don Juan. You and I can see it, Don Juan only sent them here to die after achieving his goals. He guarantees the bastard will never send backup once the job is finished. Thinking back to past battles, Simon realizes that Don Juan has indeed never sent them any support. They always had to fight desperately to survive on their own, no matter how hopeless the odds. Adding more pressure, Zeke reminds Simon that the syndicates took Cusco lands right after the kingdom fell. Don Juan wants to eliminate the remaining royal knights and sell the surviving princess to the rebels for a massive profit. 10 years ago, when the kingdom collapsed, Simon escaped with the baby princess to the border for safety. He became an outlaw to build his strength, solely planning to crush the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful throne. That dream drove him to work as Don Juan's hitman, but the boss secretly uncovered Simon's true motives long ago. Zeke remembers his past life, where Don Juan murdered Simon and sold the princess straight to the rebels. Before dying in that timeline, Simon had begged Zeke to protect the young princess. But before Zeke could reach her, she had already perished in a fire. Still carrying the regret of that broken promise, Zeke is determined to save Simon's life this time. Persuaded by Zeke's words, Simon stops questioning how his past was leaked. He admits that partnering with McCain once felt like his only real hope. But now with Zeke here, he sees the cartel's foundation completely falling apart. Absolute chaos broke loose when Zeke crashed Don Juan's birthday party, making Simon doubt everything he once planned. To make his decision, Simon demands to know Zeke's real goal. Zeke explains he will trigger a war between Pabala and McCain, then crush McCain. Simon finally understands that Don Juan was Zeke's true target all along. Zeke extends an invitation and Simon agrees under a few strict conditions. He demands safety for his men, absolute protection for the Cusco bloodline, and help rebuild the kingdom. Zeke immediately agrees, swearing on his honor. With that oath, Simon bows, and trust me, we just witnessed a legendary alliance begin. Alright, you and I are jumping back in where Zeke cuts the formal stuff, telling Simon to rise. They must move fast, so he asks about the other hitmen. Simon reports that the crew is in position, ready to blow the charges on his signal. Zeke orders him to trigger it and have everyone assemble at the entrance of the underground tunnel. Simon also reveals he has already captured and bound Mateo inside. After swapping updates, the two split up to execute the rest of their plan. Shortly after, Zeke finds Mateo tied up in the office like a sack of meat. Struggling to escape, Mateo warns that his boss will destroy the McCain cartel. Playing his usual theatrical role, Zeke warns him that an all-out war between their factions means absolutely nobody survives. He then shoves a note into Mateo's mouth, pinning the blame for the assault squarely on McCain. Once that is done, Zeke quickly ends him and snatches Pabello's ledger. Outside, he meets Simon, who confirms the signal has gone out. Watch closely here. Zeke senses danger and tells Simon to get behind him. He instantly shifts his sword into a shield, blocking a sudden strike just as a mob of Pabello goons charges with makeshift weapons. Zeke unleashes his elemental sword, conjuring a fiery field that completely incinerates the hostiles blocking the corridor. With the path cleared, they regroup with the other operatives. Simon demands they salute their new boss and the squad bows. Zeke wastes no time ordering an immediate retreat before pursuers show up. Hurrying through the dark tunnel, Zeke senses hunters on their tail and commands the squad to scatter. He orders Simon to guide the team out while he draws the heat away. He tells Simon to locate Kay and drop his name, but Simon hesitates, worried about the captured princess. Zeke just smiles, explaining he already took care of that. He hired 2 Gorka Rangers days ago to secure her, proudly revealing that the princess has already been safely extracted. Meanwhile, Don Juan is living through absolute hell. A whole month has passed since the Pabala raid, but McCain keeps taking brutal hits. Constant retaliations have gutted their power, leaving the cartel boss drowning in sheer fury. He screams at his surviving executives as the enemy pressure tightens around them like a noose. Dozens of empty chairs around the boardroom table prove a grim point. Nearly half of McCain's top leaders are already dead. Seeing this disaster, we saw this coming. Don Juan heavily regrets trying to pit Simon and Zeke against each other. Fearing they were too dangerous to control, he had sent them on that suicide run to get rid of them. But instead, those two blew up the situation entirely, unleashing a massive wave of revenge that now threatens to wipe McCain's cartel off the map. Midway through the tense meeting, an executive nervously suggests that Don Juan should step down for a bit. Don Juan immediately shuts him down, refusing to run away like a total coward. The man quickly explains this is a tactical retreat, arguing that staying out in the open will only make him an easy target. He suggests moving the boss to a safe house in Tawani while baiting the enemy forces to hit the main mansion. That way they can wipe out the attackers in one massive trap. Thinking it over, Don Juan decides the plan is actually solid. With the path chosen, he delivers an aggressive speech to boost the morale of his remaining men. Once the meeting ends, the leaders file out, leaving only the advisor who proposed the clever escape plan. As the man turns to leave, Zeke suddenly appears behind him, pressing a razor-sharp blade to his neck. Terrified, the executive stammers that Don Juan has been sent to Tawani exactly as they planned. Ignoring his desperate whimpers, Zeke silences him forever. Zeke quietly thanks the dead man for setting the stage so beautifully for the main event. Later, Don Juan rolls up to the Tawani villa, completely oblivious that he just walked into a trap. Stepping out of his ride, he curses his enemies for forcing him to hide in this garbage dump. And that is where we leave things tonight, as a silent shadow creeps into Don Juan's room. Let's dive right into this crazy confrontation as Don Juan casually dismisses a dark shadow, thinking it's just some servant. He barks another order and finally turns around, only to see a masked figure shrouded in dark miasma. The intruder pulls off his mask, revealing Zeke and freezing Don Juan in place. Recovering quickly, the noble scoffs and raises his wine bottle, totally underestimating the threat. Laughing it off as some childish prank, he calmly pours himself another drink. Zeke strikes the glass, shattering it to pieces. Instead of fear, Zeke actually finds satisfaction in his victim's arrogance, deciding to end his life without delay. Leaning close, Zeke whispers that a quick death would be boring. Furious at the disrespect, Don Juan screams curses and orders his guards to force Zeke to his knees. Zeke calmly looks at him and reveals that every guard is already dead. Zeke steps closer, ready to strike, and starts talking about his past life. He admits his only regret is not being able to torture Don Juan properly back then. The years of humiliation, brutal abuse, and the endless assassinations he was forced to perform under the noble's command still haunt his mind, refusing to let him go. Unable to understand this crazy talk of past lives, Don Juan panics, completely denying everything and begging him to stop. Ignoring the desperate pleas, Zeke lunges. Now pay attention to this chilling confession. His victim's screams still haunt his nightmares, begging for mercy just like this trash. Pure rage explodes as he repeats their final words, choking the life out of him. As Zeke prepares the final blow, Don Juan starts babbling about being chosen, which only makes Zeke even angrier. Tired of the noise, Zeke chops him up, leaving him to bleed out. He stuffs the remains into a body bag like raw beef and heads downstairs to find Kay and Simon. Zeke immediately asks Kay for an update on the syndicate. She reports everything went flawlessly. Every executive loyal to Pabello has been cleared out, with evidence planted to make it look like Don Juan ordered the hit himself. With the syndicate secure, Zeke hands her a contract from the Reinhardt Group. Pulling off his disguise, he explains the deal is for moving highly refined soma. The Reinhardt Group is planning to launch a massive pharmaceutical company. And get this, he plans to flood the market with premium soma. Refining the drug properly actually yields amazing medicine. Before walking away, Zeke tells Kay she will be running the entire logistics operation. Confused by the vague plan, Kay demands details on production and how to legally transport everything. Zeke tells her the legal permits will come after rebuilding the Cusco kingdom. He says the rest is planned out already, but he has no time to explain. Kay is left fuming as he vanishes. Soon after, Zeke arrives at a quiet meeting spot in his Valhalla uniform. Decker has called him in for an urgent meeting with Prince Callus. The prince is in Atlas. Zeke decides to teleport directly to the central continent to avoid wasting time and raising any eyebrows. Being late might make them suspect his ties to the south. He even wonders if the sudden invitation means they already suspect him. Determined to play it safe, he needs a solid alibi. He spends 300 system points to teleport straight to the Atlas ruins, arriving right on schedule at the Hotel Sky Lounge. Seeing Abel there is no surprise since those two are basically joined at the hip. Keeping his cool, Zeke bows to the prince and directly asks why he was summoned. Callus says it is incredibly important, but to Zeke's disbelief, he just wants to get completely hammered. The wild prince throws an arm over Zeke, acting like they are lifelong drinking buddies. He complains that while Abel and William are great at their jobs, they are absolutely useless at holding their liquor. He called Zeke because of how well he handled himself during the previous banquet. Just listening to Callus talk completely drains Zeke. Plus, sitting in a room with so many powerful, dangerous people is keeping him on edge. Watching them closely, Zeke has a feeling Abel secretly wants a private chat. Callus does not wait, shoving a glass into Zeke's hand and demanding he drink up. And that's where we leave them, heading into a long night. What do you think happens next? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a crazy scene where Callus completely passes out, forcing William to drag him off while Zeke stays stone-cold sober thanks to his cheat skill. Honestly, he almost feels guilty for having such an insanely unfair cheat code. With the others gone, Abel apologizes for dragging him into this, mentioning Zeke's recent secret long-term training. Zeke plays along, claiming he was stuck in a rut anyway, so the invite didn't ruin any big plans. Abel buys the excuse and pours Zeke a drink. It feels surreal to Zeke, actually sharing a drink with the future butchering knight. He can tell Abel has an agenda. Before Zeke even sips his drink, Abel suddenly asks for his honest thoughts on House Draken. Zeke stays quiet, genuinely thrown off. Seeing his confusion, Abel clarifies that he wants a deeply personal answer. Since Zeke remains silent, Abel drops a massive bomb. He plans to destroy House Draken. This wild confession completely shocks Zeke, making him bolt upright from his chair. Now watch closely. Abel ignores his shock and claims Zeke carries the exact same scent of blood, battle, and death. He insists this is how a true Draken should be, straight up calling Zeke a dangerous predator. Honestly, this whole predator and bloodline obsession just irritates Zeke. Deciding to play along, he asks if Abel's ties to the Empire are just another setup to destroy them too. Abel plays it cool, saying ruling a single city is pointless. Real power only comes from constant expansion. He starts praising the Empire, calling them the ultimate blueprint for absolute power. While they claim they are just building roads, they are actually unifying every single continent under one massive banner. He loves this grand plan of forced unification, claiming a unified world will finally become a perfect utopia. He delivers this grand speech like a slick politician hunting for easy votes. Hearing him, Zeke sees a future emperor. The speech also triggers memories of Cain, who carries the Zemans family name. Since Zemans is Abel's sponsor, everything clicks. Abel, his maternal family, and the Empire are all deeply tied together. Several empty bottles later, you and I saw this coming, right? Abel wants Zeke as an ally, but Zeke politely declines and walks away from the drama. Abel warns him that regret is coming, but Zeke looks him dead in the eye and says never. Deep down, he swears he will never become a brainless butcher like Abel. Later, William finds Abel sitting alone like a rejected puppy. When asked about Zeke, Abel coldly says he chose a different path. With a terrifying, fiery expression, Abel declares they must crush Zeke before his power grows too immense. Abel's twisted face completely unnerves William, who can only watch his friend slide further into pure madness. Sometime later, Zeke heads to the dean's office for an interview about graduating early. Zeke is 17 and only in his second year, but he refuses to waste 5 whole years at Valhalla, which is why he submitted the request. His letter claimed he needed to finish early to support his struggling family. The sob story worked perfectly, landing him an interview right off the bat. Near the office, Diego calls him over, accompanied by a blonde kid who looks completely done with life. Zeke has absolutely no idea who this guy is, and when he asks, the kid doesn't even bother to respond. A few moments later, the trio steps inside to meet the dean. The dean calls the blonde kid Asta, and Zeke suddenly realizes he is the future legendary illusory knight. In his previous life, Zeke could never dig up info on Asta, making this a massive surprise. It feels incredibly bizarre standing right next to one of the greatest legends from his past life. Asta apologizes for missing class due to severe insomnia, and when Diego offers to sing him a stupid lullaby, a dizzy Asta snaps at him to shut up. Zeke quietly studies Asta. Knowing Asta eventually sides with the Empire, Zeke notes he might be worth recruiting. Suddenly, the dean reveals the true reason they were summoned. Turns out Diego and Asta applied for early graduation too, and the Academy Board has already approved their requests. The dean slides over a Delphina cooperation document. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next with the legendary Black Knight, the Yaksha. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into this hunt. Diego stays silent. Asta has a brutal migraine, but Zeke explains that Yaksha is a continent-wide outlaw. Basically, he is public enemy number 1, and every nation has agreed to eliminate him on sight. Lately, his deadly tracks lead straight to Delphoa, so the dean orders them to team up with the local knights. He warns them that these outlaws awaken their aura for one single purpose: to slaughter. Because of his terrifying combat style, Delphoa specifically requested purple rank knights or higher as reinforcements. The dean offers them a final chance to back out, warning that this mission is pure suicide. Diego asks how many stages are left in this final test. The dean reveals there are 3 rounds, and this is only stage 1. Since no one else speaks up, the dean assumes they are all in and tells them to prepare. Afterward, Asta walks out, still clutching his pounding head in agony. Zeke catches up to him, offering a special medicine to cure his severe insomnia. Asta is caught off guard and rejects it, fueled by deep skepticism. For years, he had tried endless remedies to fix his sleepless nights, yet every single one failed him miserably. Sensing his doubt, Zeke urges him to just try it, promising he only has to sign a contract if the pill actually works. But Asta still refuses outright. But pay attention here. The moment he catches a scent of the medicine, his body completely surrenders. He collapses right on the floor, falling into a profound, peaceful sleep and instantly snoring away. When he finally wakes up, his attitude flips completely, and he eagerly signs Zeke's contract without a second thought. Zeke is actually shocked that Asta signed such a one-sided deal, begging him to at least read the fine print. Asta dismisses it, declaring that as long as he gets to sleep, he does not care what the contract says. Checking the papers, Zeke grins, realizing he just pulled an incredibly valuable cheat item from his system shop. The miracle drug he handed over was actually a special item called the Sandman's Sleep Sand. While Zeke celebrates securing a massive ally, Asta stands there with a completely clear mind, staring at Valhalla like a guy looking at a gorgeous girl with massive curves. Staring at this weird guy, Zeke wonders why basically every single divine knight he meets is a total oddball. It leads him to believe that Reyna might actually be the most normal of the bunch. After putting away the contract, Zeke decides to test Asta's fighting style before their dangerous mission begins. Soon, Asta unholsters his spear and starts warming up. Now watch closely. Zeke notices Asta's whole aura completely transforms the second his hands grip the shaft. He tells Asta to strike with everything he has got, even using aura. Asta obliges, charging forward at terrifying speed until their weapons collide head-on. Thanks to Asta's massive reach, Zeke immediately realizes his opponent controls a deadly wide range of attack. He also notices that while Asta's defense is incredibly solid, he relies heavily on waiting for a counter. Suddenly, Zeke triggers Shadowless Steps, vanishing from sight and instantly appearing right behind him. Sensing the strike just in time, Asta splits his spear in two, effortlessly blocking the surprise assault. Zeke immediately follows up with a vicious slash, but Asta, dual-wielding both halves of his spear, perfectly deflects every single blow. Zeke is stunned to see a weapon that can split apart like that. What shocks him even more is that this specific fighting style belongs to deadly outlaws, not noble knights. As their metal clashes, Zeke grows highly impressed, finding himself actually starting to enjoy this sparring match. He transitions to a swift dagger, forcing Asta to slam his spear back together to block the incoming slice. When Zeke draws his blade once more to press on, he pauses as Asta readies his split spear stance again. Regardless, Zeke lunges with True Dragon Sword Play Chapter 2 Verse 1, fully confident his opponent cannot stop this. Unleashing a devastating earth slice, Asta hesitates in brief confusion. Abandoning the split spear, he counters with a specialized move called Cross-Current Spear. This skill reinforces the weapon while suddenly extending its reach. The two techniques crash together, erupting in a blinding flash of golden light. Once the dust clears, Asta is covered head to toe in heavy bandages and pain patches. He curses Zeke out, calling him a complete monster for styling on a famous genius so effortlessly. Zeke calmly points out that Asta let his easy fame dull his edge, letting his real skills go soft. He tells Asta they are starting brutal training before their critical Delphia mission begins. And that is where we leave it, with Zeke giving a look that sends a shiver down Asta's spine. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into Zeke's story as he returns home to a surprise guest. Inside, the blacksmith Galleon is completely starstruck by the massive mansion, but Zeke brushes off his wonder, getting straight to the real point of his visit. This instantly puts Galleon on edge, terrified that something went wrong with the legendary Stygian blade. See, Galleon has been quickly building a massive reputation using that powerful magic brazier from his past life. Zeke is thrilled his blacksmith alley is producing top-tier gear so early and wants to lock down his loyalty before anyone else can. Seeing him shake, Zeke quickly assures him the sword is fine, then equips Kane's mysterious armor right there on the spot to show him. Galleon gasps in sheer shock, demanding to know what that gear is, but Zeke casually admits he has no clue. Zeke explains he needs Galleon's master-level skills to identify this strange loot. He strips off the armor and hands it over for a closer look. Since Zeke can't trust outside experts without risking the Empire sniffing around, Galleon is the only one he can turn to. But even after staring at it for ages, Galleon is completely stumped and apologizes for having no answers. He asks if the gear showed any bizarre or unique traits during combat to help his research. Zeke flashes back to his deadly clash with Kane, remembering how the armor easily deflected his aura blade. Now pay attention here, because this tiny clue instantly allows the shocked blacksmith to narrow it down to one legendary metal. He realizes this armor is forged entirely from orichalcum, famously known as the divine metal of the gods. Zeke thinks it is just standard metal, but Galleon yells that its mana conductivity is completely off the charts, allowing high-level magic spells to be engraved directly onto it. Curiously, Zeke asks how many massive magic circles can usually be carved onto regular everyday armor plates. This completely floors Galleon, who reveals that normal metals cannot handle even a single large-scale magic spell without shattering. Seeing the blacksmith lose his mind, Zeke realizes just how insanely valuable this stuff is. He asks if they can melt it down to reshape it, but Galleon instantly shuts that idea down. Even if he dared to work with the metal of the gods, the fact that the armor is already fully completed poses a massive problem. If he makes even one tiny mistake trying to modify it, Zeke might never be able to wear it again. But, I know what you're thinking, but wait. Galleon actually has a backup plan involving his legendary master who can reshape the armor's form without ruining its magic. Naturally, Zeke asks where this master is hiding. Galleon replies that his master lives in Hamons. The very second he says that name, Zeke's expression completely freezes. He asks if he means the dangerous territory ruled by the cold northern duke, and Galleon confirms it. The blacksmith is shocked, since most folks from the central continent have never even heard of the northern duke's land. Zeke casually shrugs it off, saying he simply knows things. Zeke stands up, thanking the blacksmith for his wisdom, and offers him open access to study the rare metal whenever he wants while visiting. Galleon wants to pry further, but sensing the cold, sudden shift in Zeke's intense aura, he wisely decides to back off. Zeke's mind is already racing with thoughts of Hamons, plotting a journey north once his urgent business is wrapped up. Sometime later, Zeke meets with Melissa and Cliff at the Merchant Guild headquarters. Cliff assures Zeke that manufacturing the standard medical supplies is running right on schedule. However, building a hidden factory to produce their secret soma in the central continent is going to be incredibly difficult. Zeke expected this, knowing that if word leaks out that the royal princess is backing soma production, her stellar reputation will be completely ruined. So Zeke asks Cliff if things would be easier if the supply was already manufactured elsewhere. Cliff explains it will easily pass as regular medicine as long as they secure safety verification from the prestigious Magic Tower. Smiling, Zeke tells him he already has a perfect solution. They will simply build their factory on the southern continent and manufacture the cargo far from prying eyes. Once the goods are ready, they will safely distribute the supply straight out of Reinhardt. Melissa suddenly cuts in, warning Zeke that their merchant guild lacks the political sway to construct a massive factory on an entirely different continent. She reminds him they barely managed to secure a site for the rose disease antidote, meaning a massive expansion is basically impossible. They absolutely must find a more realistic way to handle the manufacturing. Zeke tells her not to worry, And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he builds it. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes meeting where Zeke tells Melissa to secure the Magic Tower's distribution approval. Melissa immediately assumes he is bringing the Draegar family into this deal, but Zeke clarifies his noble house has absolutely nothing to do with it. Instead, he reveals that he is going to cover every single expense using his own personal gold. Slide a mystery envelope across the table. Zeke tells Melissa this holds the real reason they are meeting today. He nudges her to read the contents, and the moment she scans the pages, she is utterly frozen in shock. It is sickening. The Proud Empire is actually partnering with the shady Scorpion clan to run human experiments for synthetic poisons. Zeke points out that if this rose disease was truly conjured by magic, Alencia was likely their test subject. This makes Melissa absolutely furious. She had a terrible feeling about this entire crisis from the start, but targeting innocent civilians is a new low. Zeke warns her that they must keep this intel completely under wraps for now, explaining his strategy. Melissa slams her hands down, demanding to know why they should stay quiet when exposing the Empire's sickening crimes right now could save lives. Zeke understands her outrage, but he calmly explains that their current evidence is far too weak to use as political leverage. Now pay attention to this clever move. The Empire set up the Scorpion clan to take the fall for everything. Because those cultists are infamous for dark magic, nobody in the world would doubt they would run horrific human experiments. If accused, the Empire would simply act shocked, blame the cult, and bury the truth forever under a wave of fake apologies. But get this. Holding on to this explosive secret right now actually gives them a massive upper hand for the moves ahead. When Melissa asks how Zeke smiles, the Empire has no idea that they have already uncovered their dark secrets. Since the enemy is acting so recklessly, they are bound to make sloppy mistakes. Melissa realizes his goal: wait for them to slip up, grab concrete proof, and destroy them. Zeke nods in agreement. He shared this dark truth with her for one major reason: to get her ready for what comes next. If the rose disease was just a trial run in the Alencia war zone, they will definitely unleash even deadlier synthetic poisons soon. Which means they must synthesize the cures before the Empire even launches their next strike. Hearing his brilliant plan, she shudders, thinking of her soldiers fighting blindly while slowly being choked out by unseen poisons. Think about how huge that is. Preparing antidotes in advance would save countless lives and totally cripple the Empire's leverage. Looking at this tactical genius, Melissa is incredibly relieved she chose to ally with Zeke instead of making him an enemy. As they wrap things up, Zeke mentions he will be out of contact for a while due to heavy business back in Valhalla. Melissa nods, expressing her deep wish to formally host him in Alencia the very moment his schedule clears up. She paints a picture of its gorgeous lakes and towering mountains, asking if he has ever visited her homeland. Zeke admits he has heard rumors of its stunning beauty and says he expects her to be his personal tour guide when he finally visits. With their plans set, the secret meeting ends, and Melissa wishes him a safe journey home. Cut to the training grounds, where Zeke is absolutely pushing Asta and Diego to their absolute physical limits. Despite the brutal grind, they refuse to quit, making Zeke realize how much his boys have actually grown. Their bond is solid. Even Diego, the usual class clown, has started showing real discipline during these intense sparring sessions. Suddenly, Andre arrives to praise their impressive progress. But he has some serious news. When the group asks what is up, Andre drops a major bombshell. They are all being deployed for the high-stakes Continental Public Conquest mission. Since Academy students cannot travel alone, he will be personally escorting them into battle. Soon the squad boards a train bound for Delphoa, with Zeke still completely stunned that their legendary instructor is tagged along. Andre reiterates that students need supervision, but hints there are much deeper reasons for his presence on this trip. He tests them on their destination, and Zeke recalls the textbook basics of this strange territory from their history lectures. Unlike the rest of the world, mages rule supreme there. And trust me, you and I will want to see how these unique Shield First Knights handle our powerhouse crew. Alright, let us dive right in as these knights shield their allies while mages attack from behind. Asta asks Andre if friendly fire is always this much of a problem. Andre explains that they train constantly while running with shields to prevent this. It is also the main reason why graduates from Valhalla hate joining the Knights of Delphoa. This completely infuriates Diego. He cannot believe knights are reduced to mere meat shields for mages, which basically means they have zero respect in this place. Andre. He confirms the sad truth. warning the team not to be shocked when they arrive in Delphoa and find the mages to be incredibly arrogant. Soon after they arrive in Delphoa, where they are welcomed by the 8 Knights captain Jorge Oder. Andre introduces his 3 recruits as the top students from the academy, promising Jorge that there will not be any issues on this mission. Jorge is thrilled to hear that, as he casually mentions that the captain is waiting inside the carriage. Pay attention here, because Diego is stunned to hear this captain call someone else his superior. Zeke wants no trouble and tells Diego to stay quiet since they are in Delphoa. Suddenly, the carriage door swings open to reveal a remarkably snobbish-looking mage. Diego finds it nearly impossible to keep quiet, muttering that the guy looks like an absolute jerk. Andre approaches the elite mage captain, shocked to see their own knight's captain completely bowing down to him. Following a quick chat between the 2 men, Jorge reveals that the mage captain is leaving ahead of them, forcing our group to find their own carriage for transport. This completely pushes Diego over the edge, since he cannot believe they are being treated like trash. He screams at the top of his lungs until Zeke kicks him, sending Diego crashing to the ground. Grimacing in pain, he asks Andre why he is staying silent. Andre simply replies that they will face this exact kind of disrespect constantly once they finally graduate. Because of that, he urges them to remember this harsh lesson from this very moment forward. Later that night, the team is forced to settle into a rundown building serving as their makeshift shelter. While the rest of the crew sleeps, Zeke stays awake, realizing how brutal things truly are here. While they are stuck in a rundown shack, the mage facilities are absolute luxury, funded by massive government capital. To be fair, Zeke was not expecting a warm welcome anyway. After reflecting on their grim situation for a bit, he decides to step outside to get some fresh air. Walking down the empty hallway, Zeke reflects on their situation, though it does not really faze him since his past life was far more brutal. What actually keeps him on edge is the danger of the Black Knight Yaksha mission itself. It turns out that during the strategy briefing, Jorge and the other knights were completely silenced by the arrogant mages. You and I both knew it was bad, but even Zeke did not expect this level of disrespect. Suddenly, he bumps into the arrogant mage captain, who coldly asks what he is doing wandering around alone. The captain tells Zeke there is nothing for the knights to do, so they should just stay out of the way to avoid trouble. Zeke is completely stunned. Why would these guys even request a joint mission if they were just going to shut the knights out from the start? Zeke clenches his fist in rage, dying to put this guy in his place. But then the captain spots Zeke's gloves, asking if he is a pure-blooded Drake awakened. Zeke proudly confirms it, asking what his issue is. This instantly triggers the captain, who grits his teeth and demands to know who gave a mere knight the right to talk to him like that. He warns Zeke to keep those gloves on while in Delphoa if he wants to complete this mission and make it back home alive. With that final threat, he storms off. Zeke realizes the guy is on edge because pure-blooded awakeners possess the unique power to disrupt natural mana. Right then, an unexpected face appears, Professor Fanal. They exchange quick greetings, and Zeke asks what brings him all the way to Delphoa. Fanal explains that there is no better place on Earth to gather hands-on experience as a research mage. Since his studies were hitting a wall, he decided to volunteer for active duty. When Fanal asks about his presence, Zeke reveals he is here for the dangerous Black Knight Yaksha hunt. Hearing this, Fanal instantly pulls Zeke away to a quiet place where they can speak in private. Once they are absolutely sure no one is listening, Zeke asks him what is so incredibly urgent. And that is where we leave it, with Fanal warning Zeke he cannot go. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment that changes everything. When Zeke demands answers, Fanal drops a massive bombshell. This mission is completely doomed, shaking Zeke to his absolute core. That terrifying warning keeps Zeke awake all night, tossing and turning as he tries to make sense of it all, especially since Fanal refused to explain any further. After hours of racking his brain, Zeke realizes there are only 2 logical possibilities left on the table. Either the raid squad's higher-ups are completely corrupt, or they have made a secret deal with the very targets they are supposed to attack. Delphoa might favor mages, but he seriously doubts their military hierarchy is rotten enough to allow that kind of blatant, widespread military corruption. If something is truly off here, it is far more likely they have formed an alliance with the enemy. And with that in mind, Zeke decides to prepare for that exact betrayal. Later that day, the squad gathers at the meeting point, and the mage captain starts splitting them into groups. He hands out their official orders, but just as he finishes up, Zeke suddenly speaks up, demanding to know what his own team is supposed to do. The annoyed captain snaps back, reminding Zeke of their talk last night. They do not have to do a single thing. As the captain starts to rage, Zeke cuts him off, reminding him that he is a blue knight while Diego and Asta are purple knights. He asks if the captain is really willing to let elite talent like theirs just go to waste. The captain freezes in absolute shock. A blue knight? At Zeke's incredibly young age, that kind of rank is almost unheard of. Trying to salvage his pride, he orders Jorge to give the trio a patrol mission instead. Andre pulls Zeke aside, asking why he purposely provoked the captain since that is so unlike him. When Zeke admits something is wrong with this raid, Andre presses for details. Now pay attention because Zeke drops a crazy theory. He suspects an alliance between their own squad and the Black Knight, Yaksha. Andre is completely stunned by this wild accusation, but he keeps his mouth shut, trusting that Zeke must have a very good reason for his suspicion. So Andre informs Jorge that they will be patrolling all the way up to the Black Knight Yaksha's camp. And surprisingly, he puts Zeke right in charge. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Yaksha's patrol team bumps into a pack of vicious trolls. The leader urgently whispers to his men to stay quiet and move slowly. But before he can even finish his order, a stray sword flies out of nowhere, impaling him right through the thigh. His agonizing scream echoes through the forest, immediately alerting the massive trolls they were trying so hard to avoid. The beasts instantly charge, turning the entire clearing into absolute bloody chaos. Just as the patrol is about to be wiped out, Zeke and his crew leap into action, effortlessly slicing through the monsters. Leaving only the wounded patrol leader alive, Zeke towers over him, fiercely demanding to know exactly where Yaksha is hiding. Under the cover of darkness, Zeke and his squad creep up to Yaksha's massive fortress for some reconnaissance. Andre notes the solid stone walls will be tough to breach. Zeke asks Jorge where the main mage force is, knowing they cannot take this stronghold alone. With extreme hesitation, Jorge admits that once they attack the fortress, the mages are supposed to back them up from the rear. Thinking he must have misheard, Zeke demands clarification. How on earth can they siege a fortress with so few vanguard troops in the front? Suddenly, Diego spots incoming fire, and yeah, I know what you're thinking. They're sitting ducks as he yells a warning. Looking up in pure horror, Zeke commands everyone to scatter immediately. High explosive shells rain down, but Jorge is frozen in absolute shock. Zeke rushes straight through the fiery chaos to grab him, screaming at him to wake up unless he wants to watch all of his men get slaughtered. This finally snaps Jorge back to reality, while Zeke frantically tries to figure out how the enemy pinpointed their exact location. There must be a mole inside, but before he can investigate, hordes of enemy soldiers charge directly at their position. Right then, he notices something deeply unsettling about the attackers, and as they draw closer, his suspicions are confirmed. He realizes these men are completely high on soma. This dangerous drug, pumped out by the southern cartel, has already spread across the entire mainland. Apparently, mages use small doses for quick mana boosts, but the real danger lies with these crazed mercenaries. Living every day like it is their last, they constantly abuse the drug far past safe limits. As they charge, Zeke yells to hold the line, and trust me, you and I do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are plunging into a brutal clash, where Diego and the boys complain they are completely outnumbered. Zeke quickly warns them to hold back their aura, because they cannot afford to overexert themselves just yet. He knows that capturing the enemy with only their current knight forces is going to be incredibly tough. Zeke frantically racks his brain, even considering wiping out the entire fortress himself, when suddenly, boom, a massive magic explosion erupts in the distance. Zeke lets out a sigh of relief, knowing the mages are finally here to back them up. The moment the mercenaries notice the mages entering the battlefield, they immediately begin to retreat. Andre is completely amazed by their destructive power, but right when they should chase down the retreating enemies, the mage captain suddenly orders everyone to halt. Right then, the furious captain calls Zeke a complete bastard, screaming that he totally ruined the entire mission. He yells that Zeke did something unforgivable, leaving our hero completely baffled and having no idea what this guy is even talking about. Once they finally make it back to camp, the captain blasts Zeke for provoking the enemy instead of waiting, then orders Jorge to take Zeke's squad away, promising to report this disaster straight to Valhalla. The second Zeke hears this, he looks at the captain and asks if their partnership is officially dead. Now pay attention to this absolute boss move. Zeke calmly reminds him that without a deal he does not take orders anymore. He declares that his squad will go ahead and finish this mission on their own, but the angry captain reminds him they are standing on Delphoa soil. Andre steps in, pointing out that Yaksha is branded a continental enemy, meaning the Draegar family knights are legally allowed to act independently and simply report their findings afterwards. Furious, the captain storms off, telling them to do whatever they want since they will be the ones taking the fall later. Jorge watches the mages leave in absolute shock, convinced there is no way they can succeed without their firepower. Zeke turns and asks him if he still wants to take down Yaksha and complete this mission. Jorge proudly responds that as knights, they would never tuck their tails and run with an enemy right in front of them. Liking his answer, Zeke grins and tells Jorge that he is going to need his help with a little plan. A bit later, the knights appear right outside the fortress, loudly mocking the mercenaries and baiting them to fight. The baffled mercenaries cannot believe this boldness, immediately raining a barrage of sharp arrows down on them. But the knights hold their solid shield formation, completely blocking the assault, leaving the enemy leader utterly confused by their bizarre tactics. Suddenly, a blade slashes his throat from behind, alongside every single mercenary on that wall. You and I both know Zeke has a plan. His team actually snuck inside to tear the fortress apart from within. Suddenly, Zeke spots a rider escaping into the distance, surprised that anyone would run away during all this chaos. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the runaway is Yaksha himself, and instantly tells his squad that he is going after him alone. He tells them to clear out the fortress and orders Andre to shoot a signal flare. Then, Zeke leaps down into the woods, summoning his horse the moment he hits the ground. Riding at breakneck speed, Zeke rapidly closes the distance on Yaksha, and once he gets close enough, he leaps off his mount, delivering a devastating mid-air strike. Yaksha is forced to throw himself from his horse to dodge the lethal strike. Cornering his target, Zeke mocks him, asking where he is rushing off to so late at night. Yaksha strikes first, rushing forward with a wild attack, but Zeke's solid armor blocks the hit. Realizing Zeke is elite, Yaksha demands to know his identity, noting he clearly is not from Delphoa, but Zeke says knowing his name won't change his fate. Yaksha suddenly blasts him with a deadly poison, but Zeke's internal system instantly neutralizes the entire toxic cloud. Zeke is actually quite impressed by his cheap tricks, proving exactly why this guy is such a notorious outlaw. Yaksha stands there in complete shock as his ultimate poison completely fails, demanding once again to know who Zeke is. Zeke playfully teases his curiosity, pushing Yaksha to angrily draw throwing darts, yelling that knowing his identity is pointless because he is about to die anyway. Yaksha hurls deadly darts, but Zeke's armor easily blocks them. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Yaksha unleashes his secret aura blade, shocking Zeke. Instantly, Yaksha charges forward, determined to rip him to shreds, but just as he reaches his target, Zeke casually asks if he belongs to the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, since his combat style matches theirs. Yaksha freezes in absolute shock, but before he can even process the question, Zeke strikes him down, sending him crashing into the dirt. Standing over his fallen opponent, Zeke slowly walks up and announces that it is finally his turn to ask the questions. He demands to know why a high-level intelligence agent is stirring up trouble here in Delphoa. Knowing an interrogation is coming, Yaksha prepares to end his own life, but Zeke quickly tells him that is not happening. Before he can react, Zeke shoves a healing potion down his throat, proving he knows exactly how stubborn Imperial spies can be. Zeke mockingly adds that he might actually let him die if he just cooperates and talks. Faced with Zeke's terrifying power, the agent realizes he has zero choice but to talk. When questioned about his true identity and mission here in Delphoa, Yaksha finally confesses that he is an operative from the Intelligence Bureau's 13th unit. This catches Zeke off guard, because he knows for a fact only 12 units ever existed. The spy is absolutely stunned, but before he can ask how Zeke knows such top-secret info, Zeke reminds him who holds the cards here. Now watch closely as Zeke demands to know his exact mission, only to learn they are running dark drug experiments. Zeke instantly realizes those wild mercenaries are more than just simple addicts, which Yaksha quietly confirms. When asked about the purpose of these stimulants, the agent admits they are building fearless super soldiers who feel absolutely zero pain. Hearing this, Zeke connects the dots. This is one of the sick human experiments the Empire is secretly running. In short, they use this brutal war with Delphoa as a testing ground to see how these lab rat mercenaries perform. This secret backing from the Empire is the sole reason Yaksha survived at the fortress for 3 long years. Zeke is absolutely furious now, realizing just how deep and terrifying the Empire's schemes truly run. Finishing his questions, Zeke asks if he knows the Empire will execute him the moment they find him, and the spy grimly admits he knows his fate. Having spilled every single secret, he practically begs Zeke to just end his life right there. Surprisingly, Zeke offers him a path to survival, though the agent doubts anyone can ever escape the ruthless reach of his old bureau. Trust me, this is where Zeke drops a lifeline: Draegar family protection. Zeke flares his massive aura to construct a barrier, and Yaksha instantly recognizes him as an elite, pure-blooded awakener. The spy takes a moment to reflect, realizing that doing the Empire's twisted, dirty work for years has completely killed off any patriotism he had left. He knows that returning home only means a swift execution anyway, since his ruthless superiors never tolerate any loose ends. So the agent decides his absolute best option is to turn witness under the safety of the Draegar name. He looks up, asking if Zeke can truly guarantee him a completely new identity in life, but Zeke has an even better proposal, offering to introduce the former agent to a brand new line of work. With a knowing grin, Zeke points out that a highly trained intelligence operative like him will be incredibly useful in many of his upcoming plans. Once their agreement is sealed, Zeke rushes straight back to the enemy stronghold, deeply concerned to find no signal flare in the sky, meaning Andre and the others have failed to capture the fortress. As he wonders what went wrong, he suddenly crosses paths with a hostile group of mages. When they suddenly raise their weapons at him, Zeke angrily demands to know why they are pointing spells at an ally. Suddenly, the arrogant mage captain steps out, blaming Zeke entirely for Yaksha escaping his grasp. The bitter captain sneers that Zeke is being demoted and sent straight back to the barracks. Zeke is utterly dumbfounded by this absolute garbage of a captain. He demands to know what the idiot means by claiming Yaksha's escape is on him. The captain snaps that everything fell apart because of Zeke's sloppy attack strategy, insisting that they only missed capturing the enemy commander because of him. Zeke asks the captain how he could even verify Yaksha was gone, especially since the entire fortress is still locked down and heavily defended. The arrogant captain barks at him to shut up, claiming he personally saw someone escaping from the fortress. Zeke counters that it was probably just a messenger sent to call for reinforcements, making it impossible to prove it was actually Yaksha. And you and I can see Zeke piece it together. This captain leaked the escape path, colluding with the enemy for 3 whole years. Even though the absolute fool has no idea he... Alright, stick with me, because even with the Empire's experiments, Zeke still thinks this guy is pure trash. The captain orders Zeke to follow him immediately, planning to report his crimes straight to their superiors. Zeke actually does not mind. He wants to see how this plays out. Following closely, they reach the barracks, only for Zeke to find Jorge and his men forced to their knees. Shocked by the sight, he demands to know why they were even arrested. The captain tells Zeke to shut his mouth, barking that he is already overstepping, but Jorge yells out, telling Zeke he has no regrets about helping him. But before he can finish his emotional speech, the mages instantly silence him using their magic. Zeke instantly warns the captain, pointing out that even prisoners do not get treated as horribly as he is treating his own loyal knights. Hearing this makes the captain absolutely furious, and he screams at Zeke to shut his mouth, threatening to execute him on the spot if he speaks another word. Right at that moment, Andre and the cadets make a dramatic entrance, with Andre loudly calling out the captain, Ingrid Haxon. Andre warns him that threatening to kill Zeke Draegar is basically declaring that the entire Draegar family is now ready to wage war against Delphoa. The captain is completely paralyzed with fear, and trust me, you can see why. That was an explicit threat from the legendary Draegar family. Ingrid instantly drops his arrogant act, telling Andre that his threat was way too extreme. He tries to laugh it off as a joke, but Andre cuts him off, warning him never to take the Draegar name lightly. Ingrid quickly backpedals, blaming a slip of the tongue on the heavy stress of the ongoing war. He claims he was merely guiding Zeke toward the barracks to carry out a much more thorough investigation, and Zeke calmly asks if he can speak with his comrades before being dragged away. The captain is deeply frustrated, but realizing he has absolutely no other choice, he gives Zeke exactly 20 minutes. Once Zeke is alone with his squad, he quickly erects a barrier so no one can listen in, then reveals he actually captured Yaksha. Stunned, Andre can barely believe his ears and asks if he did it completely alone. Zeke simply nods. He explains that he had to lower Yaksha's guard first, which gave him the perfect opening to capture him. Andre is absolutely blown away that Zeke captured a deadly enemy whom even elite, experienced knights could not defeat. Now here is where things get messy. Zeke reveals that Yaksha is actually working directly with Ingrid. Andre immediately asks what they should do next, and Zeke replies that while Delphoa needs to handle their own mess, he is still going to take action behind the scenes. With the secret squad meeting finished, Zeke lets them lead him straight to the interrogation room. Shortly after, Fanan walks in, demanding to know what is going on. Zeke simply replies that this is exactly what happens when you ignore his warnings. As it turns out, Fanan already knew about Ingrid's betrayal, and most high-ranking mage officers are fully aware of it too. But to climb the ranks in Delphoa, mages absolutely require core battlefield experience. And exposing this would destroy his entire career path. Zeke then warns Fanan that there is something else he must hear, prompting Fanan to ask what it could be. Zeke asks if he is aware of the Empire's secret human stimulant experiments, before laying out every single detail he extracted from Yaksha. This sudden revelation leaves Fanan with only two real choices. Either step forward to expose the deep internal corruption he just learned about, or ignore it completely just to protect his own skin. With all the cards on the table, Zeke asks Fanan if he is willing to help him expose this massive conspiracy. Later, Ingrid receives word from his loyal spies that Fanan completely rejected Zeke's proposal. Ingrid is thrilled to hear this, confident that Fanan would always choose his high position over his moral beliefs, meaning there was absolutely no way Zeke could change his mind. Seeing everything fall perfectly into place, Ingrid orders his men to proceed with the plan. He instructs his squad to detonate a few loud spells just to make the fake attack look somewhat convincing. The squad heads back to the fortress, immediately firing off a series of useless weak magic spells. Meanwhile, Ingrid is already plotting how to make Jorge take the full blame for their complete lack of results. Suddenly, Ingrid realizes something is off. The mercenaries are not shooting back, though they always pretend to do so. To make matters worse, the massive gates slowly begin to swing open, which is definitely not part of their plan. And that's where we leave it. Zeke stepping right out with his squad, leaving Ingrid absolutely speechless. Alright, stick with me, because Fanan is actually working with Zeke, completely betraying Ingrid. Zeke activated a soundproof magic scroll back then, making sure no one could hear their talk. After confirming they were completely alone, Zeke asked if he was absolutely sure about joining him. Fanan agreed, saying he could not just stand by after finding out the ugly truth of what was happening. Zeke warned him that doing this meant he could never gain experience in Delphoa again. But Fanan was totally fine with that, choosing to give up instead of building more shameful experiences there. Glad to hear his answer, Zeke told Fanan it was finally time to ruin Ingrid once and for all. Back in the present, the captain completely loses it, screaming at Fanan for being a useless traitor. He demands to know if Fan thinks he will stay safe, but Zeke steps in to interrupt. He informs Ingrid that investigators are here to look directly into his secret dealings with the enemy. As several officers step forward, Zeke demands cooperation. Ingrid instantly recognizes them as the men from Delphoa's inspection squad. Watch this, he tries playing it cool. He frantically insists this is a total misunderstanding, denying any connection to the mercenaries, and claims Fanan is just lying to frame him. But one of the agents tells him to drop the act, since they have already secured more than enough solid evidence. Ingrid finally realizes he is doomed. Desperate, he threatens that he will not go down alone, boasting that his powerful connections will easily destroy everyone in this room. Before he can finish spewing his garbage, Zeke lunges forward and punches him straight into the dirt. Absolutely furious, Ingrid tries to speak, but Zeke quickly cuts him off, telling him to go ahead and use those connections. Zeke reveals that he actually carries the direct Draken bloodline, making him a pure-blooded awakened and the sole successor of Duke Draken the Black Knight. Releasing a terrifying heavy aura, he dares him to bet on which of them has the better connections. Hearing this, Ingrid realizes he completely messed with the wrong guy, immediately falling to his knees and begging. Zeke coldly replies that he should beg the dead knights who were killed because of his terrible crimes instead. Just then, Horgan and his squad arrive, expressing their deep gratitude to Zeke for finally clearing their names. Thanks to Zeke's honest testimony, the knights were completely excluded from the investigation and cleared of all charges. But pay attention, because once the 8th Mage Corps gets completely shut down, Horrigen's own knights will also be dissolved immediately, unless some other military unit steps in to claim them. Zeke approaches Jorge and asks if he has any deep regrets, but Jorge insists he has none. He only feels deeply sorry for his fallen comrades who died needlessly under their terrible former captain. Hearing this, Zeke offers them a great new job opportunity, taking Jorge completely by surprise. Zeke nods and hands over a small note telling him to read the details for himself. Jorge is stunned by what he reads, asking if the generous numbers and incredible conditions are actually real. Zeke smiles, assuring them that these amazing perks are just the starting point of working together. He explains that he recently formed a new merchant group and wants them as guards. Without hesitation, the entire squad gladly accepts his generous offer, pledging their absolute lifetime loyalty and saluting him as their new master. With that settled, Zeke turns around to address Fenon, telling him to head over to Atlas once his business in Delphoa wraps up, since a lot of work awaits. Fenon immediately bows, calling Zeke his master. Zeke can hardly believe their simple student and teacher bond somehow transformed into a master and servant relationship. Even so, Zeke knows this mission ended up taking a wild turn, leaving him clueless about how he will be evaluated. Still, he decides not to stress about it too much, believing that everything will work out fine in the end. Meanwhile, in the Midlands, Draegar holds a serious meeting with two other higher-ups. Varen warns his associates that the southern continent has been acting incredibly suspicious lately. One associate points out that the south is mostly run by shady drug dealers. Another reveals that Don Juan took over the south with his lucrative Soma business. Trust me, we're going to see how that massive wealth changes everything. You and I are starting with a guy named Weak, who warns that people like Don Juan will cause absolute chaos. Varen quickly reminds Weak that he actually runs the intelligence squad, yet he still has no idea that Don Juan is already dead. Weak is completely stunned by this news, but he refuses to believe it. He argues that Don Juan is just hiding from Pabello's brutal attacks, but Varen counters that after his death, the McCain cartel shattered into pieces. With the Pabello cartel losing almost all of its top leaders, it is in ruins too, making it incredibly weird that Don Juan has not shown his face yet. He then reveals a secret video recorded by both cartels a month ago and plays the footage for everyone in the room. Look closely. Masked figures appeared in both recordings, leading them to believe that the leader moved between both cartels to take them down from inside. But still, neither side has managed to uncover the true identity of this mysterious masked man. Even so, Varen is absolutely confident that they will soon unmask this shadow player. Later, Zeke finally returns to the academy, and inside the dean's office, he is totally shocked when the dean warmly praises his incredible performance. The dean explains that the mission was an absolute success, because Andre submitted a glowing report about his actions. Plus, the Delpho Inspection Department even sent over their official data along with their deep gratitude. Zeke is stunned, since he fully expected to get blasted for ignoring orders on the battlefield, which is usually a massive crime. Now pay attention here. The dean says there is one more thing, and that is the shocking news that Yaksha supposedly died while being moved. But the higher-ups have absolutely no clue that Zeke secretly spared Yaksha, planning to smuggle him to the central continent under a completely new identity. Zeke wants him alive to serve as a key witness to the dark human experiments the Empire has been running. The dean then explains that because of the brilliant talent Zeke displayed on this dangerous mission, the professors changed their minds and decided to give him a special exam. When Zeke asks what it is, the dean answers that it is a demon hunt. Zeke is completely taken aback, honestly believing that a demon hunt is way too easy for a final graduation test. But the dean warns him that this is no ordinary hunt, as it is a completely cold case he must crack entirely on his own. Unlike normal monsters, demons have no set species, which makes them highly unpredictable. That means understanding their bizarre habits and deadly traits is nearly impossible. Even worse, some are incredibly smart, making them nearly impossible for normal humans to read, let alone defeat. Let us pause here. Zeke immediately realizes he is dealing with a high-intellect demon. When he asks where this happened, the dean reveals it is the Duchy of Troy. Since the Draegar is based in Troy and still failed to find this beast, it is completely obvious they are dealing with no ordinary demon. The dean then promises that passing this mission means a full exemption from all other tests, allowing him to graduate early. The second Zeke hears this, he confidently assures the dean that he will wrap up the investigation quickly, promising not to let him down. Right after his meeting, Zeke gets introduced to his official mission guide, a mysterious man named Felix Valencia. Zeke is instantly on guard, because he has never heard this name in either his current or past life. On top of the guy being a total mystery, Zeke senses an incredibly bizarre energy radiating from him. He quickly concludes that this guide is highly dangerous, since he isn't even a Draegar, yet carries something terrifying deep inside him. When Zeke asks if he is a native of Troy, the man confirms it, explaining that he joined a local swordsmanship guild as a kid and now serves in the Atlas Guards. Though the guy seems completely ordinary on the surface, Zeke decides it is definitely safer to keep his guard raised around him. thanking Felix before they immediately set off on their long journey to the Troy Duchy. Shortly after, they arrive at the gates of the Troy Duchy and are warmly welcomed by the local representative. The official is completely shocked that an elite pure-blooded awakened was sent to their remote region, but Zeke politely tells him he is happy to assist. Zeke immediately asks for all the details, and the representative admits that this terrifying nightmare has been plaguing their land for several weeks. At first, it was only their livestock mysteriously vanishing, but soon anyone who climbed the mountain vanished forever, starting with helpless children, then grown men, before the beast began targeting even larger, more dangerous prey. Trust me, you and I want to see what happens next, as Zeke asks if any crime scenes remain untouched. The representative leads him straight to a nearby farm where the animals first vanished. Looking closely, Zeke notices the fence is completely undamaged, even though it is covered in fresh blood. Alright, you and I are joining Zeke as he uses his dragon eyes to track some massive footprints. Zeke freezes in shock. The sheer depth of these tracks means whatever made them is absolutely colossal, way bigger than anything he expected. As he carefully analyzes the entire scene, Zeke realizes they are up against a high-tier threat. This is no ordinary demon, and this mission is about to get extremely dangerous. Setting up camp later that night, Felix immediately passes out from exhaustion. Zeke completely gets it, considering how hard they both pushed themselves during the investigation. Earlier that day, they tracked the demon up the rugged mountain, eventually pushing deep into a dense, completely isolated forest. That is where they stumbled onto a horrifying clue. A human body completely shriveled up like a mummy, without a single wound. Zeke immediately notes that no ordinary beast can drain life fluids this cleanly. And if his theory is correct, those village footprints belong to something else. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the dark, instantly snapping Felix awake to ask if Zeke heard it too. Zeke confirms the noise is 2 kilometers to the west, but he orders Felix to guard the camp, promising him that he will be back before the sun rises. Wasting no time, Zeke bolts toward the sound, knowing without a doubt that this chaos is the work of their target. Watch closely, because what he discovers next catches him off guard. A massive red-headed giant is swinging an entire tree like a mere twig. Zeke stands frozen, shocked by such mind-blowing physical power. Taking a closer look, Zeke analyzes the fighter and realizes the giant is actually a barbarian, and his opponent is a hideous beast sporting a lethal stinger on its tail, an ancient creature known as a joywan. Zeke flashes back to his past life, remembering a similar mummified corpse, where his master warned him of this demonic threat. The joywan moves with terrifying monkey-like speed, while remaining incredibly cautious throughout the entire fight. But the real danger is that deadly tail which it whips around like a predatory tentacle. The moment it latches onto you, it drains your entire life force in seconds. Watching them clash, Zeke deduces that the barbarian stole the cattle, while the joywan was the one hunting humans. Suddenly, the joywan blindsides the giant, plunging its grotesque tongue deep into his chest to rapidly drain every drop of his life force. The barbarian desperately struggles to break free, but intense dizziness quickly takes over his massive body. But right before the demon can deliver the fatal blow, Zeke strikes. He teleports behind the beast, aiming a lethal decapitating strike, but the monster reacts with insane reflexes, dodging the blade at the absolute last second. Sensing Zeke is a huge threat, the beast retreats into the forest, leaving Zeke behind since it is too fast to chase. Now let's see what Zeke does with this wounded barbarian. Though he cares little about a cattle thief, Zeke decides to play the hero today. He pours a high-grade healing potion over the giant, but nothing happens. Zeke deduces that normal human potions just won't work on him. So Zeke places his hands onto the giant's chest, activating his special healing factor buff skill. An explosion of green energy surges forward, completely mending the beastly warrior. Instantly waking, the barbarian snaps into a fighting stance, mistaking Zeke for a hostile threat. Speaking fluent barbarian, Zeke calmly tells the giant to relax, explaining that he just saved his life. Relieved, the warrior expresses deep gratitude, highly impressed that a human speaks his native tongue. We learn his name is Big Fists, and despite being only 16 years old, he easily outmatches the veteran fighters of his tribe. Naturally, the elders demanded a brutal trial for his upcoming warrior ceremony. His test? Slay and bring back the head of the joywan, widely feared as the strongest demon in their territory. But the hunt proved incredibly brutal, chasing the slippery beast all the way into the Troy Duchy. Admitting defeat, Big Fist worries his quest is a failure, but Zeke confidently steps up and promises to help track the beast. Later, Zeke returns to camp dragging the giant, catching Felix completely off guard, though he maintains a straight face. The giant asks who the kid is, and Zeke introduces Felix as his subordinate. Zeke is highly impressed that Felix didn't even flinch or reach for his sword upon seeing big fists. This level of composure is proof of some insanely high-level combat training. By hiding his overwhelming aura, Felix masterfully blends in, acting like a perfectly average swordsman. Suddenly, Big Fist catches the demon's scent. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as this barbarian leads Zeke to a foul-smelling cave, and yep, a demon is definitely inside. Apparently his old master once mentioned that these nasty demons absolutely love dark, damp places. Zeke asks Big Fists if he actually has a master plan to catch this beast, and his brilliant strategy? Just punch it to death. Our hero facepalms, realizing his own overthinking is probably why he keeps missing the target. He quickly drafts a real strategy, telling the big guy to draw the monster's attention while he strikes from the shadows. With the plan set, they step into the pitch-black cavern. It doesn't take long for Zeke to find grim proof of their target, scattered bones littering the floor. Zeke is right in the middle of warning his partner to stay alert, when the creature suddenly materializes behind them, targeting the giant. Thankfully, the big man's survival instincts kick in just in time, allowing him to barely dodge the deadly swipe. The monster crashes down and Big Fists immediately throws a massive counterpunch, only to shatter nothing but empty rock. The demon vanishes, leaving him stunned. But stick with me here, because our main character knew exactly what they were walking into, and it was never going to be easy. You see, the reason Zeke and his master struggled to hunt this thing down in his past life was its annoying ability to completely merge with the dark. It basically has a built-in stealth ability to sneak up on prey, and using this dirty trick, it suddenly appears right behind Big Fists once more. But this time, the big guy can't react in time, but Zeke rushes in with a devastating sword strike waterfield, slicing the demon's right arm clean off. With the beast dazed, Zeke yells for Big Fists to make his move. He locks the monster in a tight bear hug. The demon desperately thrashes and claws at the giant's back, trying to force him to break his grip. But the big man holds on, giving Zeke the perfect opening to unleash his ultimate move. True dragon swordsmanship, Earth Slice. It cuts the beast straight down the middle. As the crippled demon tries to regenerate, Zeke catches it off guard by activating his gluttony skill. The dark power swallows the monster whole, boosting Zeke's mental strength and completely refilling his mana pool. The system immediately alerts him that he has successfully absorbed the corrupted ancient species bloodline ability. This grants him a brand new active skill, Stealth, a highly coveted rank ability. Our main character is thrilled, knowing this trick will be insanely useful later. Next, he walks over to the severed arm and slices off a single finger. He hands the massive arm to his partner as proof of their success, keeping the tiny finger for his own records. I know what you're thinking, but yes, Big Fist literally hugs our hero, calling him his brother, and begs him to visit his village. As the massive warrior heads out, Zeke shouts to ask which tribe he belongs to, and the guy proudly yells back, the Boulder tribe. Zeke freezes in sheer disbelief because that group is known as the strongest barbarian faction in existence. Blushing furiously, the giant yells one last time for him to visit, and Zeke chuckles, promising he definitely will. Shortly after, Zeke heads back to town, where the grateful locals throw a massive feast in his honor. But amidst the noise, he senses something highly suspicious about Felix. Earlier, by the time he killed the beast and returned to camp, Felix was nowhere to be found. When the guy finally showed up covered in mud, he gave some weak excuse about tripping. Zeke wonders if the shady dude was secretly spying on their battle, especially since Zeke's sensory skills focus entirely on combat when active. Without any solid proof, he decides the best move is to quietly keep a very close eye on him for now. Once the party winds down, Zeke makes his way to his quarters, only to find Felix waiting in the hallway. Zeke raises an eyebrow since Felix's room is in the exact opposite direction. But things get even weirder when the guy suddenly drops to his knees, begging to become his disciple. Zeke is completely caught off guard, but before he can even speak, Felix tells him to just watch what he is capable of, and he dramatically draws his blade right there. He begins executing a series of rapid, complex strikes, and the second Zeke watches his flow, the missing pieces click together. He instantly recognizes that style. It is the legendary swordsmanship taught only to paladins of the Holy Kingdom. As the display ends, Zeke confronts him, asking if his story about being a basic guild trainee is actually true, considering he somehow wields the sacred techniques of the elite Holy Order. Felix's jaw drops because even back in the Holy Kingdom, those elite warriors rarely ever interact with the outside world. They belong to a highly secretive order, and their deadly techniques are guarded fiercely, known only to a select chosen few. Sweating bullets, Felix lets out a tense laugh and admits he figured Zeke would see right through it. With his secret out, Felix realizes there's no hiding anything from Zeke. Trust me, you and I need to see what he reveals next. Alright, you and I are starting this off with a massive reveal as Felix pulls out a paladin insignia. Turns out, his grandfather fled the Holy Kingdom after getting dragged into some serious top-secret internal strife. Zeke is completely stunned by this, realizing this whole situation is getting way more complicated than expected. Felix goes on, explaining that his grandfather literally risked his life, fighting shadow enemies inside the Holy Kingdom just to expose their massive corruption. But he couldn't dodge every arrow. Faced with a dishonorable execution, his loyal allies helped him break out of the kingdom before it was too late. After his narrow escape, he hid his true identity and lived quietly within the Troy Duchy. Before he died, he taught Felix everything about his master-level swordsmanship. Hearing this, Zeke asks if his grandfather managed to perform an aura transmission before he died. Felix has absolutely no idea what that means, so Zeke tells him to hold out his hand, instantly grabbing it to pump raw aura straight into the kid's body. The moment Zeke does this, he notices that Felix's body has an insanely high aura conductivity. On top of that, his inner aura circuits are completely clear, leaving Zeke with a very surprised look. Felix asks if something is wrong, but Zeke just tells him to be extremely grateful to his late grandfather. Now pay attention here because Zeke reveals Felix's grandfather was actually a legendary Arc Paladin. In simple terms, his grandfather was on the same level as a powerhouse Black Knight, completely blowing Felix's mind. Zeke explains that there is a secret technique taught to elite paladins ever since the ancient Imperial Age. Known as aura transmission, this special method helps a warrior achieve incredibly fast results with their power. But his grandfather did more than just that. He actively boosted Felix's conductivity and cleared out his circuits. Felix can barely process this, completely shocked because he had absolutely no clue. Zeke then asks if he wants to become his disciple to get revenge on those who wronged his grandfather. And Felix admits that is definitely one reason. But he adds that after secretly watching Zeke obliterate that demon, he realized he truly wants to serve by his side. Felix promises that if Zeke takes him under his wing, he will never regret it. Zeke takes a moment to weigh his options. If Felix is just a common spy, keeping him close makes it much easier to uncover the mastermind behind everything. But honestly, you and I can see that keeping a high-potential follower around is a total win. Zeke warns him that this journey won't be easy, telling him to pack up since they return to Atlas tomorrow. With a bright smile, Felix happily thanks Zeke for this massive honor. He vows that he is going to give it his absolute all. When Zeke returns to the academy, the dean highly commends him, saying that healing a barbarian while teaming up to defeat a demon is an incredible feat. The dean notes that keeping Zeke here is a waste of talent, but Zeke just humbly blames it all on luck. Teasing him for being so modest, the dean hands over a special temporary graduation certificate. Since the school term is still ongoing, official graduation is tricky, but this temporary pass solves all his problems. He will have no trouble doing exactly what he wants now. Zeke gives his thanks and the dean asks if he has planned his next moves, specifically if he is heading to Draegar. Zeke confirms his plans, explaining that he first wants to build up solid experience serving as a knight of the family. The dean praises his dedication, saying he cannot wait to see how much stronger Zeke gets in the future. Suddenly a loud knock echoes, and Andri steps in to report that the commanders of the Four Seasons Fortress have requested Zeke to be brought over immediately. Hearing this, the dean realizes the powerful patriarch has already caught wind of Zeke's early graduation. The man is fast with information. Zeke bids the dean farewell, and the old man tells him to make sure to visit often. Once they step outside, Zeke asks Andri if he has any clue why the patriarch would suddenly summon him. But Andri has no idea, guessing it is probably just a standard ceremony to congratulate him on graduating. Andri quickly shifts topics, mentioning that he saw some of Zeke's friends on his way to the office, making Zeke wonder exactly who he is talking about. It turns out to be Diego and Asta, and Andri notes they both looked incredibly depressed. Zeke is puzzled, knowing they were stationed at the northern border, mostly doing boring reconstruction and maintenance work the entire time. But Zeke realizes why, remembering the old saying that heavy snow is actually far more terrifying than monsters. Arriving right outside the patriarch's door, Andri points to the door, leaving us completely hyped to see what happens next. Let's dive into this epic story. Zeke enters the room and the patriarch immediately congratulates him, urging him to take a seat and find out why he was summoned. He reveals his plan to send Zeke to the upcoming Draegar martial arts tournament, and he expects nothing less than a grand victory from the young knight. Now, this Draegar martial arts competition is a major event hosted by the family itself, inviting any young knight who reached the purple rank within the last 5 years to compete. In simple terms, it is a brutal showdown to see which rookie will lead the next generation. Zeke shows immediate interest, prompting Arthur to ask if he is actually confident in winning, and Zeke calmly promises to deliver exactly what his father wants. Arthur lets out a sigh of relief, saying he hopes to personally hand him the victory medal on the final day. But before that, he has one more surprise. He reveals he has prepared a special graduation gift. Pointing to a mysterious box sitting on the table, Arthur tells him to open it up. Now watch closely here. Inside is a golden plaque and an official document, a literal title deed to an entire territory. Stunned, Zeke asks if his father is actually gifting him land, and Arthur confidently nods yes. He explains that the land lies north of the Troy Duchy, right where he recently captured a wild beast. Zeke is absolutely blown away, unable to believe he is getting an entire lord's territory as a graduation gift. He immediately vows to work even harder to live up to these massive expectations, and Arthur admits he is looking forward to it. He adds that a designated caretaker will be assigned to manage the land, so Zeke can get all the details from them later. With that settled, Arthur dismisses him, and Zeke offers his thanks before exiting the room. As he walks down the grand hallway, he replays the entire crazy situation in his mind, realizing how insane this is. Usually only legendary high-level knights receive land, but here he is, a freshly minted rookie official knight getting his own territory. To him, this whole situation is absolutely mind-blowing. Let's pause here. A sudden tap on his shoulder makes him spin around. He finds his master Duke, standing right there shocked. Zeke asks what on earth brings him to the palace. Duke shamelessly admits he just wanted to relax near his disciple, but Arthur caught him first and dragged him straight into a pile of work. He complains that even though he is retired, he is still being forced to do heavy command duty for the Draegars. Zeke just laughs, reminding him that he has been resting for 10 years straight, so a little hard work won't kill him. Duke dramatically gasps at the betrayal, concluding that Zeke really is Arthur's flesh and blood after all. Without warning, Duke flings open the window and leaps straight down, yelling that it is finally time to head home. A bit later, Zeke arrives back to find Duke already lounging comfortably. Duke sighs about how good it feels to be home, forcing Zeke to remind him whose house this actually is. Duke scoffs, arguing that as his master, everything Zeke owns is basically his too. He then asks what Arthur wanted, knowing the old man did not summon him just to say congratulations on his graduation. Zeke explains that he just received his graduation gift, which instantly grabs Duke's attention as he demands to know what it is. Zeke calmly states he was given land, and Duke casually replies that a small territory is quite a nice reward. But then the reality of those words finally hits him. He leaps up, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if Zeke is actually serious. When Zeke confirms the land is north of the Troy Duchy, Duke is floored. This proves how thrilled Arthur really is, since handing over territory to someone so young is completely unheard of. Duke notes that even though it is far north, the tax revenue there is surprisingly solid. Zeke mentions his past mission was there, adding that the local people were actually incredibly kind to him. Duke agrees it is a massive win, because ruling a territory is way better than holding a basic knight title. Zeke mentions there is still one more thing, prompting Duke to eagerly ask if he scored another graduation present. Zeke shakes his head, revealing that Arthur expects him to win the upcoming Draegar martial arts tournament. Instantly, Duke's playful mood completely vanishes, forcing Zeke to ask if this tournament is really that terrifying. Duke explains that the matches themselves are easy with Zeke's talent, but this event is not decided by skill alone. Duke asks if Zeke has ever actually watched the games before, but Zeke shakes his head, admitting he only knows it happens every 5 years. Duke warns him that this is no ordinary tournament. It is an all-out war between rival houses disguised as a game. Zeke asks if there is corruption beneath it all, but Duke smiles, and trust me, the truth is actually the exact opposite. Alright, let's jump in. He warns that any outside force can get involved, meaning the victor is decided by raw, total power. That is when Zeke realizes this mess is far more complicated. He honestly thought he just had to win the fight, but looking at the Duke's grim expression, things are clearly dead serious. The Duke breaks it down directly, telling him that without a powerful sponsor family, winning the Drake competition is completely impossible. Fortunately, the Duke says they still have a bit of time left to search for a backing clan. This completely corners Zeke since he absolutely detests political games, leaving him to wonder if there is even any way out of this trap. Later that night, Decker suddenly slips into his room, prompting Zeke to ask what he wants. Decker reveals he has some crucial information specifically regarding the upcoming Draegar martial arts competition. As Zeke explains his current political dilemma, Decker calmly draws his sword and infuses the blade with glowing aura. Zeke acts surprised, asking Decker if he was actually a legendary Blue Knight this entire time. But Decker tells him to stop playing games, knowing the young master figured out his identity long ago. Zeke admits the truth, secretly impressed by how sharp and quick-witted this guy actually is. Pay attention here. Decker reveals he was once a Draegar knight, tasked with personally protecting Zeke's own mother. Hearing about his mother instantly grabs Zeke's full attention, prompting Decker to ask if he knows why her name is taboo. Zeke wants answers and Decker drops a bombshell. She belonged to the Agamemnon house, a legendary family Zeke has never once heard of. Decker explains that the Agamemnon clan was once the absolute strongest force among all of Draegar's blood allies. They were actually far more powerful than the prominent Turan and Zimmons families of today. This leaves Zeke completely stunned, never imagining his mother's bloodline held such overwhelming legendary power. Naturally, Zeke demands to know why he is only hearing about them right now. Decker explains that everyone shuns them as a cursed bloodline. When Zeke asks about this dark curse, Decker reveals a horrifying detail. Any pregnant woman in the family would only give birth to stillborn children. Even the rare babies who survived birth died before turning 5, making Zeke's mother the sole survivor to reach adulthood. Zeke is flabbergasted, realizing that Decker is actually proposing he ask a supposedly cursed family for political backing. Decker confirms his suspicions, reminding him that this clan was once the most formidable power in the entire Central Territory. Think about this. Zeke is actually the only rightful heir to their legacy. Zeke promises he will give it serious thought, and Decker warmly thanks him just for listening. Before leaving, Decker thanks Zeke for trusting him despite knowing his secret identity all along, which Zeke casually brushes off. Shortly after, Zeke and Felix set off towards a city known as McQueen. Essentially, McQueen is a prominent mid-tier city that receives direct backing from Draken, and Decker mentioned that the Agamemnon nobles had successfully ruled over this territory for generations. But 50 years ago, tragedy struck the family, and dark rumors of their curse quickly drove them into total isolation. Zeke figures that this explains why their name has been almost entirely erased from Draken history. Feeling hungry, Zeke suggests grabbing food and they head into a local tavern. Zeke immediately orders their most popular dish from the innkeeper, and the host proudly promises to bring out their legendary house-special hot soup. Looking around, Zeke notices the townspeople seem incredibly relaxed, and local security seems solid. The town has a surprisingly bright, peaceful vibe. Suddenly, a friendly local recognizes them as travelers, and highly recommends trying their famous grilled short ribs. Zeke politely thanks the man, noting how incredibly welcoming the locals in this city are. Zeke then tells the host to buy a beer for each friendly local. One patron claims he really did not have to, but Zeke insists on showing some basic appreciation. Zeke casually asks if he has lived here long, and the man proudly replies he is a McQueen native, happy to answer any questions. Getting straight to business, Zeke asks who actually governs the town, noting he has not seen any sign of a municipal hall. But the very instant those words leave his mouth, the tavern goes completely silent, leaving Zeke wondering why the mood suddenly turned icy as the friendly local abruptly stands up, wishes them well, and walks away. Zeke is totally shocked because just mentioning the Agamemnon family ruined the mood. Their hostile reaction leaves him wondering if even speaking of this cursed bloodline is strictly forbidden. Alright, you and I will have to wait and see what he finds as he leaves to investigate. Let's dive into this wild scene where Zeke walks into a high-end bar, only for the bartender to instantly dismiss him as some lost kid. Instead of arguing, Zeke simply flashes an elite VP card. The moment the bartender lays eyes on it, cold sweat begins pouring down his face, as he frantically apologizes, stammering that he failed to recognize someone of such immense importance. Zeke ignores the groveling and demands to see the branch manager immediately, and the trembling bartender quickly offers to guide him. Zeke is secretly shocked by the massive sway this VIP card holds within the syndicate, quietly thanking Kay for handing it over. He realizes this little piece of plastic is going to be incredibly useful going forward. Soon Zeke is introduced to the branch manager, who literally drops to his knees in greeting, begging for forgiveness because he never dreamed a high-ranking VIP would show up unannounced. When Zeke asks if the man knows his actual identity, the manager admits he has no clue, only that he was warned never to disrespect him. Zeke then asks how long he has been stationed in McKean, and the man replies it has been about 20 years. This is perfect news for Zeke, since it means this guy knows all the city's dirty secrets. The manager nods eagerly, but the moment he begins boasting about the local underworld, Zeke cuts him off, saying he has no interest in stolen black market goods. Instead, Zeke asks if he knows anything about the Lord of McKean, and the second those words leave his mouth, now pay attention to this reaction. The manager instantly starts violently shivering, shocking Zeke, who wonders what terrifying rumors this family spread to cause such absolute dread. Seeing this, Zeke notes that speaking the family name is clearly a massive taboo, and demands to know the reason why. The manager whispers that the entire bloodline is cursed, but Zeke shrugs, saying he already knows about their tragic, dying children. But the manager warns him that there is a much darker truth. Shaking, he gasps that anyone who sets foot in that castle never comes out alive, sending a cold chill down Zeke's spine. Zeke narrows his eyes and asks him if he is absolutely certain, and the man nods, whispering that even discussing the family puts a target on your back. Hearing this, Zeke immediately realizes there is a calculated scheme hiding behind the panic. Essentially, the more people fear the rumor, the stronger the mental suggestions become, making the curse feel incredibly real. When Zeke asks if anyone actually died after visiting, the manager nods, explaining that years ago a famous group of travelers visited the castle and every single one of them mysteriously perished. Since then, absolutely nobody in the city dares to go near the place. Zeke instantly realizes that this terrifying reputation is a deliberate curse manufactured by the Agamemnon family itself. Let's pause here as Zeke and Felix finally arrive at the castle gates, instantly hit by a heavy, ominous vibe that makes a trembling Felix ask if they really have to go inside and investigate. Felix begs him to turn around, but Zeke ignores him, shouting his name loud enough to demand an audience with the owners. Without warning, the heavy door creaks open and a creepy old maid steps out, welcoming Zeke inside. When Zeke requests to meet the head of the Agamemnon family, the maid lets out a sinister cackle, saying he has arrived at the perfect place. Wearing a bizarre, deeply unsettling smile, she motions for Zeke to follow. Walking through the halls, Zeke notes the decaying architecture, estimating the ancient fortress has stood here for at least 1,000 years. Shortly after, they enter a massive parlor, and Felix nearly loses his mind seeing the creepy elders sitting silently around a long table. Felix panics, shrieking that they are literal ghosts until Zeke slaps him upside the head and barks at him to shut up. Reading the room, Zeke instantly identifies the grim man sitting in the center as the family patriarch. Stepping forward, Zeke calmly greets the gathered masters and elders of the house before boldly announcing his demand that they sponsor him as the true heir to the Agamemnon bloodline. Without saying a word, the patriarch rises, paces toward the far wall, and gazes up at the massive, dusty portraits. Zeke mutters for Felix to shine his flashlight over the wall so they can see the old paintings clearly. Felix complies, gasping in horror at the view, while Zeke notices the old man is hyper-focused on two specific frames. One details endless people coughing up blood in agony, while the other depicts dozens of lifeless bodies dumped into a lake. Suddenly, the patriarch begins shrieking incoherent gibberish, raving that their sacred crest is gone and that Zeke will face a horrific curse. He screams that Zeke holds absolutely no right to the inheritance. Zeke pieces it together, asking if the right of succession vanished simply because the family's physical symbol is gone. Trust me, Felix is just as shocked as you and I are by Zeke's incredible deduction skills here. Alright, let's dive back in as Zeke connects the dots, realizing the clues point straight to a family crest and a lake. He asks the maid if this crest sank into the water, but she can only offer a blank, silent stare. Taking that as a silent yes, Zeke has her lead the way. Once they arrive, Felix completely loses his mind over how massive this lake actually is. To make matters worse, the water is pitch black, making any search down there almost impossible. But Zeke remembers the painting showing someone diving while holding something. It is his only lead, so he has to take the leap. He quickly buys a whale's breath potion from the shop, planning to dive in himself. This item lets users breathe underwater, so he downs the liquid without wasting a single second. Zeke tells Felix to wait on the shore since this underwater search might take some time. Before Felix can even start complaining, Zeke plunges headfirst into the dark depths. Swimming down, Zeke freezes as he finds endless piles of skeletal remains. That painting? It was telling the absolute horrifying truth. Suddenly, he spots a golden mask reflecting light, carrying a crest almost identical to the Holy Kingdom's royal insignia. Suddenly, now pay attention here as Zeke senses a dark energy. He spins around to face a massive, terrifying dragon charging right at him. A system alert flashes, warning him that a corrupted ancient dragon has locked onto him as its next prey. Zeke barely dodges the beast's first strike, left wondering how on earth an ancient dragon ended up down here. Realizing there's no running, Zeke tucks away the mask, draws his blade, and unleashes a devastating wave sword strike. The blow staggers the beast, but it instantly recovers, letting out a deafening roar that rattles Zeke to his core. The sheer pressure radiating from the dragon makes him feel like his lungs are collapsing. Realizing he is completely outmatched underwater, Zeke suddenly remembers he has his trusty magic armor. He activates the armor, and feeling the sudden boost, he unleashes the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 8, Verse 1. The resulting dragon scale slice unleashes such terrifying power that even the ancient beast begins to tremble. The system alerts him that his passive skill Draconic Control has activated. It asks if he wants to subjugate the beast. I know what you're thinking, and yes, Zeke doesn't hesitate for a single second to take control of this beast. As his authority takes hold and forces the dragon to submit, a brilliant golden light envelops the entire creature. As the light fades, the system confirms the dark corruption has been entirely purified, restoring the dragon's original majestic divine power. Zeke is stunned to see this previously rotting monster now looking bright, healthy, and incredibly majestic. The creature purrs softly and the system asks him to name it. Recalling the lake's name from the map, Zeke officially names the dragon Nahul. With the name set, the system registers his acquisition of the holy beast Nahuel. But there's a catch. This dragon can only be summoned in areas with water. According to the stats, Nahuel can eventually evolve into a true divine beast once certain hidden conditions are met. Zeke has no idea what those conditions are yet, but he figures he will learn them eventually. He shares a mental connection with the dragon, hoping they will make a great team. Meanwhile, Felix is pacing on the shore, panicking because Zeke has been gone way too long. Suddenly, a massive geyser of water erupts, sending him crashing to the ground in terror. Drenched and shivering, he looks up only to see a colossal dragon looming over him. But the real shocker, Zeke is casually riding on its head. As Felix gapes in shock, Zeke explains it was just a corrupted lake monster, but he purified it so it looks much better now. Felix then spots the golden mask in his hand, immediately recognizing the crest of the Holy Kingdom engraved on it. Before he can stash it, the system notifies him of a mysterious new item, though it hides the name. Zeke notes that this hidden status is exactly like when he first acquired his magic armor. Based on Galleon's research, that armor had to be a relic forged during the legendary Golden Age. Since the mask shares similar properties, Zeke believes it must be from that same era. The system chimes, asking if he wants to register as the mask's official owner, and he accepts. Trust me, you and I are about to see something truly epic once this thing fully boots up. Let's watch as the mask starts radiating pure holy energy. The system alerts him that the mask has successfully linked to an intermediate administrator network. With this connection established, his standard purification skill merges with his immortal class, transforming into a unique grade skill called Great Purification. While Zeke tries to process this new ability, the system announces that the range of Great Purification is expanding. In an instant, a brilliant golden light bursts forth from the mask. The system confirms that the cleansing of the corrupted mana has officially begun, and a brilliant golden wave sweeps across the entire blighted territory. As the mask bypasses normal protocols to link with the core system, it successfully deactivates the region's emergency defense protocol. The dark, lifeless wasteland instantly transforms into a lush, vibrant green paradise, stunning both Zeke and Felix. The duo can barely process the miracle before the elders from earlier suddenly approach them. They look completely healthy, and the patriarch joyfully shouts that the ancient prophecy has finally been fulfilled. Felix immediately panics at their fresh appearance, grasping his sword hilt and demanding to know their true identities. Zeke quickly tells him to lower his weapon, reassuring him that these elders are not hostile. Felix is still baffled until Zeke points out that these are the exact same leaders they met before. And you and I can see how shocked he is. He genuinely thought they were actual ghosts. The patriarch explains that the prophecy foretold a dark-eyed youth who would arrive to save their bloodline from this nightmare. Behind him, the other elders rejoice, cheering and praising the legendary hero who has finally delivered them. A stunned Felix admits he was certain they were spirits, but Zeke patiently corrects him once again. He explains that the sinister curse had heavily warped their physical bodies, but now that the magic has been lifted, they have regained their true forms. Warmly, the patriarch welcomes Zeke as his beloved grandson, and Zeke respectfully greets the elder as his grandfather. After wrapping up their greetings, they head back to the castle. Felix is totally awestruck by the breathtaking fortress, which looks stunning now that the dark haze has cleared. Zeke realizes the castle automatically deactivated its defensive protocols when the land healed. He suspects that the system is closely linked to the Elder Dragon relic as well as the Golden Mask. Once they finish dining, the maid from yesterday approaches them. Now looking incredibly healthy and cheerful, she politely asks Zeke if he enjoyed his food. She proudly mentions this is her first time cooking in 50 years, thrilled that he liked it. Meanwhile, a completely baffled Felix suddenly realizes she is the very same servant they met before. The maid chuckles and confirms that his memory is correct. But watch closely. She is no longer that creepy crone from yesterday. And the patriarch explains that the curse stole their sunlight, making proper meals a distant memory for 50 years. Because of this deprivation, they grew weaker and sicker over the decades. Eventually, they even lost the ability to speak. Zeke then tells the patriarch he has something important to reveal, presenting the golden mask he pulled from the lake. The elder immediately identifies it as the legendary mask of Agamemnon, deeply moved that their sacred family heirloom has finally returned home. When Zeke asks about the history of the artifact, the patriarch happily agrees to share the secrets, since Zeke has proven his worth. He begins by explaining that the nightmare started 50 years ago when a mysterious plague ravaged the city of Makeen. Back then, the noble family fought desperately to contain the outbreak within the city walls. The family leaders isolated the infected while ushering the healthy citizens safely into the heavily prepared fortress. Despite their strict precautions, the relentless plague spread with terrifying speed and could not be stopped. It started with a scorching fever and crimson skin spots, soon forcing victims to cough up blood and perish within just 3 short days. Hearing this grim description, Zeke immediately wonders if this is actually the infamous rose disease. Although the speed of the infection differs slightly, the symptoms match almost perfectly. The patriarch continues, explaining that the true horror began at night, when the deceased mysteriously rose from their graves to attack the living. Zeke is stunned by the revelation that they turned into zombies, but the elder clarifies these monsters were far worse than standard undead summoned by dark mages. Worse still, a single bite would drive victims mad, turning them into rabid attackers as well. Since this horrific tragedy defied all normal logic, the terrified citizens could only conclude that a malicious curse had plagued Makeen. They sealed the castle gates, and trust me, you and I need to see how they survived. Let's dive back in as the pile of endless corpses keeps growing larger by the second. The old man explains to Zeke that his gold mask belonged to their oldest family ancestor. Zeke immediately asks who created the mask, but the grandfather has no answers, admitting most ancient records from before the Golden Era are long gone. This really disappoints Zeke, since he was trying to connect the mask to his legendary armor. The elder then points out that the castle and gold mask symbolize the Agamemnon bloodline. Holy power kept the undead at bay, but surviving inside the castle walls could only last so long. After much heavy thinking, the former head of the family made a truly devastating choice. He decided that all the adults would act as live bait to lure the dead into the lake and purify them. But tragedy struck when the sheer rot of the dead contaminated that holy water, and get this, even the lake's guardian god mutated, which makes Zeke realize why Noel turned into a monster. The grandfather insists they only wanted to save the city, even if it triggered a brand new nightmare. Zeke realizes the family actually started the curse rumors themselves just to protect the surviving citizens from the lake. The old man nods, explaining they had to warn people away, as the remaining corrupt energy could easily trigger another deadly plague outbreak. Zeke then asks if the dying children are also linked to this power. The elder nods solemnly, since fragile young children are always the first to fall to corruption. Zeke then tells his grandfather that he finally wants to learn the truth about his mother. The grandfather is shocked to hear Arthur never spoke a word about her, and Zeke admits he didn't even know her name, since everyone in the Draegar house completely avoids the topic. The old man groans in bitter regret for ever letting his beloved daughter Laura marry Arthur Draegar. Hearing this, Zeke instantly pieces together that Laura is his mother's name, adding that he heard the Agamemnon family once possessed unmatched power within the Blood Alliance. His grandfather confirms that the Draegar family was indeed allied with Agamemnon, completely stunning Zeke. The old patriarch reveals that back during the Holy Empire, Draegar was nothing but a low-ranking knight family from the countryside that couldn't even reach the central continent alone. But they exploited the collapse of Makini's plague to absorb other families and grow into the giant they are today. You and I both know Zeke isn't shocked, considering how ruthless his family truly is. Zeke then asks why his mother would ever choose to marry Arthur, knowing the massive risks involved. The old man simply sighs, admitting she was a mystery from birth, somehow overcoming the dark, corrupt power just to survive. It suddenly hits Zeke that he needs to ask exactly how Laura managed to be the sole survivor. The old man reveals a single shocking truth. His mother belonged to the rare healer class. A massive jolt of shock runs through Zeke's body as he never imagined his mother was a healer. Typically, those gifted with swords became swordsmen, while those with bows became archers, and spear wielders became spearmen, defining the entire essence of what a specialized class was supposed to mean in their world. But Laura possessed the rare healer class, which allowed her to completely purify and resist dark energy. The grandfather explains that in the ancient era, classes matched a person's raw talent, but the Age of Knights ruined it by only recognizing swordsmen and mages. This made the word class lose all meaning, explaining why Zeke suffered so heavily in his previous life. Zeke then asks if his father knew his mother was a healer, and the grandfather nods yes. Hearing this, Zeke realizes his father definitely knew about his latent abilities beyond the blade, leaving him completely baffled as to why the man would ruthlessly banish him in his previous life. The old man notes that healers were incredibly rare, even within the Holy Agamemnon bloodline. In fact, the patriarch's seat only went to those with healing powers. However, Laura ran away to the Holy Kingdom before coming of age, claiming she was off to save their family. Zeke wonders if she was trying to master the healer class there, to find a way to cleanse the family's corruption. And that's where we're left, knowing his father holds the key to his mother's deepest secrets. Trust me, everything begins when Zeke gets a glass mirror containing his mother's portrait. The old man explains that during Laura's brief return to the castle, she made a shocking prophecy. A child with pitch-black eyes would finally restore the family to its former glory. Zeke is completely blown away to find out his own mother was behind that very prophecy. His grandfather admits he does not know the full story, but his daughter was always incredibly unique. Then the old man steers the conversation back to Zeke's original goal, securing family sponsorship. He explains that because Zeke saved their household and is indeed Laura's flesh and blood, he is officially the only rightful heir to the Agamemnon name. Later, Zeke drags Felix out to the training grounds for some brutal practice, pushing him past his limits and reminding him that his journey is only just beginning. Meanwhile, his grandfather is already setting up the official paperwork to declare him the legal heir, and since they still have plenty of time before the martial arts tournament, Zeke decides to honor the old man's request and stay at the castle a bit longer. Between training sessions with Felix, Zeke begins mastering the Agamemnon family's ultimate secret style, golden swordsmanship. This style pairs a sword and shield together, bearing a striking resemblance to paladin or imperial techniques. Watch closely, it seems all three share the exact same root origin. Zeke successfully boots up his magic armor, equipping both Bahamut and Galleon's gear. Astonishingly, the output is stable, but imperial restrictions prevent him from using this magic armor freely, meaning he must locate Galleon immediately to get it remodeled. Shortly after, the old man approaches Zeke, complaining that dealing with inheritance paperwork is exhausting, before asking him to take a quiet stroll so they can discuss an important matter. Zeke asks how they have kept the city running all this time, and Rufus explains he handed operations over to reliable agents outside their borders. In short, the main family makes the big calls and sends them via letters, which is precisely the reason he wanted this walk. He reminds Zeke that their noble bloodline has stood as the guardian of Makini for a very long time. Turns out, 3 powerful families serve under them, bound by blood oaths of absolute loyalty, essentially making them their sworn vassals. I know what you are thinking, but to become heir he must win over these 3 clans. Zeke has a specific request regarding this trial, and his grandfather tells him to speak his mind. Zeke suggests summoning all 3 vassal clans along with every single branch family directly to the estate. Within days, the cadet branches begin pouring in, and they are utterly stunned to see the castle restored to its former glory, proving the legendary family curse is finally broken. The patriarch steps forward to greet them, offering his deepest gratitude. The gathered relatives are absolutely shocked to see the old leader looking so incredibly healthy, and Rufus announces he brought them here to declare that their lineage is cured, and they are officially reclaiming their status. But more importantly, he wants to introduce their new successor, Zeke Draco. The second Zeke enters the room, whispers fill the air because his reputation precedes him. He is the youngest Blue Knight on the entire continent, and the ultimate genius who shattered graduation speed records at Valhalla. One of the family heads, Arnold Achilles, steps up to speak, and Rufus immediately grants him permission. Arnold admits he is pleased to see a successor, but reminds the old patriarch that ancient custom demands the heir prove their right to lead. The leaders of the other two clans, Hector and Aegis, nod in agreement. Rufus consents, declaring they will follow tradition and test the successor's strength through a formal knight's duel. Soon after that, the arena is quickly prepared, and the visiting branch families buzz with anticipation to watch a high-stakes duel between legendary knights. Since he cannot use his regular equipment, Zeke is given standard defensive armor by the family for the fight. He has no choice since pulling out his secret magic armor is way too risky. The champion of the Hector clan steps into the arena, loudly bragging about how easily he will crush Zeke. He mockingly goads Zeke to bring his absolute best, only for Zeke to instantly delete him with a single blow. And trust me, absolutely nobody expected an elite knight to drop that fast. With the Hector clan instantly eliminated, the Aegis family starfighter steps up to the plate, his peers urging him to display their raw power. The guy lunges forward, but Zeke lands a devastating blow right to his skull, sending him flying backward. Alright, you and I are diving in as Zeke completely blindsides his opponent without warning. He lands a devastating blow that sends agony ripping through his target. The guy feels his body exploding from within, totally disoriented. He knows Zeke is only 17 years old, but this teenager already possesses a terrifying force capable of completely breaking his guard. While the poor guy desperately tries to hang on, Zeke coldly lets him know this fight ends right here and now. Keeping his word, Zeke delivers the final blow, securing an absolute victory. Now only one challenger remains between Zeke and the top. His final opponent is Feral Achilles, a legendary warrior known as the reigning champion of the traditional dueling league. The moment he steps on the field, the stadium erupts, and even Zeke instantly realizes this opponent is on a completely different level. Feral calmly introduces himself, and Zeke politely returns the gesture. Zeke can feel the sheer purity of his aura, showing a mind of absolute steel. Eager to test his opponent's limits, Zeke lunges forward like a flash of lightning, but Feral effortlessly blocks the heavy strike with his shield. Backing off, Zeke is forced to admit that the champion is truly impressive. His defensive fundamentals are rock solid. Judging by his stance, Zeke can tell this man is a highly seasoned veteran. Now pay attention here, because the branch families are absolutely shocked to see a young knight stand toe-to-toe against Feral. Rufus watches with a proud smile, fully aware of his grandson's true potential. As their blades clash repeatedly inside the echoing arena, Rufus is absolutely certain that Zeke will prove to everyone that he is the rightful family heir. Meanwhile, Feral is dripping with sweat, realizing that the wild rumors about Zeke being an absolute monster are completely accurate. Fatigue is rapidly setting in for him, yet Zeke does not show a single hint of exhaustion. Feral decides to put everything into one single decisive strike. Unleashing his signature Black Fury, he channelizes a massive wave of dark energy and lunges directly at Zeke. Seeing that Feral is dead serious, Zeke decides to unleash the legendary technique he just learned from the Agamemnon family, the Golden Swordsmanship Ultimate Counter-Strike. Blinding golden light erupts around him as he charges forward. Their massive attacks collide, creating a spectacular explosion that shakes the entire arena. A massive dust cloud blankets the arena, leaving everyone wondering who actually won the clash. But as the dust finally clears, we are treated to a shocking sight. Both warriors are still standing. Their shields are completely shattered, yet their fighting spirits remain unbroken as they prepare to clash again. Suddenly, Rufus shouts a command to halt the duel immediately, declaring the battle a formal draw. He explains that forcing a winner between two legendary fighters is completely pointless, and seeing Zeke's mind-blowing power, the branch families now have absolutely no choice but to accept him as the rightful heir. With the decision finalized, the entire crowd passionately chants Zeke's name, showering him with blessings for his new status. Zeke approaches Feral, praising his incredible skills and humbly claiming he might have lost if they kept fighting. But Feral refuses, admitting he was the one defeated because Zeke could have easily finished him off if he chose to. He thanks Zeke for showing mercy, leaving our hero genuinely surprised that the champion read his movements so perfectly. Regardless, Zeke shrugs it off since securing his position as the heir was his main goal. Now that the title is officially his, he can finally shift his focus toward preparing for the upcoming Grand Martial Arts competition. Later back in his chambers, Felix eagerly praises his incredible performance, pointing out that Farrell is basically a legendary superstar in this region. Zeke casually tells him to calm down, guessing that Farrell was simply trying to save his own dignity during their match. When a confused Felix asks what he means, Zeke explains that the Achilles house is famous for spear techniques, not swordplay, yet Farrell chose to fight him with a blade instead. Felix replies that Farrell has always wielded a sword in public duels, prompting Zeke to explain that this self-imposed handicap is exactly why the champion is so respectable, making him a warrior worth studying. Right on cue, Farrell's voice echoes from outside the door, politely asking if he may enter. Zeke invites him inside, and Farrell immediately offers his sincere apologies for visiting at such a late hour. But Zeke warmly assures him the pleasure is all his, as having a legendary knight drop by is an immense honor. Farrell admits he has a serious favor to ask, and Zeke encourages the knight to speak his mind freely. Farrell admits that he clearly lacks the monstrous strength Zeke possesses, but offers his assistance if Zeke is willing to accept it. Zeke asks if this is about the Draegar tournament, and trust me, we cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving back into a story where this tournament is a literal battlefield. Farrell offers his full support, while Zeke notes that Duke warned him about the exact same thing. Farrell warns him that this arena is infamous for bizarre rules, with events and regulations constantly shifting on the fly. He explains that the entire system is run by the preparatory committee, who hold all the cards, and most of these members are wealthy elders representing the central continent's elite families. That makes it effortless for them to rig the rules, favoring their own chosen candidates while orchestrating massive struggles of an unbelievable scale. This corrupt setup is what makes things so unpredictable, like forcing a match where fighters are banned from using any aura. Hearing this wild news, Zeke is totally taken aback, realizing just how bizarre this entire tournament is going to be. No wonder Duke warned him that winning would be nearly impossible without the backing of a major family. Even with his raw talent, rigged regulations could easily throw him under the bus and eliminate him in the very first rounds. Farrell eagerly begs Zeke for the chance to prepare him for the challenges ahead. Seeing such genuine passion radiating from him, now here is where we have to ask ourselves, can he actually trust this guy? Or is another betrayal waiting to happen? After weighing his options, Zeke decides to take a leap of faith, telling him he would be honored to accept his guidance. Farrell then warns him that with only 1 month left before the trials, they need to secure something crucial. When Zeke asks what that could be, Farrell answers that they desperately need a broker. In this context, a broker refers to a powerhouse noble who can pull major strings in their favor. He points out that Catherine Graham, the Lady of the Grand Duchy, is the perfect target. Zeke must win her over, and soon after, they travel to the bustling city of Panster, where Felix is absolutely stunned by the diverse species crowding the streets. With dwarves, birdmen, and mythical creatures wandering around, this place is nothing like Atlas. The Grand Duchy governs Panster, which ranks as one of the 3 largest cities in the Central Territory. Since they control both the financial and real estate sectors of the continent, they are the absolute best choice for a broker. On top of that, the gorgeous city is legendary for its endless supply of stunning beauties. More importantly, the clever locals never dive into business deals that might lose them money. Following a long, tedious wait to see Catherine, Farrell sheepishly apologizes for the delay, explaining that an endless crowd of eager debutantes has her completely swamped with visits today. Hearing this, Zeke knows getting a meeting won't be easy, so he takes matters into his own hands and approaches the butler. When the butler asks what he wants, Zeke boldly demands an audience with the Duke instead. And check out Zeke's sheer confidence here. He tells the butler he is ready to invest in mithril mining. The butler is totally baffled, but Zeke confidently explains he knows the Graham family has spent 3 years secretly researching a rich mithril vein. But they have found nothing so far, meaning their initial startup funds are almost completely dried up. Shocked by Zeke's deep knowledge, the butler praises his truly incredible network. He then hesitantly asks how much capital Zeke is planning to bring to the table, and before the man can warn him that small amounts are not accepted, Zeke slides over a massive check, calmly asking if this will be enough, It is worth 500,000 gold, a staggering fortune that nearly makes the butler faint from shock. Within moments, the Duke rushed out in person, offering his deepest apologies for the long wait. He introduces himself as Brian Graham, and Zeke immediately asks if he has verified the check. Brian confirms it with immense gratitude. He eagerly begins pitching other business options, but Zeke raises a hand to cut him off, telling him to stop right there. Zeke explains that his only focus is entering the upcoming Drake martial arts tournament, leaving him zero time to worry about other business ventures right now. Upon hearing this news, Brian agrees that this championship is the ultimate dream for any ambitious young knight. After a short chat, Brian eagerly promises to arrange a private meeting with Catherine. Soon, the two meet behind closed doors, where she admits his rising reputation already precedes him, noting that he is currently the most talked about knight across the entire continent. Zeke just smiles humbly, replying that he still has a long way to go, which is exactly why he wants to join this fierce upcoming tournament to test his limits. Catherine then asks if he actually knows what the first match actually is, but Zeke only knows rumors. Honestly, you and I are about to find out. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a tense moment where Zeke completely cuts Catherine off mid-sentence. Instead, he tells her that she needs to help herself. Seeing him go completely off topic, she tells him to get out, but he stops her cold with a shocking proposal. He asks if she wants him to cure her daughter, Angelina. He looks her dead in the eye, waiting for her answer. Hearing this, Catherine slams her fist onto the table in pure rage. Back in her youth, she was famed as the continent's greatest upcoming beauty, but after turning 16, the age of her highly anticipated debut, she vanished completely from high society. Because of this, ugly rumors spread that she was actually hideous, or maybe her looks had faded. Furious, Catherine snaps at him for being incredibly disrespectful. She has no idea where he heard those rumors, but she is done listening to his nonsense and orders him to leave her castle immediately. She turns to walk away, but Zeke warns her that ignoring her daughter's condition is a fatal mistake. Watch closely here. She spins around, demanding to know how he could possibly understand Angelina's pain, and Zeke confidently tells her he knows absolutely everything. He reveals the dark truth. Angelina isn't sick, she's actually suffering from a curse. Catherine stands there completely paralyzed with shock. Zeke details the horrific symptoms, painful blisters covering her body causing her skin to rot away. Terrified, she asks him how he could possibly know that. He explains that while it looks like a natural tragic disease, ordinary medicine will never work on this because it's a vicious, cruel curse fueled by forbidden black magic. Then he asks if she's ever heard of the Agamemnon family curse. She has. She knows it was recently broken, and suddenly the pieces fall into place. She realizes Zeke becoming the family heir has to be connected to it. Zeke looks at her and confirms he was the one who broke it. Hearing this, Catherine desperately grabs onto him. I know what you're thinking. Is he actually telling the truth? He looks her in the eye and swears he can save her. But he warns her of one harsh reality. With every passing second, the curse grows stronger and the danger increases. Desperate, she decides to take him to her daughter immediately, leading him up the winding stairs of a dark, quiet tower. She explains they heard mana worsens the illness, so they removed every single magic-powered object from the area. Now Zeke finally understands why the entire staircase is pitch black. Reaching the top floor, horrific screams echo from behind the door, making Zeke ask if that painful voice belongs to Angelina. When she nods, Zeke grits his teeth. This situation is far worse than he imagined. He stops Catherine, telling her to stay back while he goes inside alone. Stepping into the dark room, he finds Angelina covered in thick bandages, bound tightly by massive, heavy chains. Zeke is frozen in absolute shock as the grim reality of her torment hits him. It is clear that she was once incredibly beautiful, but this vile curse ruined her completely. He softly calls her name, but she only begs for the sweet release of death to end her unbearable agony. But he won't let her die. She is a crucial piece for his future master plan. He slips on his golden mask, ready to do everything he can, and trust me, this gets wild. Angelina.